Section 23 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in Word Association by Gustav Jung. Translated by M.D. Ader. Chapter 3, The Associations of Imbeciles and Idiots, Part 3. Number 5. A peasant, 40 years old, severe form of imbecility. Total reactions, 200. 1. Sunday, day of rest. 2. Winter, cold. 3. Schoolboy, they must go to school. 4. Father, support of the household. 5. Table, furniture. 6. Head, part of a man. 7. Ink, for writing. 8. Bread, that is a food thing. 9. Lamp, that is a lighting. 10. Carriage, a pleasure thing. 11. Tree, for growing fruit. 12. Wood, a thing for burning. 13. Paper, for writing. 14. Book, for reading. 15. Sing, that is for enjoyment. 16. Tooth, for biting things. 17. Frog, an animal in water. 18. Oven, that is the thing in the room. 19. Heart, thing of a man. 20. Swim, that is a favorite enjoyment. 21. Marriage, that is for support. 22. Grandmother, that is a person. 23. Hunter, he is in the wood. 24. Angry, when you are not satisfied. 25. Proper, when he behaves quietly. 26. Inn, that is a restaurant. 27. Family, 4 to 5 persons. 28. Fist, when you close the fingers this way, gesture. 29. People, many persons. 30. Everywhere, when you are in many places. 31. Gait, a patient who limps has a gait like that. 32. Ointment, when you have something on the body. 33. Child, that is a person. 34. Star, that is a thing in the sky. 35. Row, that is an animal. 36. To thank, when you get something from somebody. 37. Brush, when you have dirty clothes. 38. Plumb, for instance, you make a fence plumb. This subject uses the definition form almost exclusively in the reaction. The majority of the reactions are in the form of sentences. Occasionally, there is a slight tendency to abbreviation of the reaction, probably to be referred to the order given at starting to say the first word that occurred. This is the case in the explanatory supraordinates. Among these, there are certain universal concepts which appropriately denote the stimulus word, but others are far too general and too broad to characterize the meaning of the stimulus word satisfactorily. The patient seeks to meet this difficulty, as we have frequently seen, by adding some simple definition to the general concept, e.g. frog, an animal in water. Star, that is a thing in the sky. These supraordinates frequently show a certain verbal awkwardness, as lamp, that is a lighting. As usual, designations of purpose and place occur. Very characteristic of the imbecile's external apprehension is the purpose of marriage, which serves for support. Similarly, the explanation of the concept family for which it is sufficient designation that it consists of 4 to 5 persons. The explanations by example show a very narrow and strongly individual view, with the verbal awkwardness is linked to certain carelessness in the construction of new words, which are made ad hoc. Number 6. Severe form of imbecility. Peasant, 30 years old. Total reactions, 278. Number 1. Sunday, December 9th, blank fault. December 15th, Sunday has gone. 2. Winter. December 9th, winter is here. December 15th, winter is here. 3. Lake. December 9th, blank fault. December 15th, comes from a spring. 4. Schoolboy. December 9th, the schoolboy is active. December 15th, the schoolboy must be active. 5. Father. December 9th, the father. December 15th, blank fault. 6. Table. December 9th, the table is household furniture. December 15th, the table is household furniture. 7. Tree. December 9th is a vegetable. December 15th, apple tree. 8. Mountain. December 9th, the beautiful mountain. December 15th, a beautiful mountain. 9. Hair. December 9th, the beautiful hair. December 15th, beautiful hair. 10. Salt. December 9th, blank. December 15th is a food. 11. Wood. December 9th, the beautiful wood. December 15th, for burning. 12. Sing. December 9th, the beautiful song. December 15th, beautiful song. 13. Ring. December 9th, is a beautiful. December 15th, finger ring. 14. Tooth. December 9th, the teeth. December 15th, wisdom tooth. 15. Window. December 9th, the windows. December 15th, house furniture. 16. Frog. December 9th, the frogs. December 15th, frog in water. 17. Piano. December 9th, the beautiful piano. December 15th is house furniture. 18. Dance. December 9th, the beautiful dancing. December 15th, on holidays. 19. Bird. December 9th, the beautiful bird. December 15th, canary bird. 20. Swim. December 9th, the birds swim. December 15th, man can swim. 21. Walk. December 9th, blank fault. December 15th, on Sundays. 22. To cook. December 9th, blank fault. December 15th, food. All the rest are December 9th. 23. Flowers in the garden. 24. Cherry is a food. 25. Oven belongs to the house. 26. Badger is an animal. 27. Heart in the chest. 28. Dark, moonshine. 29. Beat, church. 30. To kindle, fire. 31. To stroke, cat. 32. Amiable, the man is amiable. 33. Ride, dragons. 34. Cut, cutler. 35. Thirst, when you are thirsty. 36. Thumb, index finger. 37. Ill, the man is ill. 38. Wedding, the wedding, dialect form. 39, grandmother. Older mother. 40, rich, when one is rich. 41, angry, when one is angry. 42, inn, the in-house. 43, family, when father and mother are together. 44, hunger, when you are hungry. 45, murderer, with a knife. 46, pray, when you pray. 47, wrong, when you are shut up. 48, candle, a lighting up. 49, reward, when you are rewarded. 50, school, day school. We have 2 series of experiments from this patient. For the sake of readier comparison, we have placed them in parallel tables. By comparing these 2 series, a distinct difference can be noticed between the way of reacting on December 9th and that of December 15th. In the first experiment, a series of perseverations is noticeable. Besides these, there are, as other tests show, numerous repetitions. The quality of the reaction is limited chiefly to tautological elucidations, which are, in many cases, combined with a particular form of predicate, beautiful, used as frequently as possible, and perseverating through many terms. Another peculiarity of the tautology is the translation of the stimulus word into the plural form. Frog, the frogs. On the whole, these reactions show nothing which tells against the tendency to definition. Explanation and sentence formation remain, however, stationary in the more primitive tautologies. No wider association to the stimulus succeeds. These phenomena denote a certain blankness of association, like that peculiar to emotional stupidity. It is simply that nothing new occurs to the patient. He is like the nervous student at an examination. Further confirmation of this view is shown by the presence of faults. The faults mostly occur when a stimulus word comes along to which the reaction form hitherto used can be no longer employed. The subject then finds himself bereft of all help and makes a fault. What is peculiar to this case is the occurrence of marked phenomena of perseveration, which were not demonstrated in the previous cases. This approximates to Jung's case, where there were a great number of perseveration phenomena. As shown by the investigations of Jung and Ricklin in associations in a state of distraction, the perseveration exhibits a distinct, although not large, increase in distraction. The blankness of association produced by this distraction seems to be the cause of this phenomenon. In the absence of a new association, the subject takes that content of consciousness which has remained over from the previous reaction. It seems to me that this explanation is exactly true of this case of perseveration. The subject, when possible, accepts the previous form of reaction because nothing new occurs to him. Now consider the second experiment of December 15th. The tendency to definition is also very pronounced here. Among the first 7 reactions, which show a stiff schoolboyish manner, there is one fault. Only after the 8th reaction do the reactions take on a somewhat freer appearance. The supposition that there was at first a certain emotional inhibition is thus to some extent justified. If we consider the other reactions, we are struck by the relatively numerous tautological elucidations, a form of reaction which we first noticed to any considerable extent in patient number 2. Who was shown to have emotional stupidity. The tautologies of number 6 show in part the quite primitive type of repetition of the stimulus word in its dialect form, with the article frequently preceding the dialect word. A further number of tautologies show a nearer determination by combination with a very near association, e.g., school, day school, tooth, wisdom tooth. Other tautologies occur by way of example. Is if one, e.g., thirsty, if one is thirsty. As usual, designations of time, place, and purpose are present. There are also found estimates of the quality or activity in relation to the subject, or inversely, estimates of the subject. The subject there prefers the word man. There also occur a few more or less appropriate supraordinations. Amongst this material, there are just a few reactions which exhibit a higher value and cannot be fitted into the form of a definition. I mean the reactions thumb, index finger, beat, church, clock, dark, moonshine, murderer, with a knife. These reactions suggest an apparently creative imagination. The patient fashions the inner picture of a situation, of which he then names some part, without regard to the meaning of the stimulus word. The reactions only contain, it is true, simple coexisting composite parts, but the fact that they occur at all in a free form proves that the patient is not entirely chained to the stimulus word as a direct question. Reactions of this kind are traces of a mental activity which has been freed to some extent. The personal basis of the explanations is shown in the concept family, when father and mother are together. Patient was an orphan brought up in a strange family. The reaction cut, cutler, shows a certain superficiality and verbal clang connection which are not very usual among imbeciles, any more than they are among the lower grade uneducated. Reactions of this kind are found chiefly among the educated. This fact also seems to suggest that association and verbal capacity are not very deep-seated. The very primitive tautologies, which we have established in this case, offer a certain contrast with these signs of rather higher intellectual gifts. Clumsy and primitive reactions of this kind point, as we have seen, to emotional inhibition of associations. If we cannot prove this influence in the later reactions with all the certainty we should like, still the discovery is a warning to be cautious, for emotional stupidity can be made to represent an imbecile as much more demented than he actually is. Great care is, therefore, necessary before accepting the rapid tests of intelligence occasionally used in statistical works, with results which frequently afford such delightful bizarreries. This factor deserves consideration also in foro. Number 7. Imbecile woman, 58 years of age. Total reactions, 59. 1. Christmas. A tree like where it has presents on it. 2. Sunday. Blank fault. 3. Schoolboy. Goes to school. 4. Father. A father. 5. Table. For writing. 6. Head. Headache. 7. Bread. For eating. 8. Lamp. For hanging up. 9. Tree. What grows apples or pears. 10. Mountain. Up there on the mountain. 11. Hair. Up there on the head. 12. Salt. When you have salt so that you can cook with it. 13. Wood. When you have wood for cooking. 14. Copybook. When you have a copybook. 15. Lead pencil. When you have a lead pencil. 16. School. When you go to school. 17. Sing. When you do the singing. 18. Tooth. There in the mouth. 19. Flower. It's in the garden. 20. Asylum. I am in an asylum. 21 piano, when you can play with it. 22 dark, when it is night. 23 heart, blank fault. 24 bird, when you have one in the cage there. 25 game, when you can play with it. 26 sugar, when you get sugar. 27 ill, when you have to lie in bed. This reaction type is obviously the same as that of the preceding cases. We again find the designations of place and purpose, and explanations by example, which is sometimes very characteristic. The tautologies are remarkably frequent. This, as in subjects 2 and 3, indicates a poor and primitive temperament. Subsequently, the tautologies are partly linked to designations of purpose. Faults occur from time to time. The reaction times are extraordinarily long. The phenomena of perseveration are noticeable and, as usual, are particularly common when a series of convenient nouns occurs. Unless such perseverations are purposely required from the feeble-minded, care must be taken in drawing up the list that nouns do not directly follow one another several times. In the list used in these experiments, this, unfortunately, happens a few times, but not to such an extent as in Summer's schedule. From the relatively numerous primitive tautologies, the faults in the marked perseverations, it is justifiable to assume that here also a slight emotional stupidity complicates the picture. End of section 23. Section 24 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in Word Association by Carl Gustav Jung. Translated by M.D. Ader. Chapter 3, The Associations of Imbeciles and Idiots, Part 4. Number 8. An idiot woman of slight grade, aged 24. This patient exhibits a series of hysterical symptoms, chiefly conditions of excitement, with a slight limitation of consciousness and sexual content. Her conduct is generally shy and reserved. It is strongly influenced by sympathies and antipathies. There is, on the whole, inhibition towards the doctors, whilst her behavior towards her fellow patients is distinctly freer. Number of reactions, 186. 1. Sunday, day after tomorrow. 2. Lake, is big. 3. Father, is my father. 4. Table, is brown. 5. Head, head with the face. 6. Ink, you write with it. 7. Bread, for eating. 8. Lamp, is lighted at night. 9. Carriage, for riding in. 10. Tree, is a tree. 11. Hair, you comb it. 12. Salt, you salt with it. 13. Pencil, for writing. 14. Sing, you sing. 15. Ring, ring on the finger. 16. Window, for looking out of. 17. Frog, is a frog. 18. Walk, when you go for a walk. 19. Dance, you dance. 20. Dark, when it is night. 21. Heart, the heart which one has. 22. Swim, you can swim. 23. White, a thing where it's white. 24. Coffee, coffee where it's drunk. 25. Wedding, when there's a wedding. 26. Angry, when one's angry. 27. Sour, vinegar is sour. 28 rich, when one's rich. 29 eyes, the 2 eyes which you have. 30 plant, when one plants something. The tendency to definition in this case is obvious. The patient announces what is the use of the object, what is done with it, what she does, etc. Sometimes she explains by example. Tautologies are most distinct, generally in the when form. Tautologies are particularly distinct when she adds anything to make the thing obvious. Head, head with the face. This tautology is sometimes limited to a quite primitive repetition of the stimulus word. Tree is a tree. In the original, there was often marked perseveration in the reaction form. This could not be expressed in the tests given here. Thus, this case, too, follows the previous ones closely. Here again we find primitive tautologies and perseverations which are not to be explained by the feeble-mindedness alone, but which are complicated by slight inhibition of association based upon emotion. The nature of the reactions agrees very well with the reserved and hampered behavior of the patient. Number 9, an imbecile of severe degree, aged 32. In jail, he was taken ill with prison psychosis, was brought to the asylum and fully recovered. During convalescence, a historical syncope occurred. Number of reactions, 290. 1, Sunday, holiday. 2, lake, water. 3, table, for eating. 4, head, men. 5, ink, writing. 6, needle, sewing. 7, bread, eat. 8, lamp, light. 9, tree, fruit. 10, hair, on the head. 11, salt, eating. 12, copybook, for writing. 13, book, for eating. 14, sing, not well. 15, ring, on finger. 16, tooth, in the mouth. 17, frog, legs for eating. 18, flowers, in the garden. 19, asylum, to get better. 20, walk, when one goes a walk. 21, to cook, is to cook food. 22, cat, good for mice. 23, swim, when one's in the water. 24, beat, one hits. 25, star, stars. 26, stroke, when you stroke. 27, moon, the moon in dialect form. 28, ride, ride in dialect form. 29, to watch, take care. 30, arm, and arm. One is struck by the fact that at first the reaction is in one word. But if we look at the quality of the reactions more closely, we notice that we have only to add the usual for and other forms to get the same picture as in other imbeciles. This is distinctly seen in reactions 11, salt eating, where the imbecile for is omitted. The first reactions are obviously due to the order to react with one word. In the later reactions, the formation of sentences occurs increasingly, and thus we get the usual picture of the weak-minded, designations of purpose and place, tautologies, etc. Tautological elucidations by translation into the dialect form occur frequently in this case. The stimulus word was given in literary German. Number 10, imbecile. Number of reactions, 200. Sunday, beautiful. Winter, cold. Head, clever. Lake, big. Ink, black. Schoolboy, young. Needle, pointed. Father, old. bread, tasty. These were the first reactions in the experiment. They all had a very long reaction time, generally over 20 seconds as measured by the watch. It was then suggested to the patient that it was not necessary for him to give an adjective to everything, but just to say what occurred to him at the moment. The patient then continued. Lamp for burning, tree for bearing fruit, hair for protecting the head, salt for eating, wood for burning, paper for writing. After the patient had continued in the for direction during 6 reactions, it was again pointed out to him that it was not necessary that he should constantly react by for. The form of the reaction then became a little freer. Nevertheless, until the end of the experiment, the patient repeated this 67 times in the 200 reactions. The extremely forced style of the reaction, as seen in these experiments, gradually disappeared towards the end of the experiment and gave room to another type of reaction which, apart from the occasional repetition of for, gave but a slight impression of imbecility. I give some reactions from the end of the second half of the experiment. 1. Slate pencil, for writing. 2. Growl, angry. 3. Fruit, for cider. 4. False, faithless. 5. Soft, overheard. 6. Proud, haughty. 7. Hay, dry. 8. Raspberry, sweet. 9. Mouth, for speaking. 10. Home, for oneself. 11. Hedge, hedge in dialect. 12. Cunning, sly. 13. Hot, summer. 14. Scissors, cut. 15. Vinegar, acid. 16. Trap, catch. 17. Sick, bad. 18. Resin, sticky. 19. Polish, clean. 20. Candle, for lighting. 21. Vertical, horizontal. 22. Pastry, food. 23. Wages, work. 24. Lungs, for living. The fours which occur here are, it will be seen, in places which are less striking. The remaining reactions produce but a very slight impression of imbecility. The tendency towards explanation is, of course, not difficult to discover. The meaning of the stimulus word is often confirmed by a synonym, or the typical properties, or the actions of things are given. The meaning of the stimulus word is reacted to with strict adhesion to its conceived meaning. This mode of reaction approximates very closely to that of many uneducated normals, and its differential diagnosis, apart from the frequent for, would be difficult to separate from mere want of education in a person with a rather low intellectual level. We will now compare these end reactions with the selection taken from the beginning and middle of the experiment. Sing for pleasure. Flowers in the garden. Piano for music. Oven for warmth. Cook for hunger. Bird for flying. Joke from love. Write for keeping. Hope for comfort. Choose for choice. Flag for carrying. These reactions produce a greater impression of feeble-mindedness than the final ones. The whole course of the experiment shows that the patient was at first uncertain as to how he ought to react. When he was freed from the predicates, he fell into another form, which he chose spontaneously. In this, he persisted until far on in the second half of the experiment, but with decreasing intensity. Finally, he arrived at a mode of reaction not far removed from the normal, uneducated type. The first reactions in the predicate form are, in my opinion, labored constructions. Freed from this, the patient falls into another form of explanation in which he again persists for a long time. He only loses this narrow view after over 100 reactions, the reaction then acquiring a much more normal appearance. This behavior appears to be only a particular expression of emotional stupidity. Here it occurs in the form of embarrassment at not knowing exactly what he is expected to do with the stimulus word. This embarrassment is marked by an inhibition of association. The subject never sees more than one possible way of reacting, and that is always the same one. All other possibilities seem to him remote. The inhibition thus acts chiefly upon the outer form of the reaction, and much less upon its content. As stated above, this is not a case of severe imbecility. The patient first came to the asylum late in life, and not on account of any intellectual weakness, but chiefly because of his temperamental eccentricities. He is perverse and obstinate, mistrustful, will only give a proper answer after much persuasion, usually much confused when first addressed, silent and very reserved even with the other patients, troubled by numerous tics, a behavior frequently presented by hysterical imbeciles, is recognizable from these traits. It is in these individuals that we most frequently find emotional stupidity. Number 11. An imbecile of slight grade, 40 years old, who could support himself independently. Total reactions, 100. 1. Green, hope. 2. Prick, smash. 3. Angel, little angel. 4. Ship, sailing. 5. Friendly, practice friendship. 6. Table, keep table ready. 7. Bear, bear sorrows. 8. Rod, Aaron's rod. 9. Dance, dance joyously. 10. Lake, sailing in the lake. 11. Ill, have often been ill. 12. Swim, swim in the lake. 13. Blue, the sky is blue. 14. Bread, bread is a food. 15. Threaten, somebody is threatened. 16. Lamp, the lamp is a room light. 17. Yellow, gold is yellow. 18. Manners, politeness is manners. 19. Despise, a criminal is despised. 20. Tooth, the tooth aches. 21. Frog, the frog swims in water. 22. Ring, a ring on the finger is a remembrance. 23. Lead pencil, the pencil is used for writing. 24. Take care, the schoolboy must take care. 25. Flower, is a garden ornament. It is easy to see in this case how the order given at the start to react with one word only is obeyed, how its effect gradually diminishes and soon gives place to explanation and formation of sentences. By the addition of the necessary parts of the sentence, the reactions, at first given curtly, are easily turned into the customary type of sentence. The later reactions are correctly phrased school expressions. The subject is back in his schoolboy attitude and tries to find the most appropriate and best worded sentence. He is obviously more at home in this position than in the one prescribed for him by the experimenter. When he apprehends the stimulus word, it is more difficult for him to answer in telegraphic style than by forming a sentence. The sentences of this subject are differentiated from most of the previous cases by their correctness and proper grammatical form. This by itself entitles one to assume a certain education and intelligence. All the same, formations occasionally occur of a markedly imbecile nature, e.g., room, light. Garden, ornament, is also somewhat suspicious. The stimulus word is explained in the usual way by designations of purpose and place, by a statement of the object and subject of the activity or a statement of the action of the thing, by example or by supraordination, etc. Contrasted with the previous subject, it is to be noted that every reaction here is more adequate, somewhat more intelligent and correct. This impression may perhaps be confirmed by the absence of tautologies. No emotional inhibition can be observed here. I will now give the reactions of two similar patients. Number 12, an imbecile, 49 years of age. Number of reactions, 156. 1. Sunday, holiday. 2. Lake, water. 3. Father, man. 4. Table, room furniture. 5. Head, part of body. 6. Bread, food. 7. Lamp, for lighting. 8. Mountain, high. 9. Wood, grows in forest. 10. Book, for reading. 11. School, good for learning. 12. Tooth, white. 13. Frog, is an insect. 14. Flower, is a plant. 15. Cherry, is sweet. 16. Walking, it is nice to walk out in fine weather. 17. Dance, people dance at a ball. 18. Cat, is a domestic animal. 19. Heart, blood flows from the heart. 20. Moon, shines at night. 21. Hit, the teacher hits the inattentive boy. 22. Caress, the girl caresses the cat. 23. Child, is cold in winter. 24. Amiable, the man is amiable. 25. Cut, the reaper cuts the corn. 26. Ill, many people are ill in winter. 27. Star, is in the sky. 28. White, is a color. 29. Kindle, the baker kindles the wood. 30. Emperor, is a person. Number 13, an imbecile, 17 years old. Total reactions, 200. 1. Sunday, church. 2. Lake, water. 3. Father, man. 4. Table, wood. 5. Head, flesh. 6. Bread, flour and salt. 7. Mountain, stone and gravel. 8. Lamp, petroleum. 9. Wood, tree. 10. Book, paper. 11. School, schoolboy. 12. Tooth, the teeth are in the jaw. 13. Frog, flesh. 14. Flower, blossom. 15. Cherry, stalk, flesh and stone. 16. Walk, the people go for a walk. 17. Dance, the people dance. 18. Cat, flesh, hair. 19. Heart, flesh. 20. Moon, the moon is in the sky. 21. Hit, the teacher hits the boy. 22. Caress, the mother caresses the cat. 23. Child, the father has children. 24. Friendly, the father is friendly with the boy. 25. Cut, I cut the bread. 26. Ill, I have been ill. 27. Stars, there are innumerable stars in the sky. 28. White, the sheet is white. 29. Kindle, the mother kindles the fire. 30. Emperor, Germany has an emperor. In these milder cases of imbecility, there is a greater wealth of ideas and a greater verbal dexterity. We find here, on the whole, an entire limitation to the meaning of the stimulus word. But the reactions do not imply merely that the patient has understood the stimulus word. The absence of primitive tautology shows this. But they can also form a sentence with this stimulus word, such sentences being no longer exclusively explanations or definitions. The examples show that a sentence is formed much as in school, when the master says, "Make a sentence with the word." The sentence as such thus becomes the purpose, and the tendency towards explanation recedes into the background. The tendencies are so mixed in our examples that it is difficult to decide whether we have to do with a school sentence or an explanation. Dr. Jung informs me that such school sentences occur in lower grade normal, uneducated, and in educated hysterical persons. For a differential diagnosis, a very large material is necessary, at least 100 reactions, better 200, in which signs of imbecility must be looked for that differentiate it from simple want of education. In our experiments, the most striking feature is the course of the reactions. At first, obeying the injunctions, both patients answer in a single word, but they soon relinquish this inconvenient form and make sentences, which form they retain to the end. It becomes interesting to see how the two patients conceive their tasks. Number 12 constructs mainly supraordinated concepts, together with a few designations of purpose and predicates. Number 13 endeavors to give, whenever possible, the substantial nature of the thing referred to by the stimulus word, e.g., bread, flour, and salt. This divergence in apprehension apparently conditions a deep difference between the two, but directly they discover their own appropriate sentence formation, the difference at once disappears, and the reactions assume the same, often most surprisingly similar, character. The one-sided apprehension at the beginning has something of the imbecile about it. This comes to light distinctly when the chosen form of reaction encounters a stimulus word where anything rather than that kind of reaction would be in place, e.g., frog, flesh, cat, flesh, hair. Or again, where the superordinated concept is even wrong, e.g., frog is an insect. If reactions of this kind occur only once or are very exceptional, the diagnosis of slight imbecility would be rather speculative. But if they occur frequently, its probability is great. So far as the sentence reactions are concerned, the discovery of imbecile traits become rather more difficult. Taken as a whole, the sentence form gives rise to a suspicion of slight imbecility, or at least of a very low grade of culture. Marked leaning to the meaning of the stimulus word is a differential factor from the reactions of certain hysterics, who also employ the sentence form. But these use it with the school-like restriction, often deliberate, and with great circumlocution as to the meaning of the stimulus word, which is of most importance to the patient. As we have seen in every case, the tendency to definition is of the greatest importance in the reaction of the feeble-minded. The more striking this tendency in the reactions, the more probable, on the whole, is the imbecility of the patient. Special attention should be paid to tautologies, to awkward turns of the reaction, to examples which denote a very peculiar temperament, e.g., friendly. The man is friendly. Glaring. That is a glaring color. Sweet. The new cider is sweet. Ill. I have been ill. Child. The father has children. Emperor is a person, etc. End of Chapter 3, Part 4. Section 25 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in Word Association by Carl Gustav Jung. Translated by M.D. Ader. Chapter 3, The Associations of Imbeciles and Idiots, Part 5. 5. Time measurements. As previously mentioned, 764 time measurements were taken in 5 subjects. The measurement was recorded on a 1/5 second stopwatch, set when the stimulus word was spoken, and stopped at the utterance of the reaction. The time was measured in patients 6, 5, 8, 11, 13. The stimulus words were divided into concrete, abstract, adjective, and verb. The mean numbers, which I give individually for each of these groups, are the probable mean in seconds. Table. Concretes. Number 6, 4. Number 5, 4. Number 8, 4.8. Number 11, 3. Number 13, 1.4. Average of uneducated normals, 1.8. Average of the subjects, 3.4. Abstracts. Number 6, 4.4. Number 5, 4. Number 8, 5. Number 11, 3.4. Number 13, 2. Average of uneducated normals, 2.3. Average of the subjects, 3.7. Adjectives. Number 6, 3.2. Number 5, 4. Number 8, 5. Number 11, 3.4. Number 13, 2. Average of uneducated normals, 1.9. Average of the subjects, 3.5. Verbs. Number 6, 3.8. Number 5, 4. Number 8, 4. Number 11, 3.4. Number 13, 1.4. Average of uneducated normals, 2.2. Average of the subjects, 3.3. Probable mean of all times. Number 6, 3.8. Number 5, 4. Number 8, 5. Number 11, 3.4. Number 13, 1.6. Average of uneducated normals, 2. Average of the subjects, 3. Patient number 6 is not so feeble-minded as she seems to be from her position in this series. She was only treated as among the most difficult cases because she has a certain similarity with these cases by reason of her emotional stupidity. By her intelligence, she belonged to about number 9. Viewing the table with this correction, we notice that with the increasing degree of intelligence, there is a shortening of the probable mean. Number 8 is the only one who affords any considerable exception to this. Number 8 is the idiot with hysterical characteristics, who in daily intercourse shows also much retardation and inhibition. The average figures of our patients, which I have placed alongside those of the uneducated normals, show prolongation of the association times among imbeciles, although number 13 is below the probable mean of the uneducated normals. As will be seen from the table, the longest times occur on the average, with the abstract stimulus words. This is also the case among the uneducated normals. The shortest times, however, do not occur as among normals with concretes, but with verbs. The cause of this is not at once obvious. The marked prolongation of the association times among imbeciles is chiefly due to the difficulty of intellectual effort, but that this is not the whole ground is shown by number 6, in connection with whom I possess 2 series of experiments. The first of the series was taken at the beginning of his detention in the asylum, After continuous and exhaustive examination, the second about a week later. The probable mean of the first series is 8.6 seconds. That of the second, 3.8. Footnote. The stimulus words of the first series were in part repeated at the second experiment, but this could have had but very slight effect on the great difference in the figures. End of footnote. These figures show that, besides intellectual difficulty, emotional factors have also a considerable influence upon the reaction time. A first set of experiments upon an imbecile, therefore, possess only very relative values so far as reaction time is concerned, and also quality. 6. Recapitulation. One of the most striking peculiarities of the imbecile reaction, as contrasted with the normal, consists in the fact that the feeble-minded seldom react with one word. Generally, they employ several words or make whole sentences. In the introduction, I quoted the view of Jung and Ricklin, who say that the uneducated conceive the stimulus word as a question, i.e., as standing in some fictitious connection with the sentence. That is the explanation of the greater care bestowed upon the reaction by the uneducated, as shown by their reproducing on the average more inner associations than the educated. The imbeciles, who in every respect are linked to the lowest grade of the uneducated, show fundamentally the same phenomena. They apprehend the stimulus word quite unmistakably as a question. That is the explanation of their preference for the sentence form in the reactions. As we have seen, school reminiscences play no small part. As Cordus pertinently remarks, it often seems as if the teacher's behest to answer in a whole sentence was still taking effect. The tendency to answer with a whole sentence is strongly marked in my patients. When they were requested to give the reaction in one word and shown by example how to do so, the experiment was soon ruined by the limited apprehension, the verbal poverty, and the consequent formal method of expression. The frequent sentence formations render the classification of imbecile associations considerably more difficult. The Kreflin-Aschaffenburg classification is only helpful in exceptional cases. In the majority of cases, this logical verbal classification is out of the question. Its application to sentences is a forced one. For these cases, we must use the points of view which follow from the analysis of my material. We have found that the tendency to definition is the chief sign of the feeble-minded reaction. The feeble-minded tries, by reason of his sluggish temperament, to explain the stimulus word, or at least to express something which is a characteristic of it. The association experiment thus loses something of the character it has acquired from experiments with the educated. The reaction does not follow directly. It no longer arises automatically from the unconscious, but it is something sought for. It is a construction that follows a definite scheme. The reproduction of the first verbal thought that occurs, as demanded by the original experiment, thus completely fails. This is replaced by the conscious evoking of a series of associations in a definite direction. We thus find an adjustment, which is exclusively directed to the meaning of the stimulus word. The exact opposite of the adjustment which Jung and Ricklin have demonstrated in highly cultured persons, whose reactions were chiefly determined by the uttered word. Between these two extremes lie all the remaining possibilities of reaction in the educated and the uneducated. The tendency to definition can, as we have seen, obtain expression in many forms. The primary form is A. Tautological elucidation. This is a very simple form of explanation and is expressed rather in the form of the spoken word than in the words themselves. insofar as it is concerned with the most rudimentary form of the mere repetition of the stimulus word, i.e., finally with the article in translation into dialect. Cat, the little cat. The when form is not much higher. Quarrel, when you quarrel. Angry, when you're angry. Tautologies to which any more or less indifferent predicate is added belong here. Mountain, the high mountain. Hair, the beautiful hair. Rising above these primitive forms, there is a whole series of tautological elucidations, which approximate more or less to an analysis, and thus cannot be sharply separated from this form of explanation. B. Analysis. The meaning of the stimulus word is formally defined by a sentence, as general as possible, with numerous factors conditioning it. Prison consists of cell where useless people are locked up. Year, 12 months. C. Supraordination. The stimulus word is supraordinated to some universal concept, always with a tendency to explanation. The following possibilities occur. 1. The supraordination is an appropriate one, i.e., the stimulus word is marked with sufficient sharpness by the supraordinated general concept. Cat, domestic animal. Table, furniture. Bread, food. 2. The supraordination is inappropriate. The general concept is too wide and too indefinite to characterize sufficiently the stimulus word. Head, part. Tree, thing. Father, a man. Son, human being. 3. The supraordination is too wide a general concept, but it is limited by some particular by-concept, generally some designation of time or purpose. Cherry, a garden thing. Star, part of the sky. Wood, thing for burning. D. Definition of time, place, means, purpose, origin, etc. The stimulus word is denoted by the addition of one of these designations. Book, for reading. Stove, for heating. E. Statement of the principal quality or activity. The meaning of the stimulus word is explained or defined by giving the chief action or quality of the object in question. Bird, flies. Wood, burns. F. Statement of the subject of the activity or quality. The stimulus word is an adjective or verb. The reaction is a noun, whose chief activity or quality is given by the stimulus word. Swim, fish swim. Blue, the sky. G. Example. The example, which is given to explain the stimulus word, can be universal, e.g., war, when two countries quarrel with one another, or particular, i.e., of a subjective nature, e.g., ill. I have already been ill. Sorrow, when you have much work and can't do it. Wreath, there is one at a gymnasium festival. Wages, that is when you work in a factory. Father, he once threw me downstairs. So far as my experience goes, these groups include pretty well most of the possibilities that occur. The overwhelming majority of imbecile reactions, the sluggish variety, betrayed the tendency to definition. As we have seen, however, in the slighter forms of imbecility, sentences occur which have no pronounced character, but are merely school sentences which state something about the stimulus word. These reactions, of course, remain outside our schedule. End of section 25.
Section 26 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Arden. Studies in Word Association by Gustav Jung. Translated by M.D. Eder. Chapter 4. Analysis of the Associations of an Epileptic. Part 1. Chapter 4. Analysis of the Associations of an Epileptic by Dr. C.G. Jung. Epilepsy is one of the few mental diseases whose symptomology is thoroughly known and its limits defined by a wealth of cases and of systematic studies. Psychiatry has proved that together with the epileptic fits, mental degeneration is extremely common. Of the latter, it may be asserted that it is specific and therefore of diagnostic value. We will merely mention the chief features of epileptic degeneracy as given in any good textbook. 1. Intellectual. Feeble-mindedness, retardation of mental reactions, loquaciousness, limitation and poverty of the imagination, with a corresponding poverty and stereotypy of speech, frequently abnormalities of fantasy. 2. Emotional. Irritability, waywardness, marked egocentricity, exaggeration of all intellectual feelings, especially of religiosity. These qualities form the so-called epileptic character, which, once set up, must be regarded as a permanent structure. Temporary augmentations of one or other quality, which spring from an intercurrent fit, are probably present, even without knowledge of the epileptic attacks. The diagnosis can be made with sufficient certainty by the presence of the epileptic character, although cases of this kind seldom arise. When the attacks are rare, it frequently happens that the epileptic character is only slightly developed from a practical point of view. It becomes therefore of some value to find an exact expression of epileptic degeneration. Attempts have been repeatedly made of late to investigate the epileptic aberrations by experimental methods. Colucci, footnote 1, Colucci, l'allenamento ergografico nei normali e negli epilettici, Rioma Medica, Anno 18, number 36, 1902. End footnote 1. And Brockink, footnote 2. Brockink, über Ermüdungskurven, Bakkesunden und bei einigen Neurosen und Psychosen. Journal für Psychologie und Neurologie, Band 4, 1904. End footnote 2. Have experimented with the ergograph. Sommer. Footnote 3. Sommer. Lehrbuch du Psychopath. Untersuchungsmethoden. End footnote 3. And more especially his pupil Fuhrmann. Footnote 1. Fuhrmann. Analyse der Vorstellungsmaterials bei epileptischem Schwachsinn des Geissen, 1902. End footnote 1. Directed their attention to association in epileptics. We regard these latter investigations as peculiarly adapted for a more exact formulation of epileptic degeneration. Fuhrmann gives an account of the investigation of the associations in two epileptics. The first case was that of a patient who had suffered since the age of 10. The author demonstrated in this case that the predicates were strongly marked and that the egocentric factor played an unusually large part. The reactions in this case could not all be regarded as associations. There were also word reactions whose content and form were in no interconnection with the stimulus word. Fuhrmann calls these reactions unconscious. These reactions were found, according to his tables, at the beginning of the experiment. Series 1 began with the following reactions. 1. Light, belief. 2. Dark, health. 3. White, arm. 4. Black, blue. 5. Red, parents. 6. Yellow, father. 7. Green, chair. 8. Blue, arm. Fuhrmann did not attempt any interpretation. Kraepelin, footnote 2. Kraepelin, Lehrbuch, 7. Auflage, 1904. End footnote 2. Has accepted this observation in the new edition of his textbook, Volume 2, page 626, where he makes the following remarks. It seems as if these images, which were liberated, but not produced, by the experiment, proceeded from permanent general tendencies of ideas. Their content was mostly related to the state of the disease, or anyway, to the personal relationships of the patient. We must take it that the frequency of such associations, determined by inner conditions, not by outer excitation, are more peculiarly favored by the sluggishness of the epileptic. It is this which, unlike the healthy person, prevents his finding quick and easy links to the stimulus word. In 1903, I showed in my work Über Simulation von Geistesstörung, Loco Citato, page 181, the disproportionate occurrence of similar meaningless associations in an imbecile during a state of emotional stupidity. Verlin, footnote 3, see chapter 3, and footnote 3, has proved this exhaustively, with documentary evidence in his investigations on imbeciles and idiots. In our experience, such meaningless reactions always occur when the subject is in a condition of emotional stupidity. This may, of course, occur in every possible condition of mental aberration. There is, thus, nothing specific of epilepsy in these unconscious reactions. To return to Fermat's work, after about a month, the experiment was repeated, with the same stimulus words in the first case. The second case was that of a patient who had been ill since his 17th year. 4 repetitions of the reactions were made here within 8 months, demonstrating a considerable limitation of the field of association, a marked monotony of the reactions. Upon the basis of the associations of 2 female idiots, Fermat holds it as a delimitating difference between epilepsy and idiocy that the latter knows no supraordinated concepts. But Verlin has shown that the idiot does recognize supraordinated concepts, although they are extremely primitive. The distinction must therefore really be something much more subtle than Fermat seems to suppose. Ricklin, footnote 1. Ricklin, Journal für Psychologie und Neurologie, 1904, and footnote 1. In his valuable article on Hebung epileptischer Amnesien durch Hypnose, occurrence of epileptic amnesia through hypnosis, refers to some association experiments on epileptics. He enters more into the quality of the reactions, and thus reaches various important conclusions. He demonstrated adherence to the content of the reaction, clinging to the same grammatical form, marked relation to the ego, personal constellations, frequent emotional accentuation of the content of the reaction, and poverty of the imagination. These peculiarities are, for the most part, nothing but reflections of the epileptic character. Ricklin has proved the possibility of reading the signs of epileptic degeneration from a series of association experiments. In criticism of Ricklin's observations, it must, however, be stated that 1. Perseveration of the grammatical form is not necessarily an epileptic symptom. Verlin has shown enormous perseveration of the form in imbeciles and idiots, chapter 3. 2. Perseveration of the content occurs also in normals, as I have shown in my joint work with Ricklin, chapter 2. Ego relationships and personal constellations also occur among normals and feeble-minded, as does likewise the emotional accentuation of the content of the reaction. Poverty of the imagination is obviously not characteristic of epilepsy, but of the feeble-minded as a whole, as it is also, in a certain sense, for emotional stupidity, where it acquires the peculiar form of blank association. In epilepsy, therefore, we have rather to do with a greater or lesser degree of the symptoms which have something of a specific character. My endeavor has been to clarify these conditions, and to attempt to separate what is specific in epileptic associations from the different types of normal persons, and from congenital feeble-mindedness. Work of this kind must obviously rest upon a large material. The Swiss Asylum for Epileptics in Zurich, with its large number of patients, afforded me an exceptionally favorable opportunity. The greater part of the material was collected by the superintendent of the asylum, Dr. Ulrich. A small part was obtained in the Bergholzli Asylum for the Insane. The total number of persons examined was 158. The total number of associations, 18,277. This extensive basis permitted, to a certain degree, an estimate of the various possibilities in the associations of epileptics. Dr. Ulrich and myself therefore undertook a methodical working up of this field, which covers so much that is of great interest, in order to apprehend the essence of the alterations of associations in epileptics as closely as possible. I proposed the following division of the material. First of all, I separated those cases who were not born feeble-minded, and who were attacked by epilepsy only after the completion of their development, or at least after puberty. I was thus able to reject, from among the epileptics, those extremely numerous cases where congenital feeble-mindedness complicates the picture of the disease. As Verlaine's work shows, the imbeciles, insofar as they are to any extent distinctly feeble-minded, appear to have a fairly characteristic type of association, marked chiefly by the tendency to definition of the stimulus word. The first investigation of epileptics showed us association types which had, at first sight, great similarity with the imbecile type. The similarity was still greater in the case of epileptics congenitally imbecile, or with marked deterioration in early youth. This separation was thus absolutely essential for the recognition of what is specifically epileptic. For external reasons, a further division of the work was made. In the first instance, I analyzed the reactions of a typical case as exhaustively as possible, whilst Dr. Ulrich investigated the different possibilities of the epileptic reaction types. Footnote 1. Dr. Ulrich's work is not included in this volume. End footnote 1. Before beginning the report on the observations, I must make a few remarks on the technique of the procedure. The preparation of the patient for the experiment is an absolutely necessary step. It must be remembered that these persons have, as a rule, no notion of what the experiment demands from them. They thus become easily confused, and this, when at all pronounced, affects the result most distinctly, as I have repeatedly seen. Therefore, we provide some kind of instruction before the experiment. The patient is told that some word will be called out, to which he is to answer as quickly as possible, without thinking at all about it, with the very first word, or the very first idea that occurs to him. Some examples are then given, the experimenter giving a pretty complete selection of the different associations. The subject is thus placed in a position freely to select the mode of reaction proper to him. If he is not prejudiced, he will naturally choose the mode which is characteristic for him. We take care that the subject is not cramped by restricting himself to a reaction with a single word. Should this be the case, the characteristic mode of reaction is quite effaced, and the reaction time considerably affected. With women, it is not infrequently necessary to subdue impending emotion by a rather simple explanation. I usually do this by representing the experiment as a kind of game of thoughts. A fresh list of stimulus words was used in these experiments. It was composed of 200 different words, of which 75 were concrete, 25 abstract, 50 adjectives, and 50 verbs. The serial order is noun adjective, noun verb. The intermixture was as complete as possible, so that related words did not follow one another. No notice was taken of the number of syllables. The stimulus words were taken from quite different spheres of daily life, practically avoiding all rare words. A series of emotionally toned concepts, such as love, kiss, luck, friendly, etc., were purposely interspersed, for a peculiar significance attaches to such words. I select the following case from our material. M. Joseph, machine locksmith, born 1863, a widower, childless, has been convicted 19 times, alleged to have no familial predisposition, good at school, served a 3 years apprenticeship to a locksmith, good testimonials as to work, no illness of moment in his youth, no signs of epilepsy, was married in 1888. His wife became insane in 1893 and died in an asylum. Since his wife's illness, the patient, till then settled and industrious, began a restless life, traveling nearly all over Europe. He soon ran away from any settled work, took to drink, traveling without any plan, and wandering about in the forests. In this period, he was often in the hands of the police, mostly for theft. Patient states that he has amnesia for the greater part of this period. During 1893-94, he was 3 times in an asylum for severe mania transitoria. In 1896, patient fractured his skull. In 1896-98, he was again in various asylums with delirium. In 1898, tremors were observed confined to one side, occurring in paroxysms. At this time, there was noticed a rather connected delirium with plastic and very stable visions, which were described by the patient with much emotion. At the end of 1904, patient wandered about aimlessly and half-starved in the mountains. Then he wound up a drinking bout by stealing a bicycle. After this, he again wandered about aimlessly and was caught by the police. Placed in this asylum for observation, the following report was made. Feeble-minded, with epileptic character. There are frequent brief seizures of momentary unconsciousness with aura. Sees dark points, 5 to 6, in a row, which are always going up and down. Feels as if his head were pressed in or fastened together by screws. His chest feels as if drops of water were trickling down. There is a buzzing in the ears. Then anxiety and dread gets hold of him, as if he had done something wrong, or he feels pains in his back which mount up to his head. He has the feeling as if he must tear everything, or he feels as if a locomotive were suddenly rushing towards him. He becomes dizzy after this aura, everything turns round, and he loses consciousness. These lapses of consciousness were also objectively observed during conversation, and especially whilst card playing. Very marked intolerance for alcohol. The associations of this case seem to me, in many respects, very typical for epilepsy, although all the characteristic symptoms were not present. Each case has its own peculiarities. For even here individual differences between the reaction types play a great part. 1. Coal. Pit coal. 7.2 seconds. 2. Moderate. Not eat much. 12 seconds. 3. Song. Sing. To sing a song. 6.2 seconds. 4. Suppose. I suppose. What do I suppose? Many things. 23.2 seconds. 5. Pain. Because I am ill. 4.2 seconds. 6. Dirty. When an apple is dirty, a plant, everything can be dirty. 5.8 seconds. 7. Moon. That is the moon in the sky. The moon is there. 4 seconds. 8. Laugh. People laugh. 4.2 seconds. 9. Coffee. People drink it. People drink it every day. 4 seconds. 10. Wide. That is the width of a distance, with explanatory gesture. 6.2 seconds. 11. Air. That is the air of nature, healthy or unhealthy. Good air is good air. 2.2 seconds. 12. Carry. I carry something, a burden or good clothes. 5 seconds. These first 12 reactions allow us to draw certain conclusions. The most striking thing is that the patient does not react merely by one single word, but generally by a whole sentence. A certain significance attaches to this fact. In my experience, based upon an investigation of over 30,000 normal associations, normal persons prefer, as a rule, the reactions in one word, NB, after preliminary instruction as described. There are exceptions where educated persons favor the sentence form. Reclin and myself quoted an instance of this in our work on the associations of normals. This particular person belonged to the complex constellation type, that is, to the reaction type whose associations at the time of the experiment were under the influence of a presentation complex marked by emotion. Footnote 1. See page 140. End footnote 1. In cases of that kind, we recognize at once the peculiar constellation by the content of the associations. Among normals, there is another type who prefers to express his reactions not exactly in the sentence form, but in 2 or more words. The predicate type. Footnote 1. See page 142. And footnote 1. Persons of this type form judgments upon and evaluate the object designated by the stimulus word. This naturally takes the form of a predicate, which sufficiently explains the use of several words. In any case, these two types cannot be mistaken for the reactions with which we are now concerned. The sentence form is, however, so frequent and widespread in the pathological sphere that it becomes difficult to regard it as pathognomonic. An observation worth mentioning, which I cannot, however, support by figures, is that uneducated mental patients seem to have a greater tendency to the sentence form than educated ones. Should this observation be confirmed, it could easily be brought into harmony with the fact that the uneducated attach much greater importance to the stimulus word than the educated, a fact repeatedly brought out in the previous chapters. Extremely uneducated persons, whose aim is to give the most appropriate answer and to explain the stimulus word as well as possible, require for this purpose many more words than the educated, who frequently just string the words together verbally. This tendency is seen most distinctly in idiots and imbeciles, where sentences are very frequently constructed. Footnote 2. In Blöhler's view, another fact favors the occurrence of the sentence form in the feeble-minded. The feeble-minded not only grasp with great difficulty a word apart from its context in a sentence, but can hardly think of words apart from the context. And footnote 2. It would be difficult to understand the preference for the sentence form without some such special supposition. This preference entitles us to believe with great probability that there is some abnormality. Before investigating the content of the reactions, we must pay some attention to the reaction times. These are abnormally long. The average reaction time of the uneducated is 2 seconds. No conclusions can for the moment be drawn from this, for there is no form of disease in which the reaction times may not be prolonged. As Schaffenberg has found the reaction times somewhat prolonged in maniacal excitement, it is not advisable to investigate the reaction times in association experiments for themselves, apart from the analysis of the content of the association, for they are absolutely dependent upon the momentary content of consciousness. Now consider the quality of the associations. It is at once apparent that the patient gives himself up to the meaning of the stimulus word, with a pronounced tendency to elucidate and characterize the thing designated by the stimulus word. Verlaine has regarded this tendency as peculiarly characteristic of congenital feeble-mindedness. Our case is certainly not one of congenital feeble-mindedness. Perhaps this tendency to explanation arises in every high-grade feeble-minded person. Perhaps it should be assumed that the demented approximates to the congenital imbecile in certain points, even if the causes of the two conditions are quite different. In our case, the tendency towards explanation is so distinct that we can readily confirm the forms found in Verlaine's work on imbeciles. As tautological elucidation, consider, for instance, suppose, I suppose, etc. Carry, I carry something, etc. Air, that is the air, etc. As explanation by example, we have moderate, not eat much, dirty, when an apple is dirty, etc. Wide, that is the width of a distance, with explanatory gesture. As statement of the principal quality or activity, we have laugh, people laugh, coffee, people drink it. In this respect, we can demonstrate obvious agreement with the imbecile tendency to explanation. It can even be said that the patient endeavors not to be misunderstood in this respect. For instance, when there might be some possible doubt as to whether there is a superficial current verbal connection, as song, sing, coffee, people drink, he adds something so as to confirm and complete the explanation. Song, sing, to sing a song. Coffee, people drink it every day. Similarly, 4, 11, 12. These instances show that the patient seems to need to emphasize this tendency to explanation. Besides this tendency, 3 of the 12 reactions exhibit the word I. Reactions of this kind are egocentric. Egocentric reactions occur also in normals, where they are found in persons with the egocentric attitude. Footnote 1. See page 138, and footnote 1. This adjustment can be found in 3 different forms. 1. The subject uses a series of personal reminiscences in his reactions. 2. The subject is under the influence of an emotionally toned presentation complex. He refers nearly every stimulus word to himself, i.e., to the complex, and responds to it as if it were a question touching the complex. 3. The subject belongs to the predicate type, and evaluates the thing denoted by the stimulus word from the personal standpoint. In these 3 types, the ego comes occasionally to the front. Besides this, egocentric reactions occur, on the average, more frequently in the educated than in the uneducated, and most frequently when the subject is unembarrassed. We found that the average figures of egocentric reactions to be 1.7% in uneducated men, only 0.5% in uneducated women. This makes the marked occurrence of egocentricity all the more striking in this case. One might think the chief cause of it to be feeble-mindedness. Imbeciles use personal reminiscences relatively often, for their limited horizon provides no others. Verlaine has given some beautiful instances of this. Subsequent figures from our material on imbeciles have shown that the figures for egocentric reactions vary between 0 and 2.4%. Among 15 imbeciles, there were in all only 9 who exhibited egocentric reactions. But it should be stated that in Verlaine's material, there was an imbecile who exhibited no less than 26.5% egocentric reactions. That is quite an exception, and has its own special basis. This imbecile is differentiated from the others by having no true tendency to explanation, but by forming, whenever possible, a school sentence to each stimulus word, which so frequently begins with I. Fall, I fall down. Run, I run quickly. Sick, I get sick with bad fish. Advice, I ask my father for advice. Head, I have a head. Wages, I have earned the wages. These examples show, as Verlaine points out, that this imbecile endeavors above everything to form school sentences, using I where other imbeciles would say we or people. The term egocentric should be, therefore, only used with caution for these reactions. This case is, as we have said, an exception, and does not alter the fact that imbeciles do as a rule avoid the reference to self. Egocentric reactions do not force themselves on the imbecile, who prefers, on the contrary, such expressions as one, a person, people, etc., in order to get round the I form. Hysteria also, with its innumerable references to the ego, prefers the use of the less incriminating one. Our case, with its pronounced tendency to explanation, exhibits the occurrence of egocentric reactions in a way not found among imbeciles with the same kind of tendency to explanation. It may be objected that the reaction to carry, I carry something, etc., is a school sentence. This objection cannot, however, be made to reaction 5, pain, because I am ill. If this egocentric factor tells somewhat against imbecility, still more does the peculiar method of explanation adopted by the patient. I have already drawn attention to the fact that the patient, to a certain extent, accentuates his tendency to explanation by repeating his reaction by way of confirmation, or by the addition of an attribute. But he goes still further. He does not content himself with a simple reaction, but can obviously not go far enough to satisfy this need for the full completion of his explanation. In reaction 4, suppose, I suppose, what do I suppose? Many things. One sees by the form how he endeavors to add something characteristic. He passes into a really abnormal exuberance in reaction 11. Air, that is the air of nature, healthy or unhealthy, good air is good air. The impulse towards completeness becomes a pleonasm in reaction 10. Wide, that is the width of a distance, with explanatory gesture. Compare also reactions 6, 7, 12. In reactions 11, good air, and 12, good clothes, the predicates seem to express some quite special emphasis. The effort with which he reacts has something altogether inadequate, for this display of concepts exceeds for the most part anything that was really necessary to cover the stimulus word. This behavior at once gives the impression of an unnecessary and exaggerated exuberance. It is this factor which is absent in the imbecile, who contents himself with a fairly short reaction, one which appears to him more or less appropriate, but one which is frequently limited to the most primitive hints and to the most unfinished ideas. Our patient, on the contrary, has a strong tendency to heap up as much as possible and to exhaust the reaction, occasionally giving far beyond what is necessary. The 12 reactions hitherto referred to give us grounds for the supposition of intellectual feeble-mindedness, specifically tinged by a marked egocentric factor and by exaggerated exuberance. End of section 26.
Section 27 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in Word Association by Gustav Jung, translated by M.D. Ader. Analysis of the Associations of an Epileptic, Part 2. Now consider these further reactions of our patient. 13. Plate. Dinner plate. Dinner plate. For dinner. The reaction is repeated for confirmation, but that is not sufficient, and another designation is added, which is simply an unnecessary piling up. Constructed similarly, but much more specific, is reaction. 14. Tired. I'm tired. I. Tired. The body is tired. 3 seconds. 15. Notion. I have a notion. To discover a machine. To draw. To place. To live properly. 13 seconds. This reaction is exaggerated in its completeness. It contains 2 explanations through definite examples, one of which a personal constellation, the patient is a machine locksmith, is thrice determined. 16. Fly. The bird flies. 4.8 seconds. 17. Eye. The eye sees. 2.8 seconds. 18. Strong. I am powerful. That is strong. 4.6 seconds. Again, a blunt reference to the ego with a confirmatory but unnecessary addition. 19. Seed. That is a pip, a seed pip. The tendency to confirmation and completion here leads to the formation of a neologism. See below concerning this reaction. 20. Producing. Working industriously is called producing. 3.6 seconds. Working is endowed with an emotionally toned attribute. 21. Sail. A sail is a sailing ship on the water. 6.8 seconds. Note the frequent recurrence of the stimulus word in the reactions. So far, only 3 associations have occurred in which the stimulus word does not recur in some form in the reaction. 22. Modest. Indeed, the man is modest who has learned something. 9 seconds. Indeed is an expression which represents an emotion, and is designed to objectivate self in presentations and words. CP R 14. In all places where vivid emotions, either easily aroused or very intense, take part, indeed, yes, and no frequently occur, as in hysteria and certain organic affections of the brain. The content of this association suggests a trend of thought which we are hardly likely to meet in congenital idiots. 23. Floor. Floor of a room. 3.8 seconds. 24. Whistle. I whistle. 3.2 seconds. 25. Purpose. For what purpose? For what purpose are you doing that? For what purpose? 5.6 seconds. This reaction is peculiarly remarkable by reason of the extreme repetition of the stimulus word. It will be seen that the patient conceives the stimulus word as a question. Footnote. Chapter 2, page 131. End of footnote. 26. Hot. It's too warm. Too hot. 2 seconds. Perhaps none of the previous reactions portray so well as this one the patient's tendency to confirm and to strengthen the reaction. It is as if he wanted to illuminate the meaning every time by adding impressiveness. This energetic emphasis is beautifully expressed in the ascending too warm, too hot. 27. Resin. Resin from fir. Resin grows on fir trees, on pine trees. 3.8 seconds. 28. Awake. I awake my friend. He's asleep. 8.4 seconds. Both reactions are marked by their completeness, especially the latter where the patient adds, he is asleep. 29. Apple. There's different apples. 6.6 seconds. This reaction, exactly in the same form, is found with extraordinary frequency among imbeciles. 30. Bad. One says who is bad. He's bad. That's a bad man. 6 seconds. 31. Case. Letter case. 3 seconds. 32. Drink. I drink lemonade. 3 seconds. 33. Bed. For sleeping. I have the bed. 3 seconds. 34. Worthy. The man is worthy, which the honor is due to him. 9.4 seconds. This reaction has gone verbally wrong. Thus the epileptic feeble-minded seems to have in common with the congenital feeble-minded the defect of handling speech clumsily and arbitrarily, We find among imbeciles a number of faulty constructions and impossible neologisms, but verbal clumsiness should not be too easily assigned to the feeble-minded in association experiments, for the verbal expression may be due to some passing affective inhibition. We shall return to this later. 35. Danger. I'm in danger of life, 4.2 seconds. 36. Visit. I visit a patient, 4.8 seconds. This reaction must be another reference to the ego. 37. Locksmith. I'm a locksmith, artisan, 2.8 seconds. 38. High. The church steeple is high, usually, 4.8 seconds. 39. Hatchet. The hatchet is an axe, 3.4 seconds. 40. Meddle. Don't meddle in others' affairs, 6.2 seconds. This reaction recalls a colloquial phrase. It is the first of the kind in this case. Such reactions are, as we know, very frequent among normals. 41. Path. Is a footpath a field path? 3.2 seconds. 42. Round. Is a ball, otherwise it's not a ball if it's not round, 3.8 seconds. A reaction very characteristic of this patient's pedantic exaggeration. Footnote. Reactions of this kind are notably differentiated from certain reactions which may be exceptionally received from talkative imbeciles. Instances of this type are: Sunday consists of a day when you do nothing, when you go to church. Mountain, a high mountain with houses or without houses. Salt, something to salt. Bread is salted. Copybook, consists of paper, a newspaper is made of it. Ring, on the finger, jewelry, chain. Attendant, who attends in hospitals, asylums, homes. Piano, when there's music, upstairs where the organ is, near there, the young lady played it, tells another story about an organist. Swim, in the lake, in the water, in the Rhine, you require swimming drawers. To cook, necessary for eating, soup, flour, meat, kitchen utensils, kettle. Star, part of the sky, planets, sun, moon, and stars. In these associations, the insistence and the confirmation of the epileptic are absent. They do not so nicely strike the emotional factor. They are more like stories, suggesting rather a flight of ideas. The flow of thought goes on and does not stick doggedly to the stimulus word. End of footnote. 43. Blood. Has every man, every animal, but good or bad, that's the difference, 3.4 seconds. In these long-winded reactions we find the same estimates as in R11. There it was a question of healthy or unhealthy air, here good or bad blood. The constellation in common is obviously the question, important for the patient, of health. Reactions 5 and 16 also refer to this complex. Fuhrmann has also emphasized the marked occurrence of the disease complex in the associations of the epileptic. 44. Hire. I hire an apartment, 6 seconds. 45. Prudent. Man, be prudent, 4.8 seconds. 46. Jolly. I'm jolly, I'm gay, 3.6 seconds. 47. Market. Annual market, that is a market. There has just been the fair in Basel, 7 seconds. 48. Forget. I have forgotten something, 5 seconds. 49. Drum. The tummy is a drum, 3.2 seconds. 50. Free. I'm free. I am free. I am a free citizen. It would be fine if it were so, 4 seconds. In this reaction, besides the insistent emphasis on free, one is struck by the egocentric reference in the form of the valuation fine. 51. Cart. A cart, a team, 4.4 seconds. 52. Eat. I eat a hash, 2.4 seconds. 53. Impudence. If a man, there are men who are impudent in their talk, impudent manners, 6.8 seconds. 54. Quick, the machine runs, 3.8 seconds. A constellation from his daily occupation. 55. Fireside. Chimney, a factory chimney, 2.4 seconds. 56. Enjoy. I enjoy a talk in the evening. I enjoy the pleasures, 4 seconds. 57. Clergyman. Is a priest, a parson. He must be a good man, 2.2 seconds. To the reaction, quite enough by itself, there's added a valuation of feeling. This recalls 15. Notion. to live rightly. Are these perhaps hints of the moralizing tendencies of the epileptic? 58. Easy. What is not easy is difficult. 5 seconds. 59. Neck. This is the neck. Points to his neck. Every man has a neck. 2.8 seconds. 60. Wish. I wish you good luck for the new year. 3 seconds. 61. Stone. Marble stone. There are different stones. Stone is a naturality. 4.6 seconds. A tendency to the use of learned words is also found in imbeciles, e.g., substance, element, composition, etc., which they frequently use in quite a grotesque way. 62. Eminent. The educated man is eminent. 6.2 seconds. 63. Hose. India rubber hose is a hose. 4 seconds. 64. Love. I love my neighbors like myself. This reaction seems to me characteristic of the epileptic. Biblical form, marked emphasis of feeling and egocentricity. For comparison, I give the 10 reactions to love of 10 imbeciles selected at random. 1. Friendly. 2. Angry. 3. Bridegroom. 4. When you love somebody. 5. Pleasant. 6. I love my father. 7. When you love one another. 8. When two persons like each other. 9. When you like someone. 10. When you love someone. With one exception, 6. The imbeciles react quite impersonally and ever so much more colorlessly than the epileptic. 65. Tiles. There are grooved tiles in Basel. 66. Mild. It is mild weather. It's mild. It's warm. 2.8 seconds. It's hardly necessary to add to these examples. The further associations of this case contain nothing new in principle. A few general remarks will not be out of place. It is to be noted that the patient accompanied most reactions with a gesture, which has occasionally been noted in the above formula. Whenever possible, the gesture expressed something of confirmation and completeness. In 30% of the reactions, the stimulus word was repeated. As will be shown in Chapter 5, the repetition of the stimulus word in normals is not something accidental, but has its deeper reasons, as may be said of all disturbances occurring in the experiment. Apart from those rare cases in normals where the stimulus word, owing to some kind of embarrassment or other, is quickly and softly repeated, this disturbance mostly occurs in those places where an affect perseverates from a previous reaction and inhibits the association in the one following. Among hysterics I have also seen that the stimulus word, which is a, quote, complex excitant, end quote. Footnote. Certain stimulus words can encounter a very personal, important, and markedly emotional presentation complex. Certain disturbances of the association result, which we term complex signs. The chief of these are abnormally long reaction times, repetition of the stimulus word, abnormal behavior at the critical reaction or at the one following. End of footnote. Causes a certain repetition of the stimulus word in a tone of inquiry. These observations show us that among normals the places where repetitions of the stimulus words occur are not in different places, but other mechanisms may be in question in epilepsy. In our case, the first 4 stimulus words were repeated, the 4th, suppose, 3 times. The next to be repeated was the 15th, notion. Footnote. Notion is a very insidious word for some people. End of footnote. A general embarrassment may be presupposed at first. In suppose, the difficulty of the word perhaps had something to do with it, as also with notion. Both had also very prolonged times, 23.2 and 13 seconds, which far exceed the reaction times to the words in close proximity. But perhaps the repetition of the stimulus word, notion, is not entirely to be explained by the difficulty of the word, but may be conditioned by the perseveration of an emotional tone. The previous reaction runs, I'm tired, tired, the body is tired, 3 seconds. The next reaction time is 13 seconds. Apart from the context, the word I points to the existence of some strong emotional tone. The next repetition of the stimulus word is in R19, seed. The previous reaction runs, am powerful, that is strong, 4.6 seconds, following RT 7 seconds. 21. Sale is repeated. Previous reaction, work industriously is called producing. 3.6 seconds, following reaction time 6.8 seconds. 22. Modest is repeated, previous reaction. A sail is a sailing ship on the water, 6.8 seconds, following reaction time 9 seconds. We have two repetitions of the stimulus word following immediately upon one another, where the reaction time rises in stepladder fashion, 3.6, 6.8, 9 seconds. The reaction to sail is a verbal slip. In my investigations in reaction times, verbal slips prove to be complex signs. At the foot of the ladder, we have worked industriously, an emotionally charged, probably egocentric reaction. The third reaction, 22, runs, "Indeed, the man is modest who has learnt something." It is not difficult to recognize a substantial relationship with work industriously. The supposition that the emotional tone of work industriously perseverates amid the verbally disturbed reaction and constellated reaction, 22, is thus not improbable. 47. Market is repeated. Previous reaction, I'm joyful, I'm jolly, 3.6 seconds, following reaction time 7 seconds. 51. Cart is repeated. Previous reaction, I'm free, I'm a free citizen, it would be fine if it were really so, 4 seconds, following reaction time 4.4 seconds. With the exception of the first 4 reactions, most of the repetitions of the stimulus words occur in reactions which immediately follow egocentric associations. The reaction time is, as a rule, abnormally prolonged in these places. Not to dilate further upon this, I will not give more instances, but I can assure the reader that with insignificant exceptions, all the other repetitions of the stimulus words occur where the emotions are strongly aroused. A certain verbal clumsiness occurred in some reactions. One is tempted to make epileptic feeble-mindedness, like that in imbecility, responsible for these faulty constructions. But we know another source for these verbal errors, the strong emotional complex aroused by the stimulus word. In my article on the behavior of the reaction time in association experiments, Chapter 5, I shall bring forward a series of examples from which it will be seen that the reaction is influenced in normals by an emotional complex. Verbal slips, apparently quite accidental, which the subject scarcely notices himself, prove to be the purposeful, determined, mixed product of two concurrent ideas. Footnote. Compare also Freud's observation in the Psychopathology of Everyday Life, English translation by Dr. A. Brill. End of footnote. Before ascribing the verbally incorrect reactions to feeble-mindedness, it behooves us to investigate whether the mechanism which we have discovered among normals be not here also the cause of the faulty construction of sentences or words. There are 3 such verbal errors in the associations. I put these 3 associations together with the previous ones. The faulty construction is in italics. 18. Strong. I'm powerful, that is strong, 4.6 seconds. 19. Seed. That is a pip, a seed pip, 7 seconds. The stimulus word is repeated. 20. Producing. Working industriously is called producing. 21. Sail. A sail is a sailing ship on the water. 6.8 seconds. The stimulus word is repeated. 33. Bed. For sleeping, I have the bed, 3 seconds. 34. Worthy. The man is worthy, which the honor is due to him. 9.4 seconds. The stimulus word is repeated. These 3 faulty constructions have the following in common. 1. The stimulus word of the faulty association is invariably repeated. 2. Each of the faulty associations has a reaction time which is not only higher than that of the previous reaction, but is delayed far beyond the average of the others. Footnote. I have found in normals that those reactions which are constellated by a conscious or unconscious complex very often have an abnormally long reaction time. The emotional tone can be carried on to the reaction following, when the reaction time becomes likewise prolonged. End of footnote. 3. 2 of the faulty associations follow reactions having an emotional tone. In the third case, this is at least probable from its content and by analogy with similar cases. These observations entitle us to say that we are scarcely justified in ascribing the faulty construction to feeble-mindedness. From this exposition it follows that no specific epileptic mechanism is to be found either in the frequent repetitions of the stimulus word or in the faulty construction of sentences. There merely remains for discussion, therefore, the question of whether anything specifically epileptic may be found in the intensity of these otherwise normal processes. Perhaps the reaction times can help us, as these are a valuable aid for judging emotional processes. All the mean times which I quote are the probable mean. Footnote. Compare Aschaffenburg, Kriepelen's Psychologische Arbeiten, Tome 1. As regards the counting, I must refer to Chapter 5 on reaction times. End of footnote. From the time measurements made on this subject, we obtain as a general probable mean 4.2 seconds, uneducated normals 2 seconds. The general reaction time is thus more than double that of corresponding normal, but this mean is only gross. It is composed of different non-comparable measures. As I shall show in the next chapter, reactions complicated by emotion are usually prolonged. Therefore, if there are many such reactions, the general mean becomes, other things being equal, strongly affected. If we exclude all those reactions which, according to the criterion we have laid down, are marked by an emotional egocentric content, and also the reactions immediately following, we get as the probable mean for all presumably non-complicated reactions 3.8 seconds, whilst the probable mean for those discarded amounts to 4.8 seconds. The emotional tone thus makes a difference of 1 second. This behavior is not so very far removed from that of normals. We have given many instances to show that there is a considerable difference between the time of an emotional association and that of the reactions immediately succeeding. We have therefore investigated the times of these two groups apart. The mean of the reactions containing an emotional presentation is 3.6 seconds, a number which is 0.2 seconds lower than the mean of the non-emotionally toned associations. But the mean of the association immediately succeeding the foregoing is 5.8 seconds. This extremely high mean, which exceeds the non-complicated reactions by no less than 2 seconds, expresses the important fact that the emotional tone which inhibits association perseverates from the critical reaction and only reaches its full effect in the succeeding reaction. As a rule, therefore, the inhibitory effect of the emotional tone is not shown in the critical reaction itself, but only in the succeeding reaction. It must be, therefore, taken that in this case the emotional tone only sets in properly at the end of the critical reaction, swells very slowly, and then, gradually running down, influences the next reaction. This behavior is the more remarkable when one takes into account that meanwhile the experimenter has to write down the reaction, to read the time, to call out the next stimulus word. The writing down of the reactions often pretty lengthy, taking up most time. I have tried to investigate this on the associations of normals. I have taken the association of a case of which I possess an extremely detailed analysis, so that I was fully initiated into all the associations constellated by a complex. The probable mean of all associations not complicated by emotion amounted to 1.2 seconds. The mean of the emotionally toned associations was 1.6 seconds. The mean of the reactions immediately succeeding to those emotionally toned was 1.2 seconds. It is therefore equal to the mean of the non-complicated reactions. Consequently, if in mentally healthy subjects the complex excitant stimulus word is followed on the average by a reaction time 0.4 seconds longer than the stimulus word which immediately follows or which is indifferent, this means that in normal persons the emotional tone arises much more quickly and is obliterated incomparably more quickly than in an epileptic. Hence the reaction time of the associations following is on the average not affected at all among healthy persons, whilst, as we have seen in our epileptic, an extraordinary prolongation of the time occurs in the association following the critical one. This important and interesting peculiarity seems to be of a pathological nature. How far it is typical of epilepsy will be learned from the working out of our large material. The phenomenon seems to have something characteristic for our case, for the existence of such an abnormal emotional process can be presumed also from the quality of the associations. I have repeatedly called attention to the fact that the subject frequently gives subsequent confirmation in an emphatic tone, often with expressions betraying an emotion. For example, hot, it's warm, too hot, tired, I'm tired, I tired, the body is tired, etc. This peculiar form of the reaction also seems to speak in favor of the emotional tones setting in slowly and gradually swelling up, thus liberating more associations with a similar tendency. The emotional tone has very probably a higher intensity among epileptics than among normals, which again must conduce to the prolongation of the tone. But it is difficult to say whether the epileptic emotional tone is not itself abnormally prolonged. Footnote. This conception would explain the epileptic fixation by the abnormality of the emotional tone, but it is not inconceivable that the epileptic presentation in this respect has something abnormal, that it lasts longer than in normals, and thus produces a series of associations which cling to the original presentation. Under these conditions, relatively numerous perseverations of the context would be expected. None was present, however, in our case. End of footnote. In my analytical investigations on the reaction times of normals, I was able to demonstrate the existence of one or more presentation complexes charged with emotion which constellated a great number of the associations. I have already referred to the fact that a complex exists in our epileptic, which constellates a series of associations. It is the complex of disease. The following associations must be referred to this complex. Pain. Because I am ill, 4.2 seconds, succeeding reaction time, 5.8 seconds. Tired. I'm tired. Tired. The body's tired, 3 seconds. SRT, 13 seconds. RS, footnote. SRT is the reaction time of succeeding the reaction. RS is repetition of the stimulus word in succeeding reaction. End of footnote. Strong. I'm powerful. That is strong. 4.6 seconds. SRT 7 seconds. RS. Blood. Every man has, but good blood or bad blood. That's the difference. 3.4 seconds. SRT 6 seconds. RS. Joyous. I'm joyous. I'm jolly. 3.6 seconds. SRT 7 seconds. RS. A constellation somewhat more remote might be air. That is the air, healthy or unhealthy. 2.2 seconds. SRT 5 seconds. Visit. I visit a patient. 4.8 seconds. The reaction following runs locksmith. I'm a locksmith. 2.8 seconds. The patient is confined to an asylum in consequence of his disease, and this has powerfully affected him. He was afraid that he would not get free again, not be able to work and earn money again. Homesickness troubled him likewise. The following reactions perhaps refer to this side of the complex. Producing. Work industriously means producing. 3.6 seconds. SRT 6.8 seconds. RS. Danger. I'm in danger of life. 4.2 seconds. SRT 4.8 seconds. Free. I'm free. It would be fine if it were so. 4 seconds. SRT 4.4 seconds. RS. Wish. I wish you good luck for the new year. 3 seconds. SRT 4.6 seconds. RS. About this last association, it should be said that the tests were carried out just before Christmas, a period when sensitive patients find the confinement doubly difficult to bear. These few instances should suffice to show that a whole series of associations are constellated by an emotionally toned complex. This behavior is not in itself anything abnormal, for the associations of normals are constellated by the same kind of complexes. Recapitulation. 1. As in the association of normals. A. Patient adapts himself to the importance of the stimulus word like uneducated persons. Consequently, superficial word associations are absent. B. The associations are in part constellated by a disease complex. 2. As in the associations of imbeciles. A. The attitude towards the meaning of the stimulus word is so intense that a large number of the associations must be apprehended as explanations, in the sense used by Verlaine in his work, Chapter 3. B. The associations have the sentence form. C. The reaction times are considerably prolonged as compared with normals. D. The frequent repetition of the stimulus word. 3. Peculiarities as compared with normals and imbeciles. A. The explanations have an awkward circumlocutional character, particularly expressed by the confirmation and completeness of the reaction. (Tendency towards full completion). The stimulus word is frequently repeated in the reaction. B. The outer form of the reaction is not stereotyped or limited, with the exception of the egocentric form, which occurs with peculiar frequency, 31%. C. Frequent emotional references which are fairly obvious, religious, moralizing, etc. D. The reaction times only display their greatest variations after the critical reaction. The abnormally long times do not occur in particularly difficult words, but in places which are determined by a perseveration of the emotional tone. From this it may be concluded that in this patient the emotional tone sets in later and lasts longer than in normals. In conclusion, I would observe that my analysis is for the moment of value only for this case, and that I do not venture to draw any universal deduction. There are many different kinds of epilepsy which perhaps exhibit different psychological characteristics. Inasmuch as my case is complicated by fracture of the skull, it is perhaps exceptional. End of section 27.
Section 28 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Arden. Studies in Word Association by Kerr Gustav Jung. Translated by M.D. Eder. Chapter 5. Reaction Time in Association Experiments, Part 1. Chapter 5. Reaction Time in Association Experiments by Dr. C.G. Jung. The present investigation deals with the behavior of the time interval which occurs between the calling out of the stimulus word and the utterance of the reaction word. I term this interval simply reaction time, with the knowledge that it is made up of a composite series which can be deductively and empirically reduced into numerous components. I forbear venturing upon an analysis of that kind, for the results would be just like hypotheses which had to be supported by anatomical data to which they were not entitled. The components of our reaction time are only known to us in part, and in an exhaustive critique would prove extremely complicated, as Claparède's summary shows. Footnote 1. Claparède. L'Association des Idées. Page 275. The scheme is based upon Ziehen. Die Idee n'Association des Kindes. 2. Abhandlung. Page 14. End footnote 1. 1. Transference of the sound to the ear of the percipient. 2. Nerve conduction to the acoustic center. 3. Recognition of the word. Primary identification. 4. Understanding of the word. Secondary identification. 5. Evoking of the induced presentation, i.e. the pure association. 6. Naming of the presentation evoked. 7. Excitation of the speech motor apparatus, or of the motor center of the hand, if measured by means of the Morse communicator. 8. Nerve conduction to the muscle. A superficial consideration of these 8 factors shows that we have only emphasized some of the most important factors. The innumerable possibilities of intracerebral processes have been in no wise exhausted. So far as we know these components, they are of very short duration, the longest not exceeding 50 milliseconds. Ziehen. Under normal conditions, some of these components, e.g. the time for nerve conduction, excitation of the center, etc., have a fairly constant duration. In any case, variations here take place within relatively narrow boundaries. Variations in identification time are greater, and greatest of all are the true association time and the time for the verbal formation of the reaction. In the association experiment, the last factors have therefore greatest importance. Whoever has undertaken association experiments knows how wide are the limits of the reaction times. In our experience, times up to 6 seconds are not at all exceptional, even among normal persons. This great difference of the times gives us a needful hint as to the methods of time measurement. So long as we have not sufficient knowledge of the causes of the variations, small differences in the times cannot tell us anything. We do not, therefore, require any complicated experimental conditions to measure times of 1,000th of a second. We may quietly ignore slight differences, so long as the causes of the greater differences do not escape us. Apart from the fact that complicated methods of measuring the finer intervals disclose nothing more than measurements with 1/5 second stopwatch. There are weighty considerations against the use of mouth whistles, trumpet calls, or dark chambers. If Mayer and Orth, footnote 1, Zeitschrift für Psychologie, Band 26, end footnote 1, regarded it as necessary to shut the eyes during the experiment to avoid all disturbing sense impressions, the apparatus mentioned certainly does nothing to simplify the experiment or prevent disturbing influences. In any case, unpracticed persons cannot be employed in these experiments if gross disturbances of attention are not to be risked. Finally, in mental patients, the more exact time measurements are obviously excluded. Measurement by the 1/5 second watch seems, therefore, not only quite sufficient, but has stood the test in the investigations of several workers. Mayer and Orth, footnote 2, Loco citato, end footnote 2, have worked with it, as of Thumb and Marby, footnote 3, Experimentelle Untersuchungen über die Grundlagen der sprachlichen Analogiebildung, Leipzig, 1901, end footnote 3, Rechner, footnote 4, Allgemeine Zeitschrift für Psychiatrie, Band 57, end footnote 4, Sommer, and others. Claperade's view is that it suffices for all experiments in successive association. Footnote 5, Loco citato, page 261, end footnote 5. Besides simplicity in handling, the stopwatch has the especial advantage of disturbing the experiment least, and this fact was important in the experiments with the uneducated, who are prone to emotion. With the great differences in time that have to be considered, it is of little consequence that the times measured are all somewhat too large. Anyone who has worked with this stopwatch knows that the apparatus is only approximately correct in its working, for the stop arrangement does not always put the hand exactly at the place at which the stop is liberated. To this must be added certain variations in the personal equation, which may influence the measurement. Although the uncontrollable disturbances are not minimal, one can, at least in my experience, take it that the measurements are correct to about 1/5 of a second, 200 milliseconds. This slight disadvantage has hitherto done no real harm to our experiments. The material upon which this investigation is based consists of the time measurements which were published by Reclin and myself. Footnote 1. See Chapter 2. End footnote 1. On the associations of normal persons. Of the 38 persons whose associations are there reviewed, the reaction time was measured in 26 persons. Approximately 1/2 were measured by Reclin. The difference of the personal equation in the measurements of the two experimenters is less than 1/5 of a second, as we have proved by control experiments, and may therefore be left out of account. The number and composition of the measurements are 1. In 7 uneducated women, there were 1201 time measurements. 2. In 7 men, 1007. 3. In 6 educated women, 948. 4. In 6 men, 988. Total 26 persons, 4,144 time measurements. A. The average duration of an association. In his studies on association, Aschaffenburg says, footnote 2, Kraepelin's Psychologie Arbeiten, Band 1, page 272, end footnote 2. It is of the greatest importance that the duration of an association of a normal subject can differ by 1/2 from the average duration of the rest, which lies between 1200 and 1400 milliseconds. It teaches us in the most striking way what little value should be ascribed to the absolute length of time. Aschaffenburg bases this judgment on the observation that the reaction time is subjected to great individual variations. In accordance with this fact, we find in the literature of the subject rather wide divergences as to the average length of associations. Ferre, footnote 3. La pathologie des émotions, end footnote 3, gives as the mean for men 700 milliseconds. For women, 830 milliseconds. Footnote 1. Psychometric Experiments, Brain, 1879, Volume 2, page 149. End footnote 1. Galton gives the average time as 1.3 second. Troutschultz, footnote 2, Wunsch philosophischer Studien, Band 1, end footnote 2. Figures vary between 1,154 and 896 milliseconds. These figures will suffice to show how little agreement there is among investigators. The differences are probably referable to the following points. 1. The methods of measuring vary with the apparatus and other conditions of the experiment. 2. The amount of practice varies in the subjects. 3. The methods of reckoning the mean figures are different. Practically, there are only two methods of reckoning the mean figures. A. The arithmetical mean. B. The probable mean, Kraepelin. In view of the fact that in association experiments excessively long times frequently occur, the use of the arithmetical mean does not seem advisable. In this method, high values affect the otherwise low average value in a very disturbing way, and may be quite misleading. This difficulty is overcome by the method of the probable mean. In this method, the figures are arranged in a series according to their value, and then the nearest mean figure is taken. This excludes the effect of excessively high values. In the great majority of cases, the probable mean is lower than the arithmetical. For instance, 3 of my subjects exhibit the following values. Probable mean, 1.8, 2, 1.6. Arithmetical mean, 2.8, 3, 3.6. As this instance shows, differences of this kind can influence the general mean to a high degree. It is therefore not a matter of indifference which method of reckoning has been used. Zeehan's representative value, which demands a pretty detailed calculation, should not, for this reason, find much appreciation, although it renders possible a very accurate review of the individual figures. The composite value is dependent upon external accidents, and is only to be used under certain conditions. These considerations seem to indicate that the probable mean is the method most to be recommended for calculating the mean figures more quickly from great numbers of figures. 4. The number of subjects is generally too limited, and the selection too one-sided in the previous writers. I have not endeavored to find absolute mean figures, but only approximate probable figures, which will give us to some extent the heights to which the values tend in normal subjects of different social status. Believing that the association experiments used somewhat as they have been for some years in this clinic will play an important part in the future diagnosis of mental diseases, it seems to me of practical importance to discover universal normal mean values, which will afford a certain basis for judging pathological values. The universal mean value for the duration of an association was found to be 1.8 seconds. This was arrived at in the following way. First, the probable mean from each of the 26 subjects was calculated, and from the individual values so obtained, the arithmetical mean was drawn. The latter method was then chosen because 26 persons are, after all, but a small number, and it was therefore unfair to exclude the individual values from the calculation by the use of the probable means. This mean figure shows a pretty long duration of the association time. It exceeds by quite a good deal the values given in the literature of this subject. The causes of this prolongation are 1. The points already above mentioned, measurement by the second watch, unpracticed subjects, who in part come from the lower classes. 2. The majority of the subjects are Swiss, a circumstance whose importance in acoustic verbal experiments was discussed in Chapter 2. This summary of principles will clear up the way in which the significance of the values is conditioned. The variability of the mean figures is shown much more simply by grouping the subjects from certain simple points of view and comparing the individual groups with one another. B. Sex and reaction time. As already mentioned, Ferre gave a longer association time for women than for men. We can confirm this by our figures. Men, 1.6 seconds. Women, 2 seconds, which show that the women reacted considerably more slowly in our association experiments. It should be mentioned, however, that the educated women are approximately at the same level of culture as the educated men, but, on the other hand, the uneducated women are somewhat below the level of the culture of the uneducated men. As Ronchberg's footnote 1, Allgemeine Zeitschrift für Psychiatrie, 1900, end footnote 1. In our own previous investigations, footnote 1, chapter 2, page 144, end footnote 1, have shown uneducated persons, and especially women, exceed the educated in inner associations by a considerable percentage, whilst in purely verbal associations they are left far behind. According to Zihen's footnote 2, Die Identisation des Kindes, and footnote 2, Observations on Children, their associations are marked by the inner references, relationship of significance, having longer reaction times, whilst the verbal associations require the shortest time. These facts, emphasized by Zihen, are, it is true, contested by Schaffenberg. Footnote 3, Psychologie Arbeiten, Band 1, and footnote 3, who finds there are no characteristic differences in the reaction times of forms of association. The figures given by Schaffenberg certainly allow no other interpretation, but they may perhaps be explained as the consequence of the one-sided selection of his subjects. Zihen's footnote 4, Leitfaden der Physiologie Psychologie, and footnote 4, contention that presentations having greater external relationship, as, e.g., rhymed verbal presentations, are reproduced more quickly, is fully in accordance with everyday experience. This point should therefore be taken into consideration in the explanation of the longer association times of women. Whether this is the whole explanation we shall learn in our further inquiries. In any case, before discussing a difference of sex in the reaction time, we must investigate the influence of education. C. Educational rank and reaction time. Educated. Men, 1.3 second. Women, 1.7. Educated in general, 1.5. Uneducated. Men, 1.8. 1.6. Footnote 5. Among the uneducated male subjects, there was a young man with slight hysterical disposition, whose mental stability we have perhaps overestimated. His probable mean is no less than 3.4 seconds, i.e. an abnormally high value. If this suspicious case is excluded, the mean of the men is only 1.6 second. And footnote 5. Second. Women, 2.2 seconds. Uneducated in general, 1.9 seconds. Our earlier investigations invariably showed that the uneducated subjects produce more inner associations than the educated. The ratio of inner association to outer is among the uneducated 43 to 53%. Among the educated, 36 to 59%. One is tempted to connect the difference in the reaction time with this relationship, and to maintain that the smaller number of inner associations among the educated corresponds with the shorter reaction time, and, inversely, the greater number of inner associations among the uneducated corresponds with a longer reaction time. However plausible this assumption, especially in view of Zihen's results, might seem, a consideration of the figures for the two sexes shows us that the facts are not so simple. On a closer examination of the educational rank of the subjects, it must be stated absolutely that the difference in culture between the educated and the uneducated is incomparably greater than that between the educated men and women. It therefore remains quite inexplicable why the time difference of 0.4 is the same between the educated men and women as between the educated and the uneducated. Add to this that the reaction time, 1.7, of the educated woman as compared with 1.3 of the educated men, does not correspond at all with the percentage ratio of the inner and outer associations. That of the women is 38 to 61%, whilst that of the men is only 36 to 56%. Analogous to this, the time difference of 0.4 or 0.6 between the uneducated men and women in no wise corresponds to the difference of culture between the sexes in the uneducated group. In both cases, there remains a time difference, to the debit of the women corresponding in no wise with the difference of culture. If we take the time difference of the men of the two groups by themselves, and that of the women by themselves, the difference in culture suffices for an explanation, and this is very nicely shown also in the ratio of the kinds of association to each other. This supposition is also supported by the observations of Rechner. Footnote 1. Allgemeine Zeitschrift für Psychiatrie, Band 57. End footnote 1. And Verlin. Footnote 2. Chapter 3. End footnote 2. Who have dwelt upon the general prolongation of association activity in pathological absence of intelligence and culture, congenital feeble-minded. Verlin has shown that together with the prolonged reaction time, there goes an increase of inner associations. Whilst the uneducated women exhibit slightly more inner associations than the men, the facts are reversed in educated men and women, for the educated women have fewer inner associations than the men. Nevertheless, there is a time difference between the sexes, which is in part greater than that between educated and uneducated. As we have seen, neither a higher number of inner associations nor the lesser difference of culture can be held responsible for this. There seems a new factor interposed, presumably a sex difference. We shall consider the justification for this supposition later. Before discussing this theme, it becomes necessary to investigate the influences which the individual stimulus word exercises upon the reaction. D. The influences of the stimulus word upon the reaction time. The previous investigations on association times have been chiefly concerned to discover a connection between the quality of the association, i.e. of the reaction, and its duration. Troutschult has already tried to establish certain relationships. He states that the verbal associations require the shortest time. We have already mentioned the observations of Ziehen and Aschaffenburg. We must now see if the two components of the association, stimulus word and reaction, cannot be examined separately as to their influence upon the duration. Definite results can only be expected from an enormous material. I have already tried with Rieklin to estimate the influence which the stimulus word has upon the quality of the reaction. Certain laws were established. 1. The grammatical form of the stimulus word has a great influence upon the form of the reaction. That is to say, the subject betrays a distinct tendency to give the reaction the grammatical form of the stimulus word. Footnote 1. Münsterberg, Kraepelin, and Aschaffenburg have to some extent dealt with this question. Kraepelin finds in reactions to nouns 90% agreement. Aschaffenburg, among 16 subjects, 81%. It should be noted that, on principle, he only used nouns as stimulus words, but this circumstance encourages to a great degree the favorite perseveration of the same form of reaction, and thus his figures have at most but conditional value. As grammatical forms, I understand purely the form as noun, adjective, or verb. End footnote 1. The individual figures with this tendency show great variations. My stimulus words, which consist of 60% nouns, 18% adjectives, and 21% verbs, mixing the different word forms so as to prevent perseveration of the reaction form, gave the following. The individual figures for grammatical agreement vary between 26 and 95%. The average figure for the educated amounts to 51%, for the uneducated to 59%. The uneducated thus show a rather more distinct tendency to be influenced by the form of the stimulus word. This holds good not only of the grammatical forms, but also of the number of syllables and of alliteration. 2. The tendency to agreement in grammatical form is under the limiting influence of the law of frequency. In language, adjectives and verbs occur about 1/2 as often as nouns. Footnote 2. I have made adequate calculations from newspapers and dialogues of the feuilleton kind, and have found approximately this ratio. End footnote 2. The noun is thus a higher frequency value, so that the probability of the reproduction of a noun is greater than that of an adjective or verb. In our experiments, noun stimulus words were followed on the average by nouns in 73%, Aschaffenburg 81%. Since verbs and adjectives have a lesser frequency value, their influence upon the reaction form is correspondingly lower. Experience confirms this supposition. To verb stimulus words, there followed, on the average, 33% verbs. The number of nouns amounts to, on the average, 49%, and has thus been reduced by the tendency to agreement in grammatical forms. Adjective stimulus words have a rather stronger influence, being followed by 52% adjectives. The number of nouns is reduced by adjective stimulus words to 44% on the average. We see from these facts that by the use of verb and adjective as stimulus words, the frequency of nouns can be lessened by about 1/2 on the average. 3. Our previous investigations, footnote 1, chapter 2, and footnote 1, have shown that the quality of the association is not inconsiderably influenced by the grammatical form of the stimulus word. Whilst, for instance, among uneducated women the inner associations were to the outer as 1 to 1.06, the ratio of the associations to adjective stimulus words was 1 to 0.62, and to verb stimulus words 1 to 0.43. The number of inner associations to adjective and verb stimulus words is quite considerably increased. We find the same phenomenon in the educated, only in a much weaker degree. The increase of inner association seems to rest upon this, that in consequence of the lower frequency value of verbs and adjectives, there are much fewer current word connections with these than with nouns. The associations that follow verbs and adjectives are thus much less prepared and demand a greater stress of attention. This naturally gives rise to significant relationships, rather than to superficial and purely external connections. We therefore see that more inner associations result with verbs and adjectives than with nouns. From the observations of Ziehen, who has proved that higher figures occur when there are relationships of meaning, it is to be expected that verbs and adjectives will be, on the average, followed by higher figures than nouns. But as the nouns can themselves consist of presentations with different values, and as this can itself greatly influence the reaction time, the nouns are classified into concrete and universal concepts. A further reason for this being that uneducated persons are also easily confused by many universal concepts. The probable mean of all subjects is, for concrete concepts, 1.67 second, universal, 1.95, for adjectives, 1.70 second, verbs, 1.90. The figures agree with expectation. Reactions to verbs and adjectives show a longer time than those to concrete stimulus words. Reactions to universal concepts require the longest time, which also agrees with expectation. Probable mean of the reaction times to concrete and other stimulus words. Uneducated women. Concrete concepts 2. Universal concepts 2.8. Adjectives 2.2. Verbs 2.4. Uneducated men. Concrete concepts 1.7. Universal concepts 1.9. Adjectives 1.7. Verbs 2. Educated women. Concrete concepts 1.6. Universal concepts 1.8. Adjectives 1.7. Verbs 1.9. Educated men. Concrete concepts 1.4. Universal concepts 1.3. Adjectives 1.2. Verbs 1.3. The table shows that the uneducated have higher reaction times than the educated. Footnote 1. The individual values upon which this table is based vary between 1 and 4.4 seconds. And footnote 1. The longest time occurs among uneducated women when the stimulus words are universal concepts, whilst these stimulus words require among educated men a shorter time than the concretes. It is curious that, in contrast with all other subjects, the educated men have their longest times with concretes. This fact is important insofar as it shows that the influence of the stimulus word upon the duration of the association does not consist merely in the factors just discussed. Comparing these figures with the values given by Schaffenberg for similar subjects, it is seen that our figures taken with the second watch are approximately the same as those obtained by him when using the whistle and chronoscope. Footnote 2. A whole series of questions could easily be opened up here. For instance, what is the reaction time when verb is followed by verb, or noun by noun, and how does this compare in the different subjects? But these would take us too far from the object of this investigation. End of section 28.
Section 29 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in Word Association by Carl Gustav Jung, translated by M.D. Eder. Chapter 5, Reaction Time in Association Experiments, Part 2. E. The influence of the reaction word upon the reaction time. We have discussed the behavior of the reaction time when the stimulus word is a noun, adjective, or verb. We have now to find out how the reaction time behaves when the reaction word is a noun, etc. The probable means of all subjects are, with concretes as reaction words, with universals as reaction words, with adjectives as reaction words, with verbs as reaction words. If these tables are compared with the previous one of the mean values for the correspondingly classified stimulus word, it is seen that the universal concepts have in both cases the longest duration, 1.95 and 1.98 second. When the reaction word is a concrete, it shows a longer duration than when caused by a concrete stimulus word. Stimulus word 1.67, reaction word 1.81 second. This difference must rest upon the fact that many more current word connections exist to a noun, whilst noun to noun generally means an inner relationship, or at least an association by coexistence, which for the rest behaves among the uneducated as an inner association. See Chapter 2. Under the heading Concretes as Reaction Words, numerous inner association words have been grouped, which is probably the cause of the prolongation of the reaction time. We find the contrary in verbs and adjectives as reaction words. Their mean values are diminished as compared with those of the previous table, because in these classes, especially among the verbs, many current verbal connections occur. The relatively low values above mentioned for adjectives and verbs are here present in all four groups. Here again the uneducated women present the highest figures. The relatively high figures for the concretes are striking. The fact mentioned in the last section that the educated men have their longest reaction times with the concretes is found here also. Perhaps the explanation of this may be sought in the fact that in this group there occur very many significant relationships, and these prolong the duration. F. The influence of the quality of the association upon the reaction time. As we have seen, Schaffenberg's investigations on the influence of the quality of the association upon the reaction time led to no unequivocal result. Zion's success, already alluded to, is therefore all the more encouraging. I have likewise investigated the influence of the quality of the association upon the time, limiting myself to the three groups of our former classification: inner and outer associations and clang reactions. There is a distinct difference between the time duration for inner and outer associations, the outer associations requiring a distinctly lesser time. The matter is different in clang reactions, where we should, from all we know, have expected the shortest times, since these are the lowest and simplest associations and should arise in the shortest time. Obviously, in practice, the relations are not so simple as one might expect theoretically. I've frequently found that it is just the most superficial clang reactions which are often very long. It is my experience that, as a rule, clang reactions are abnormal reactions due to some kind of distracting disturbance. The following section shows us what is the usual nature of this disturbance. G. The overlong reaction time. To limit practically the concept overlong reaction time, I shall call that time overlong which is above the probable mean of the subject in question. If, for example, the probable mean amounts to 2.5 seconds, 3 seconds is an overlong reaction time. Let us first of all recapitulate what is so far known as to the causes which we are naturally referring to our experiments only prolong the reaction time. 1. Certain grammatical forms of stimulus and reaction words. 2. A significant relation between stimulus and reaction word. 3. The rarity or difficulty of the stimulus word. Universal concepts. 4. Zion has proved the remarkable fact that, as contrasted with reactions in common currency, individual associations prolong the reaction time. 5. Mayer and Orth found in their experimental studies on association that the reaction time was prolonged when conation interpolated itself between stimulus and reaction. If an emotional content of consciousness occurred at all between stimulus and reaction, the reaction time was considerably increased as compared with the rest of the associations. Painful emotions more especially prolonged the time. 6. In our previous investigations, Chapter 2, we called attention to the fact that abnormally long reaction times more especially occur when an emotionally accentuated complex was aroused by the stimulus word. We were thus able not only to confirm the observations of Mayer and Orth, but could also prove in many cases, 1. The complex is generally the cause of several or indeed of very many long times, and 2. What is the nature of the complex? The fact that the over long times can denote the presence of emotional complexes seems to us of great importance. That would perhaps give us the means by a short and simple examination to discover things of personal import, especially the complexes which characterize the psychology of the individual. Pathology would get much help also, for in this way we should get valuable signposts, say among hysterics, for the discovery of the complexes making for disease, of which the hysteric is himself not always aware. To elucidate these questions further, I've undertaken, with the cooperation of some educated subjects who possess good powers of introspection, the detailed analyses of the individual associations. Number 1 is a married lady who placed herself in the readiest way at my disposal for the experiment and gave me every possible information. I report the experiment in as detailed a way as possible so that the reader may receive as complete a picture as possible. The probable mean of the experiment amounts to 1 second. These reactions followed without the slightest emotion, smoothly and indifferently. Reaction 5 is striking. Subject cannot explain to herself how she comes to heart, which was used by her as a composite word. Then there suddenly occurred to her Anglard, a name formerly very familiar to her. It is therefore an indirect association, following the known type of displacement by clang similarity. The question now arises, what is the reason for this sudden appearance of an indirect association? Our earlier investigations have shown, Chapter 2, that under certain conditions the indirect associations are increased in states of disturbed attention. It must therefore be accepted that disturbance of attention can produce indirect associations. The subject rejects altogether any disturbance from without, nor can she disclose any internal disturbance. Although the conscious can render no data, it is possible that some unconscious stimulus has disturbed the reaction. The stimulus word angel has no special emphasis for her. As we already know, emphasis from a previous association can resound and can constellate the reaction unconsciously, especially when there has been something of strong emotional interest in the previous associations. Reaction 4, cut, calls up a certain slight shade of anxiety, an image of blood, etc. The subject is pregnant and has now and then feelings of anxious expectancy. Whether the presentation blood also determined the reaction heart, I leave undecided. The emotional tone of cut was, the subject stated, so slight and so secondary that the connection did not occur to her. It was for this reason that the prolongation of the reaction time, common at such places, was here absent. The rhyme is a constellation. The subject remembers having read it in one of my association lists. The last 2 reactions have some emotional tone, though very weak. Reaction 19 returns here with the same short reaction time. The subject admits that she has not properly learnt either cookery or swimming. Constellation of a journey a few months back. The date, moreover, is about the same as that of the beginning of pregnancy. This is the first longish time. The subject scarcely noticed her hesitation and perceived no special emotional tone, but the previous stimulus word threaten is rather insidious. Recalling the feeling of anxious expectancy already mentioned, we have perhaps a point of departure for the explanation of this delayed time. It is another perseveration. It is not necessary for the emotional tone to arise at the previous reaction. affective processes always arise somewhat more slowly and proceed somewhat more slowly than purely associative processes. The emotional tone follows a little later, as can be observed in certain hysterics. The reaction green is a constellation derived from her home life, lamp shades. Reaction 28 returns here with a very short time, a phenomenon which may rest on associative processes which have just emerged from consciousness, have a tendency to recur, or can be very readily reproduced. Our previous investigations, Chapter 2, have also taught us that repetitions of the reaction frequently rest upon a peculiar emotional tone, for the words repeated are associated with an emotionally toned complex. The emotional tone resting upon such words is the mechanism which again pushes it forth at every opportunity. A very superficial reaction, like learn to cook and swim, with a remarkably long reaction time. The subject is very musical, but has always regretted that she could not sing, a deficiency which has occasioned her more pain than, for instance, her inability to swim. This is the first reaction where this subject found an inhibition. The previous ones had followed quite smoothly. She states that at first she did not apprehend the meaning of the word salt at all, and had to imagine it to herself by an effort of will. Despite the long reaction time and the stress of attention, a very superficial reaction followed, one largely determined by clang. She cannot explain this disturbance. We notice the previous reaction, children, that obviously belongs to the pregnancy complex. Its tone has perseverated and produced the disturbance. Again, a long reaction time, and moreover, oddly enough, the reaction is in French. The reaction is very superficial and adds nothing new to the presentation content of the stimulus word. Despise is accompanied by an unpleasant emotional tone. Immediately after the reaction, it came to her that she had had a passing fear that her pregnancy might in different ways decrease her attractiveness in the eyes of her husband. She immediately afterwards thought of a married couple who were at first happy and then separated, the married couple in Zola's novel Vérité, hence the French form of the reaction. It is scarcely necessary to add that these reminiscences were not conscious at the moment of the reaction. Again, a longish time with a slightly unpleasant tone, thinks it could refer to a song called Faithful People, but has the feeling of something personally unpleasant. The previous reaction, which is without any perceptible emotional tone, runs false. Faithful is the opposite. This observation suffices for the subject to find the correct explanation. The reaction false excited the pregnancy complex, more especially the fear of losing her husband's affection. The strong, clang-like determination of the last reaction is probably likewise conditioned to some extent by the previous reaction. She explains this short reaction time by saying that the first syllable of the stimulus word blossom brought up the presentation blood. Compare reactions 4 and 143. Here we have a kind of assimilation of the stimulus word to the strongly accentuated pregnancy complex. These 4 reactions are of interest. It will be remembered that in the association prick, cut, the pregnancy complex was first encountered. Without the subjects having had the slightest feeling of the significance of the reaction, the association prick is consequent on blood brought up by the word blossom. Reaction 72, which followed, went quite smoothly without any tinge of emotion, but the reaction is curious. The subject has now and then paid a visit to our asylum and was alluding to the deep beds used there, the so-called box beds. But the explanation rather surprised her, for the term box bed was not very familiar to her. This rather peculiar association was followed by a clang association with a relatively long time, a phenomenon which we have already had occasion to regard as suspicious. Bright is the name of an individual who had a certain, though somewhat remote, significance for her. In any case, there are no strong emotional reminiscences linked with the name. The subjective feeling present was merely that of slight hesitancy. The supposition that the clang reaction is connected with the previous curious reaction does not, therefore, seem quite baseless. The reaction bed is repeated later on, with a distinct feeling of word-making, at the stimulus word mild, bed. a meaningless connection quite inexplicable to her, but assuming a clang alteration at the suppressed pregnancy complex, the association becomes the very sensible child bed. Accepting this hypothesis, the above series becomes quite clear. It is again the pregnancy complex with blood operation child bed. The emotional tone becomes more accentuated and disturbs the following reaction. Perhaps Bright cannot be assimilated to the complex. And finally comes father. Reaction 78 is very short, which is rather curious in a stimulus word which might so easily have aroused the complex. So the next reaction requires a much longer time, 1.4 second, and this has hitherto always been a complex symptom. The reaction mother explains the long time. Reaction 80 is disturbed, which is not surprising, since the complex has been so distinctly encountered. The reaction right takes 2 seconds, having been preceded by the uttering of the syllable by. To the subject herself, the emotional tone of mother is still present. She cannot find any connection between angle and by. She cannot think at all what word she thought of beginning with by. We are thus altogether thrown back on conjecture. In reaction 79, the pregnancy complex again occurs. We have already seen several times that it is chiefly marked by anxious expectancy. We have also seen that the first syllable of the stimulus word can be assimilated to the complex. Blossom, blood, the first clang syllable of angle, ang, assimilated as anxiety, and then by, birth. This suggestion was accepted by her immediately. The construction may appear to many as an interpretation by omens. I should not report it, were it not that I have had numerous analogous phenomena, both in healthy people and patients. This recalls separate, avoid, possibly schaden, injure, is repressed as being emotionally unpleasant in view of the complex and has been assimilated as scheiden, to separate. Such repressed assimilations are frequent among hysterics. The subject is not able to confirm this explanation. The causation of this abnormally long time by the complex is clear. The marked emphasis on the personal ego in reaction 87 is perhaps also determined by the critical reaction 86. She states that this rhyme, which has a relatively short time, was dragged in by her. Reaction 110 is rather curious. It looks as if the constellation Broad Nera had acted particularly strongly. Is it possibly still acting at reaction 112? The succeeding reactions were entirely objective. Neither the subject nor the observer found anything noticeable about them. We can therefore omit them. Reaction 143 followed with great promptness. It is the same reaction that occurred at Blossom. It is followed by a longer time and the repetition of the stimulus word, the only case in the whole experiment. Reaction 145 is likewise very superficial, not even making sense, but simply linked by a motor clang association. The succeeding reactions I omit as unimportant. The subject states that the emotional tone of rank was still there at the moment of the subsequent reaction. The lady was formerly in better financial circumstances and occasionally feels the change. The cause of the longer reaction time is here obscure. Unless Round has the emotional tone suspected above, she can give no explanation. Here again we have the fear bound up with the complex of the husband's estrangement. What something means is seen by the reaction that followed. The two long reaction times cannot be satisfactorily explained. The subject states that at 195, at first the presentation of glaze rose up, but it became changed to glitter. It is difficult to say why glaze was repressed. At 198, she could only say that she felt a slight hesitancy, even though we cannot discover anything plausible. We may be sure from previous experience that some kind of emotionally toned complex is at the back of it. As a later instance will show, it need not be anything current, but can be a reminiscence of something apparently long done with. Compare what was said about this reaction at reaction 72. Particularly interesting in this case was the complete absence of any suspicion in the subject herself as to the significance of this reaction. In reaction 45, false tooth, 1 second, faithful 1.4 seconds. These words, for which she has obviously a predilection, seem to occur with gradually abbreviated reaction time. It is also interesting that words of this kind referring to the complex seem to have a tendency to become stereotyped in places where they do not quite make sense. It is not the case here, it is true, but we have demonstrated it in one case in an earlier investigation. The analysis of the reactions of this subject has shown that the times exceeding 1.2 seconds, with the exception of the few reactions referred to, may be traced in two ways to the influence of an emotionally toned complex. One, the association has too long a reaction time when the complex is aroused. Two, the association directly following the one arousing the complex has a prolonged reaction time in consequence of the maintenance of the emotional tone. End of section 29.
Section 30 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in Word Association by Carl Gustav Jung, translated by M.D. Ader. Chapter 5, Reaction Time in Association Experiments, Part 3. Besides the associations with prolonged reaction time, numerous others contained complex constellations. On the whole, reactions with strong emotional tone and distinct reference to the complex have longer reaction times. Her awareness of the significance of an association was only constant in the following respect: a very strong and differentiated emotional tone, or a very marked style of the reaction alone, awakened the consciousness of the complex. In the above reactions, this was only once the case. In stork, bring. In all the other reactions, the emotional tone or peculiar style of the reaction merely formed the indications for the subsequent recognition of the complex. At the moment itself, there was only present to consciousness that portion more or less represented in the reaction. Here is evidence of how slight is the importance of the conscious for the activity of association. Our whole thinking and doing, which seems to us so overwhelmingly conscious, are in reality composed of these small fragments, which are determined to the minutest degree by the innumerable factors lying quite outside the conscious. To our conscious self, the associated process appears to be our own work, subordinate to our valuations, our free will, and our attention. But in reality, as our experiment shows beautifully, the conscious self is merely the marionette dancing upon the stage to a hidden automatic impulse. Footnote: those, therefore, who maintain the mind equals consciousness really take a part for the whole. End of footnote. The analytic consideration of this experimental series shows the effect of a complex upon the association activity. Although we are wont to say the association is subject to a free valuation and the subject can say what he will, he really does not say what he will, but must disclose that which he believes is most secret. The reactions are not in any way free associations, but merely symptomatic acts. Freud, conditioned by a psychical factor which behaves as an independent entity. The emotionally toned complex, momentarily separated from consciousness, is an activity constantly in successful rivalry with the intentions of the ego complex. Despite the distracting and repressing adaptation of the ego complex, this complex brings forth subjective reactions and associations, of whose significance the ego complex has no suspicion. In our subject, we find a series of intimate secrets given away by the associations, not merely those of the moment, but all the presentation complexes of most import to the individual, all those which make up the content of her personality in joy and in sorrow. We find her strongest actual complex to be bound up with thoughts about her pregnancy, her rather anxious expectancy, and love for her husband with jealous fears. This is a complex of an erotic kind, which has just become acute. That is why it is so much to the front. No less than 18% of the associations can certainly be referred to it. Footnote, whilst only 4% can with certainty be referred to other complexes. End of footnote. In addition, there are a few other complexes of considerably less intensity. Loss of her former position, a few deficiencies which she regards as unpleasant, singing, swimming, cooking, and finally an erotic complex which occurred many years back in her youth and which only shows itself in one association. Out of regard for the subject of the experiment, I must, unfortunately, omit a report on this. The probable mean of this person amounts to 1 second. 30.5% of the times exceed this mean. 20.5% of the times have 1.2 seconds. Of these, 32% can be definitely referred to the influence of complexes. 6% of the time are 1.4 second. 75% of these being certainly determined by the complex. 3% exceed 1.4 second, all of which are certainly due to the effect of a complex. Subject number 2 is a cultured gentleman of middle age. The reaction type is like that of number 1, objective and superficial. I shall therefore confine myself to the critical reactions. He is a physician and often takes part in our experiments, which he follows with interest. The probable mean of the series is 1.2 second. 1. Head, part, 1.21 second. 2. Green, blue, 1 second. 3. Water, to clean, 2.6 seconds. The stimulus word immediately aroused an unpleasant emotional tone, recalling something sexual, with an accompanying feeling of inhibition. Directly after the reaction, he clearly recognized that water had been apprehended in the sense of urine. 4. Prick, hit, 1 second. 5. Angel, pure, 1 second. 6. Long, big, 1.2 second. 7. Ship, big, 1 second. Here there is a distinct perseveration. At big, in reaction 6, there first occurred a distinctly sexual feeling. Then followed the second reaction, and immediately afterwards there was clear knowledge of its cause. It is a reminiscence. He had heard from us that certain female patients frequently associate sexual suggestions too long. 8. Plow, plow up, 1 second. 9. Wool, sheep, 1.2 second. 10. Friendly, Buddha, bud, 1.2 seconds. 11. Table, gable, 0.8 second. Reaction 10 is clearly disturbed. A slip of the tongue occurred, which the subject at once corrects to bud. A mildly unpleasant feeling of uneasiness is experienced, which continues during the next reaction. Hence the aimless rhyme. Friendly, bud is curious. He cannot explain it. The slip of the tongue seems to him as if it should really have been bad. But this reaction would be equally unintelligible to him. For the probable explanation, see below. Reaction 86. 15. Stalk, long, 1.2 second. 16. Dance, lance, 1.8 second. 17. Lake, big, 1.2 second. In reaction 15, the sexual tone of long recurs and almost simultaneously the reminiscence already referred to. Reaction 16 is a clang association with an abnormally long time. The sexual tone of reaction 15 kept up, mixed with vexation, and led again up to the former association, long, big. 18. Ill, poor, 1.2 second. 19. Pride, dried, 1.6 second. Poor is accompanied by a slightly unpleasant tone of feeling, but there is no definite presentation. Pride is still more unpleasant, with a feeling of distraction and inhibition. The meaningless rhyme and the long time are doubly determined. He has an unpleasant money affair, which has worried him for some time. He was frequently reproached, more especially formally, with pride. This reproach affords a painful contrast with the money affair. The clear presentation of this connection did not, of course, occur until after the reaction. 20. Cook, good. 1 second. 22. Ink, come. 1.4 second. The association runs, comes in the ink, and has a mixed unpleasant tinge referred by him to the money affair, but there immediately arises the reminiscence of an erotic complex, with strongly unpleasant tone, dating back several years. 24. Swim, good. 1.2 second. 25. Travel, jolly. 1.6 second. Numerous indistinct reminiscences of travel of a predominantly pleasant tone. 26. Blue, lake. 1.2 second. 27. Bread, daily. 2 second. Bread arouses a slightly unpleasant feeling, something like that at poor, obtrudes itself with a feeling of inhibition, afterwards a clear bearing upon the money affair. 28. Threaten, bad, 1.2 second. Very unpleasant tone, subsequent reconnection of the erotic complex, which is bound up with feelings of guilt. 29. Lamp, shade, 1.2 second. 30. Rich, poor, 1.4 second. Poor has again a painful tinge, and again arouses subsequently the reminiscence of the money affair. 31. Root, shoot, 1.2 second. 32. Sing, jump, 1.8 second. Root again arouses the sexual tone like long, and for the same reason. Then annoyance. The rhyme and long reaction time are referable to this. 33. Pity the poor, 1.42 second. 34. Goal, much, 1.2 second. The poor again arouses the money complex, this time with distinct and adequate emotional tone. Goal is assimilated as gold, although the stimulus word is correctly apprehended. The money complex overcomes the ego complex with its telltale much. 36. Play, ball, 1.2 second. 37. Salt, fault, 1.4 second. The association play, ball, which is in itself quite innocent, at once took in an erotic emotional tone, the word ball changing its meaning to evening dance. The erotic complex again made its appearance, hence the rhyme with the long reaction time in the following association. I need scarcely add that at the moment of the mention, the chain of thought here exposed did not exist in consciousness, but was only represented by passing feelings. The presentations belonging to these feelings arise as a rule only afterwards, when the attention is especially directed to the emotional tone. 38. New, old, 1.2 second. The O in old was spoken with a curious drawling, as if ooh equals poor were coming, but old came out. The money complex has lately reached a more acute stage. 39. Habit, bad habit, 1.8 second. Feeling of hesitation. In bad habit, there is a slight shade of a feeling of guilt. The erotic complex again. 40. Ride, drive, 1.4 second. 41. Wall, place, 1.8 second. 42. Stupid, clumsy, 2 seconds. Number 41 is quite inexplicable to the subject. a feeling as if it should be no place in the sun. In reaction 42, a very painful tone leads at once to the money complex, with the distinct knowledge that drive is determined by the complex, although the feeling tone peculiar to the complex did not distinctly arise till reaction 42. The reaction place thus belongs much more to the money complex than to wall. Reaction 42 has also something of the erotic complex attached to it. 43, copy, book. Book, 1.4 second. 44, disesteem. Esteem, 1.4 second. 45, paint, money, 1.4 second. Esteem seems to have hit the money complex very hard, for paint was assimilated as pay, hence money. The money complex here again overcame the ego complex. 46, right, wrong, 1.2 second. 47, people, poor, 1.8 second. Again, the money complex with a long time. 60, meet, defense, 1.2 second. 61, law, lord, 4.8 seconds. At reaction 61, an inexplicable feeling of inhibition, which for a long time would not permit any reaction to take place. Then a very disturbed, meaningless reaction, accompanied by something like disgust. Afterwards, a whole series of painful reminiscences about actions which did not correspond with the laws of morality. Among these, the erotic complex. The following reaction, 62, dear, good, 2 seconds, is also entirely under the influence of these memories of all his past iniquities. 69, part of the body, 1.8 second. We have again the sexual constellation of reactions 6 and 15. 76, wash, filth, 1.6 second. Slight feeling of guilt and repentance. Afterwards, erotic complex. As regards the blunt expression, CB reaction 90. 78, strange, new hand, 2 seconds. At first a feeling as if poor should come, then a reaction which is determined by reaction 38, new, old. Naturally, the reaction occurs without the slightest consciousness of this constellation. Strange again struck the money complex. 79, luck, ill luck, 1.4 second, constellated by the previous reaction. 80, tell, mother, 1.2 second. 81, propriety, improper, 3.6 seconds. 82, narrow, narrow-hearted, 1.8 second. Reaction 80 occurred without any special emotional tone, but at propriety, an immediate inhibition, with unpleasant feeling, which distinctly persisted during the next reaction. Afterwards, immediate recollection of various scenes of childhood, which are distinctly constellated by mother. Instances are impressed upon him when his mother was really angry and said that the boy behaved improperly and would always do so. One scene is very distinct. One as a hobbledehoy, he behaved improperly and was rude to a lady. This reminiscence at once led back to the erotic complex, where a somewhat similar reproach must be made to himself. This is certainly the complex which is concealed behind this long reaction time, and various cover memories. Freud. 86, faults, bad, 1.4 second. Here the reaction bad returns for the third time. In the experimental series, it recurred 6 times, and good 5 times. Bad carries the feeling of guilt with it proper to the erotic complex. It will be seen that this word, together with good, has a similar tendency to arise as has poor for the money complex. Poor occurs 4 times as a manifest reaction and 3 times as a repressed one. Bad occurred for the first time in reaction 10, but was obviously repressed there, since in his present emotional life there are strong inhibitions against the emotional complex. 89. Brand, poultice, 1.8 second. The stimulus word was correctly apprehended, but was at once changed into Bran, to which poultice was associated with a rather long time. Thus brand was assimilated. The previous association continued no constellation for this assimilation. Brand has, however, an unpleasant tone, and is forthwith associated with the idea of acute alcoholism, and therewith a reminiscence of that state on one occasion, which is accompanied by very painful feelings. This time the ego complex got the lead of the old, but still watchful reminiscence, and assimilated the stimulus word in a most appropriate sense. The painful memory was thus disguised or concealed from himself. This mechanism, censure in Freud's sense, plays a very prominent part in hysteria. It is not a case of function of the conscious mind, which must find expression, but of an automatic regulation thereof, which may or may not come into consciousness. 90. Dirty, filthy, 1.4 second. The blunt style of this reaction is determined by moral repugnance, which is bound up with the erotic complex. 91. Door, to show, 1.4 second. This reaction, with its uninviting, repellent manner, is determined by the same feeling. 92. Choose, mayor, 2.2 second. Here a new complex is met. It is the hope of advancement of a mayor, more, from different points of view. It is, at the same time, the hope of a leading position, not of a subordinate one. The determination of mayor is therefore not merely a pure clang, but it is something conceivable, in a symbolic form, however. The correct reaction would be superintendent, but this word is associated with the secret wish, and therefore the inhibition which represses the whole desire extends to this word. Instead of the correct reaction, we obtain a presentation associated with it, which is externally determined by the word mayor, more, this being again characteristic of the mood of the moment. This process is very similar to the hysterical talking at random in the Ganser complex, or perhaps even more with the associating at random of dementia precox, where metaphors of this kind are especially employed. Similar phenomena are found relatively frequently in everyday life. I mean in melody and word automatisms. A lady gave me the following delightful instance. She told me that for some days the word dagon was constantly on her lips, although she had no idea whence it came. I asked her for any recent affect towards events or suppressed wishes. After some delay and hesitation, she told me that she had very much wanted a morning gown, but her husband had not seen his way to it. Dagon equals day gone equals day gown equals morning gown shows the partial relationship of sense and clang. The determination of the word Dagon arose from the fact that about the same time she was reading about Dagon. Similar combinations can be demonstrated in great number if the trouble is taken to go into the tunes one is humming oneself, or that are being hummed by others. A colleague who on his round caught a glimpse of a nurse who, said to be pregnant, presently caught himself softly humming, Es waren zwei Königskinder, die hatten einander so lieb, etc. Fondly two royal children loved. At the same time, he was consciously occupied with the quite other matter. Another colleague betrayed to me, through his automatic humming, the ending of an unhappy love complex. These instances give us some insight in what direction trains of thought move when conscious attention is absent. Every association occurring in consciousness arouses to a certain extent an echo of similarities and analogies, which runs through all stages, from similarity of meaning through similarity of form to merest similarity of clang. The most beautiful instances of this are furnished by dreams. 95. Ridiculed. Derision. 1.4 second. 96. Dead dog. 1.6 second. This association surprised the subject. He does not understand how he came to this unusual association. The somewhat prolonged time leads one to suspect an emotional tone, which he first acknowledges as vague and then as painful. At the catchword painful, a distinct recollection returns. It is now more than 20 years ago. He was obliged to shoot a favorite dog, and the loss was painful to him for a long time. 102. Moderate, immoderate, 1.6 second. The somewhat longer time in this superficial reaction is explained by its relation to 89. Brand. 104. Suppose, believe, 2 seconds. Suppose is an insidious word, and there are very few persons who do not find themselves caught by it. The erotic complex was encountered here. 105. Pain, derision, 1.2 second. 108. Laugh, prate, 2.8 seconds. The P of prate was drawled out. At first, just for an instant, pain distinctly came up, hence the long time. But pain was involuntary, at once suppressed. The emotional tone has something amounting almost to nausea. He agrees that he has almost morbid sensitiveness to ridicule. Reaction 95, ridicule, derision. 105, pain, derision. 108, laugh, pain, prate, are now seen to be intimately connected. The determination of prate is on one side an alliteration, on the other a significant relationship, prating about people. 120, create, work, 2 seconds. The professional complex is the cause of the prolongation of the reaction. 127, heart, dear, 2 seconds. The first feeling was the association was hard, poor, and the word poor was almost uttered, another assimilation to the money complex. The next reaction, 128, waken, awaken, 1.6 second, is on this account very superficial, with a relatively long time. 130, wicked, bad, 0.8 second. 131, portfolio, hold, 0.8 second. Portfolio had the sense of pocket case, where he used to hold his money. The reaction hold is quite meaningless, and at first surprised the subject, who then recalled the meaning he had given to portfolio, another reference to the money complex. 148, forget, fullness, 2 seconds. 149, drum, beat, 1.2 second. 150, free, dom, 1.2 second. 151, wagon, berg, 3 seconds. Reaction 148 has a very unpleasant tone. Nothing special was noticed at 149 and 150. There is a marked and inexplicable inhibition at 151. Forget arouses an event of many years back, a breach with an unfaithful friend. Reaction 149 is the trusty comrade. The drums beat up to action, and he was by my side, etc. Reaction 150 refers to the breach. Reaction 151, wagon, seems to have been only assimilated with great difficulty. Its completion, berg, is curious. It becomes clear when the subject explains that it was at Augsburg that his friend's falseness was first recognized. All these data were unconscious at the moment of the reaction. The complex was represented at reaction 148 only by an unpleasant feeling, which could not at first be more closely defined. The connection between the reactions in this series was only recognized subsequently. 153. Impudence. Accursed. 2 seconds. 154. Rapid. Itty. 0.6 second. Reaction 153 belongs to the mood of the above reactions. The analysis was only taken up after the completion of the experiment. It is anger at the impudence of his false friend. The strong emotional tone seems to have extended even to reaction 154. 167. Change of time. 1.8 second. The stimulus word again hit the money complex, hence the long time. 184. Deaf, neat. 2.6 seconds. He assimilated deaf as deft, although he understood the stimulus word. He knows the list well and has even used it himself a few times in experiments. The reaction time is very long. Deaf causes a slight anxiety complex. He has several times had catarrh of his eustachian tube, leaving his hearing in one ear slightly deficient. He has an exaggerated fear of becoming entirely deaf. Deaf has too unpleasant a tone and is therefore quickly suppressed. 190. Bring money. 1.2 second. 191. Wording fetch. 2.2 seconds. The last reaction is meaningless, but it is explained by the money complex aroused by bring. 195. Mirror mind. 1.8 second. 196. Full, filth. 1.4 second. 197. Reason, good. 1.6 second. 198. Punish for evil. 2.2 seconds. 200. Beautiful, good. 1.6 second. Reaction 195 is somewhat inhibited for an unknown reason. Perhaps the mirror of the mind had something of the ethical tone of the subsequent reactions. In full, this is, of course, self-evident. The mind is full of. The strong expression expresses the disgust already demonstrated. Reaction 90. The following good is loosely connected with the stimulus word and is repeated at the earliest opportunity. 200. It likewise refers to the erotic complex. Reaction 198 is obvious constellated by the complex. In contrast with the previous subject, there is here a whole series of emotionally toned complexes, which have little or no connection with each other. Whilst in the female subject, number 1, the sexual complex, pregnancy, with its offshoots, anxiety, jealousy, dominates the scene. In the male subject, number 2, the sexual complexes plays a less important part. Out of personal consideration for the latter, I cannot review the whole of the reactions, but it is easy to demonstrate. 1. Sexual complexes. An erotic complex belonging to the past and now closed, which expresses itself almost exclusively in ethical emotional constellations, disgust, repentance. An erotic complex of the moment which is expressed merely by erotic emotional constellations, not reviewed. There are at least 3 sexually toned presentations independent of each other. 2. Money complex. 3. Ambition, which at least 4 secondary memory complexes. 4. Personal sensitiveness with at least 3 secondary memory complexes. 5. Friendship. 6. 2 emotionally tinged reminiscences, independent of one another. Dead dog, deafness. We thus have something like 10 complexes which are, so to say, independent of one another. Subject number 2 is a few years older than number 1. In the latter, 18% of the associations refer to the sexual complex, whilst only 4% occur with other emotionally toned constellations. In number 2, on the other hand, 53% of the associations can be referred to the influence of a complex. This greater number of complex constellations does not merely mean that the analysis was driven further, or that number 2 gave us better information than number 1, but it can be objectively recognized that the emotion of number 2, at least at the time of the experiment, was greater. This is recognized by the frequent disturbed reactions and by the curious assimilations and repressions. Of the 53% complex constellations, 10% only are really sexual, i.e., refer to an erotic complex at the moment. 11.5% refer to the money complex, 2.5% to ambition, 4.5% to personal sensitiveness, 3% to the breach of friendship, 9% to an erotic complex now closed and constellated by feelings of disgust and repentance. 12.5% relate to about 6 small, more or less separated complexes with emotional tones. The really sexual complex falls into the background as compared with many of the other constellations, 10 to 43. This case shows us even better than the first how much of the individual element is contained in the associations. The experiment furnishes us with information of great importance about his mental content. To a certain extent, it gives us a cross-section of the present psychological personality. Number 3 is a younger man of education. I limit myself entirely to the critical associations and review the case chiefly to point out that we find here, in principle, the same thing as was found in the 2 previous cases. The probable means of the subject is 1.6 second. 1. Head, neck, 1.2 second. 2. Green, mouse, 0.8 second. 3. Water, green, 1 second. This series strikes one, the peculiar reaction, mouse, and the perseveration of green. Neck is a reminiscence of the day before the experiment. He had seen a cinematograph scene of the death of Marie Antoinette. He is not certain whence came mouse. He has rather the feeling that it was a slip of the tongue. Suppose it was house. 4. Prick, fight, 1.2 second. 5. Angel, house, 1.6 second. Here the conjectured reaction to number 2, house, returns with a long reaction time, and the recollection comes up also. His grandfather was often in the habit of singing, "Through all the lands an angel goes," etc., but with equal frequency he used to sing, "My house in the green field stands." Linked with these songs are a series of emotionally toned images, which are only partly pleasant. The perseveration, green, and the slip of the tongue, mouse for house, now become clear. 13. State, church, 1.8 second. The reaction took place with hesitancy, for church stands for the great complex of a strong religiosity. 16. Dance, not, 1.8 second. The reaction really is, I cannot dance, with which is connected a very disagreeable feeling, for he has experienced a rebuff in love, which a friend, who can dance well, has been spared. 18. Ill, not, 1.6 second. This stimulus word he again ascribes to himself, in spite of the unfortunate result of the affair. He was yet not entirely without hope. 22. Wicked, friendly, 1.8 second. 23. Needle, need, 1.2 second. Wicked arouses the feeling of jealous animosity, which he manifests toward a certain rival. The clang association following is conditioned by perseveration of the emotional tone. 30. Rich, fairly, 2.8 seconds. 31. Tree, gnarled, 1.6 second. Reaction 30 belongs to the lost fiancé, hence the long reaction time. The subsequent reaction is also somewhat long and has a rather affected and remote character. The tone seems somewhat ironical, And this holds true also in the following reactions. 32, sing, amiable, 1.4 second. 33, pity, absolutely none, 1.8 second. By which is meant that he really deserves no pity. For everyone is master of his destiny. 44, despise, fellows, 5 seconds. 47, people, religion, 1.6 second. 48, smell, disgusting, 1 second. 50, unjust, abominable, 1.8 second. In reaction 44 by fellows are meant the Jews. The lady in question is a Jewess. People again are rousing the presentation Jews, but it is repressed. Religion takes its place because to the religiously disposed subject the religion of his sweetheart caused scruples. The subsequent predicates, strongly tinged with emotion, really refer to the complex and not to the stimulus words that aroused them, as with number 2, where the coarse form of the reaction likewise betrayed the affect. 54, white, snow, 1.8 second. A feeling of finished or death refers to the love complex. 61, law, absolute, 1.4 second. This is again the reaction 33 and expresses the same feeling. So the law says it must be so. 62, dear, beautiful, 1.2 second. 66, big, fine, 1.2 second. Both reactions have an ironical tone and refer to the complex. 74, wild, animal, 1.8 second. Wild, which in dialect equals wicked. The subject attributes to himself on account of the complex. 75, family, house, 1 second. The word house seems to be the representative of the complex of all family recollections. Also to cook, house. It occurs here with a relatively short time. 79, fortune, play, 1.8 second. Distinctly refers to the love complex. 80, relate, talk, 1.6 second. The reaction was given in English. We have already learned to view French reactions with suspicion. The reaction in English often refers to the complex. He at first wanted to relate the story of his disappointment to a brother who was living in America, but afterwards altered his intention. The English form is determined by this. 83, brother, sister, in English, 2 seconds. Another reaction in English with a long reaction time. Brother probably aroused again unconsciously the presentation of the former reaction. Sister comes because the sister of the subject was then about to go to a French boarding school, just as the brother had shortly before gone to America. This analogy was condensed in the sister. 88, kiss, absolutely, 1.6 second. Absolutely is a word standing for the love complex. 91, door, mouse, 1.6 second. The slip of the tongue to reaction 2 occurs again, probably to mask the complex house. 92, choose, caposi. The word caprice was really the word that emerged for a moment, but was immediately inhibited and changed into caposi. The choice of the lady in question was a caprice. Caposi is only a clang similarity and constellated by a conversation which took place the day before, when caposi was mentioned. 105, pain, kiss, 1 second. 106, lazy, sow, 1.4 second. The coarse expression of the last reaction rests upon the feeling of anger, which perseverates from the reaction 105. 115, resolute, kiss, 1.8 second. Resolute was assimilated as absolute, the representative of the complex, and the reaction was in accordance with this meaning. 125, purpose, absolutely none, 1.2 second. 126. Hit, yes, 2.2 seconds. 134. Worthy. Purblind, 1 second. 135. Danger, liking, 1.4 second. 136. High, no, low, 2.8 seconds. 140. Mix, blood, 2 seconds. 143. Blood, mix, 1.4 second. These constellations are all more or less constellated by the love complex. The constellating factor was, of course, not a close image at all, but merely a kind of indefinable mood. 144. To let, family, 1.6 second. For a moment, house came up, but it was repressed and replaced by the rather curious family. This is Association 75 suddenly taken up again to mask the word house, which stands for the complex. 145. Retribute, resolute, 2 seconds. Again, absolute at first forced its way up, but was inhibited and masked by resolute, by a clang association in which perhaps reaction 115 had some effect also. 160. Wish, absolutely none, 1.8 second. I will not accumulate further instances. They do not show anything new in principle, but merely confirm what has been already demonstrated in the previous subjects. The love complex was well to the front in this case. 52% of the associations certainly refer to it. The family complex can be demonstrated in 11% of the associations. Then there occurs, here and there, a complex of ambitious endeavor, provable in 7%. Numerous single emotional reminiscences can be shown in 27% of the associations. The general probable mean of this case is 1.6 second. 31% of the reaction times exceed this mean. 17% amount to 1.8 second. Of these, 85% are constellated by the complex, whilst in 15% this influence is doubtful or not proven. 4.5% of the associations take 2 seconds. 89% of these can be referred certainly to the complex, whilst in 11% the influence is uncertain. 9% of the associations take over 2 seconds. They are all referable to the complex influence. There is no object in multiplying instances, for it would be only a constant repetition. So far as my experience goes, the complex phenomena are the same in all subjects. Naturally, the nature of the complex varies with sex and education. Footnote: the concept repression, which I have so frequently used in my analyses, requires a brief exposition. With Freud, the concept, as moreover the word suggests, has the character of an act of doing, frequently indeed that of a function of the conscious. In hysteria there is certainly the impression that repression equals willed forgetting, but when it comes to normal persons, a more passive transference to the background is found. To say the least, the repression here is something unconscious in which the idea of willed, or rather of desired, can only be indirectly attributed. If I still speak of repressing or concealing, this use of the word may be regarded, if preferred, as a metaphor from the psychology of the conscious. Materially, it is all the same. For objectivity, it is perfectly indifferent whether a mental process is conscious or unconscious. End of footnote. The perseveration of the emotional tone deserves attention. Perseveration plays, as we know, a peculiarly large share in the pathology of the association process. Perhaps the investigations on normals have helped to elucidate the essential problem of morbid perseveration. In these experiments, the perseveration of the emotional tone occurred so often that it can be expressed to some extent statistically. For instance, Number 2 shows 32 reaction times over 1.6 seconds, of which 16 are likewise followed by prolonged reaction times. The reaction time following is prolonged on 10 occasions, the 2 next reactions thrice, and once the 3rd, 4th, and 5th reactions following. As this summary shows, a quasi-stepladder increase of the reaction times is not infrequently observed. In certain cases of hysteria and dementia precox, I have seen the same increase, but much more distinctly, of the stepladder pattern, and this usually in places where a complex was suspected. To recapitulate. 1. These figures demonstrate that almost without exception very long reaction times are caused by the interpolation of a strong emotional tone. 2. Strong emotional tones belong, as a rule, to extensive and personally important presentation complexes. 3. The reaction can belong to a complex of this kind and bear the emotional tone of the complex without the complex necessarily being present in consciousness. The constellation Ziehen of an association is mostly unconscious or not conscious. The constellating complex then plays the part of a quasi-independent entity, of a second personality. 4. The emotional tone can also, unconsciously, influence the succeeding reactions when diverse phenomena may be observed. A. The reaction under the influence of the perseverating emotional tone has too long a reaction time. B. The reaction is an association which still belongs to the sphere of the presentation of the previous complex. C. The reaction is abnormal. It can, alpha, be disturbed by a slip of the tongue or repetition of the stimulus word. Beta, be abnormally superficial, clang, reaction. 5. The emotional tones in question are mostly of a disagreeable nature. 6. The signs of an unconscious constellating complex are long reaction time, peculiar reaction, fault, perseveration, stereotyped repetition of a reaction word, representative of a complex, translation into a foreign tongue, energetic expression, quotation, slip, assimilation of the stimulus word, or misunderstanding of the stimulus word. 7. Erotic complexes seem to play a particularly important part. Footnote. The analysis of the associations of an uneducated person would require to be differently formulated and in a more complicated way. As Ritklin and I have shown, the uneducated attaches chief importance to the meaning of the stimulus word. Therefore, he has a longer reaction time, making it difficult to judge how far this is conditioned by the emotions or by the deficiencies of the adaptation. End of footnote. End of section 30. Section 31 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in Word Association by Carl Gustav Jung, translated by M.D. Ader. Chapter 5, Reaction Time and Association Experiments, Part 4. On the quantitative behavior of the delayed reaction times in a large number of subjects. A. Stimulus word and delayed reaction time. It would be of interest to learn whether the laws deduced from the above analysis could be employed on a larger number of subjects about whom we possess but meager information. Practical experience teaches us that there are very few people who can follow their own psychological processes to the minutest details. Subjective analysis has, therefore, very narrow limits. But it ought to be possible, guided by the results obtained, to penetrate objectively into the complexes concealed in the associations, and at least to demonstrate the probability that the laws obtained by subjective analysis are universally true. On the same lines, I have therefore investigated the kinds of stimulus words that, as a rule, produce delayed reactions. The material was 11 persons, of whom 9 were uneducated and 2 educated. 1. 5 subjects always reacted with long times to the following stimulus words: needle, hair, salt, tooth, 3 persons. Window, pyramid, ripe. False, fern, disgust, increase. Remember, threaten, hope, strange, resin, disguise, 7 persons. In, hit, weave. It is not surprising that stimulus words like fern, increase, resin, pyramid require a delayed reaction time, for they are rather rare words to which the uneducated have not at their disposal an offhand connection. But this cannot be maintained of the words needle, hair, hit, etc. These are extremely common in colloquial speech. The reason for the delayed reaction times for these words must be sought for on the basis of the above analyses. On the whole, these are words which usually evoke emotionally toned combinations, like hope, false, hit, threaten, remember, ripe, etc., for they have in themselves a certain emotional value. For women, hair must have a certain emotional value. The words salt, window, increase, in have, it is true, no emotional value at which at once springs to the mind. But in the original, they follow on stimulus words that do excite emotion. Thus, as repeatedly demonstrated, they still come within the sphere of the perseverating emotional tone. Hair and tooth can, especially among women, cause long times, whilst disgust and despise universally excite emotion. Needle does not follow any stimulus word exciting emotion, but here another factor comes into play. This word is in German Nadel, and as pronounced, the nearest and only clang association for those who speak the Swiss dialect is navel, navel. Thus, nadel, needle, for these persons almost invariably arouses the word navel, navel. As we have seen, it is not at all necessary that this fact should come into consciousness, but it can nevertheless occasion an inhibition in the association. That this is no idle speculation is seen from the occurrence of the same phenomenon, in other words, where a similar tendency exists. Footnote: it is also seen in stimulus words that have more than one meaning, especially when one meaning has a vulgar or obscene usage. Translator. End of footnote. 2. 6 out of 11 subjects always reacted with a long time to the following: dream, paper, book, frog, attendant, write, injure, indulge, shocking, soft, guess, 8 persons. Of age, swing, omen, smell, forge, caress, family. Words like swing and omen can be regarded as difficult words in which the rarity may overcome the emotional value. From the ubiquity of paper, it is difficult to say what is, in general, the factor that arouses emotion. Attendant acts upon the constellation that the uneducated persons were all male and female attendants in our asylum. The factor in soft was due to the German clang similarity with another word. Lice equals soft, apprehended as louse equals lice. It is curious that to the word frog, they were so frequent a prolonged time. Those in whom it occurred were, with a few exceptions, women. The male subject who reacted with a long time was able to give us an explanation. Frog had encountered the emotional complex arising from the recent birth of a son, possibly for the woman's unconscious. Frog has an emotional similarity with the small, naked, crawling infant, thus encountering a sexual complex which is surely present in every woman, even if entirely unconscious. The emotional value of the remaining stimulus words is clear and requires no further discussion. 3. 7 of the 11 reacted to the following stimulus words with prolonged time: freedom, unjust, world, faithfulness, consciousness, sick, despise, take care, kiss. The only difficult word is consciousness. It is not difficult to understand that the stimulus words freedom, unjust, take care cause a prolonged time reaction among the asylum attendants. World seems to be within the sphere of influence of two stimulus words that excite emotion. 4. 8 to 10 of the 11 persons reacted with prolonged time to the following: heart, violence, wonder, suppose, kiss, 7 persons. Naturally, 9 persons. With suppose, it was less the somewhat rare occurrence of the word than its effect upon the emotions. Wonder seems frequently to have aroused religious complexes attended by inhibitions. Naturally is erotically constellated by kiss, immediately preceding it, and therefore a very insidious word for both sexes. Violence obtained the maximum of the delayed times. The fact that all the subjects are very closely connected with the asylum perhaps played an important part here. We see from this critical analysis that the difficulty or rarity of a stimulus word has no inconsiderable effect upon the duration of the reaction time, but that in the overwhelming majority of cases, the stimulus words with delayed reactions are marked by a high emotional value. I have tried to estimate the qualitative values of these 4 series in the following table. Of the 200 stimulus words, 48 excited in 5 or more persons a delayed reaction time. In 5 subjects, there were delayed times with 17 words. 76% took place with the presentations of emotional value. In 6 subjects, there were delayed times with 17 words. 76% took place with presentations of emotional value. In 7 subjects, there were delayed times with 9 words. 89% took place with presentations of emotional value. In 8 to 10 subjects, there were delayed times with 5 words. 90% took place with presentations of emotional value. Thus, on the average, 83% of the stimulus words with a prolonged time had an emotional value, whilst only 17% of the prolongations were due to difficulty of the words. Of the stimulus words arousing emotion, at least 28% had an emotional value, chiefly erotic. B. Occurrence of delayed reaction time among individuals. We can conclude that abnormally long reaction times are mainly due to emotional processes. Daily experience tells us that it is just in the world of the emotions that the greatest individual differences exist. It is, therefore, worthwhile to investigate the behavior of the abnormally long times in the different subjects. In this investigation, I have used the material supplied by 26 persons: uneducated, 7 women, 7 men; educated, 6 women, 6 men, with a total of 4,000 individual measurements. As already mentioned, all reactions which exceeded the individual probable mean were regarded as delayed. In that way, a series of reactions was encountered which showed neither long duration nor distinct influence of complex. But, on the other hand, if the upper individual limit for normal times is raised, one is thrown on to the arithmetical mean, in which the delayed times are included. But this limit is far too high for individuals, and the method brings out no characteristic figures. I therefore resolved to choose the individual probable mean as the upper limit. First, because the abnormally long times are not considered therein. The probable mean is, as a rule, lower than the arithmetical. And secondly, because about 1/3 of those times, which exceed the probable mean by merely 0.2 seconds, is constellated by emotional complexes, whilst the very long times are all due to complexes. In this way, we deal pretty well with all the times delayed by emotion. As many of the examples show, there exists a certain ratio between the intensity of the emotion and the length of the reaction time. From very long reaction times, one may deduce, cum grano salis, very intense emotion. On calculating the average by the arithmetical mean, the delayed times become too abundant. In the following table, I present the figures of the probable and the arithmetical mean for the 4 groups, as well as the percentage figures of the delayed times, in addition to the difference between probable and arithmetical mean. Table: uneducated women, probable mean 2.2, arithmetical mean 2.9, difference 0.7, delayed times in percent 49.2. Uneducated men, probable mean 1.8, arithmetical mean 2.4, difference 0.6, delayed times in percent 40.9. Educated women, probable mean 1.7, arithmetical mean 2.2, difference 0.5, delayed times in percent 42.4. Educated men, probable mean 1.3, arithmetical mean 1.7, difference 0.4, delayed times in percent 41.8. All the columns of this table express in different ways pretty much the same thing. The uneducated women have the highest probable mean and the greatest number of delayed reaction times. The differences between probable and arithmetical mean are instructive. The group of educated men have a lesser difference than the other 3 groups. This fact says that the long reaction times of this group are, on the average, shorter than that of the other groups, that the emotional inhibition, for that is the chief import, and not differences of culture, in all the other subjects, even if they do not always occur absolutely more frequently, are more fundamental and excessive than those of the educated men. In this, I see the expression of the fact that the experimenter, who in every respect stands at the level of the group of educated men, is for the remaining groups a person of the opposite sex or a person placed over them. This seems to me to be a sufficient reason for the universally stronger occurrence of emotional inhibitions in the remaining groups. With the demonstration of the emotional influences upon the duration of reaction time, I have opened up a territory which is so complicated and subject to such great individual variations that for the present there would be no advantage in communicating the individual figures which form the bases of the above tables. General recapitulation. A. The average reaction time of the measurements taken with the second stopwatch among the educated and uneducated is 1.8 second. B. The times for the male subjects, 1.6 second, are on the average shorter than those of the female subjects, 2.9 seconds. C. Likewise, the times of the educated, 1.5 second, are, on the average, shorter than those of the uneducated, 2 seconds. D. The quality of the stimulus word exercises a definite influence upon the reaction times. The shortest average times are responses to concretes, 1.67 second. The longest are universal concepts and verbs, 1.95 and 1.9 second. The educated men form an exception to this rule, for in their case the concretes are, on the average, followed by the longest reaction times. E. The quality of the reaction word also seems to have a distinct influence upon the duration of the reaction time. The longest times occur with universal concepts, 1.98 second. The shortest times occur with adjectives and verbs, 1.65 and 1.66 second. The concretes, 1.81 second, are in the middle. The educated men here again form an exception, for their longest time is again with concretes. F. The nature of the association has a distinct influence upon the reaction time. Inner associations demand a longer reaction time than outer ones. Clang reactions show generally relatively long times because they are abnormal, and their occurrence is due to certain disturbances from inner distraction. G. The reaction times which exceed the probable mean are, in large part, caused by the occurrence of intense emotion, which belongs to the presentation complexes significant to the individual. The reason for the prolongation is generally not conscious at the moment. The delayed reactions can therefore serve as a means for the discovery of affect-toned, often unconscious, presentation complexes of importance in hysteria. H. Certain stimulus words are commonly followed by a delayed reaction. About 83% of these stimulus words are chiefly characterized by their emotional value, whilst only about 17% have delayed times on account of the difficulty or rarity of the word. The emotional tone often calms down slowly, extending to the subsequent reaction, which thus becomes disturbed. Perseveration. End of section 31.
Section 32 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Arden. Studies in Word Association by Carl Gustav Jung. Translated by M.D. Eder. Chapter 6. Consciousness and Association. Part 1. Chapter 6. Consciousness and Association. By Professor E. Bleuler. Mention is often made in this volume of unconscious or subconscious mental functions, or of unconscious processes that influence mental functions. Curiously enough, these things, which one meets with at every step in psychological investigation, are in Germany generally ignored, misunderstood, or attacked upon doctrinaire grounds. In France, it would be unnecessary to make any special reference to the existence of unconscious mental phenomena. Both the Janets, for instance, imply this constantly in their experimental work, and Grasset has even formed a special theory, anatomical, for it. In Germany, the concept of the unconscious has become so twisted by Eduard von Hartmann, among others, that it has become quite useless for scientific psychology. Others base their ideas on a theoretical standpoint, which to some extent is defensible enough. Mental is conscious. The essence of the mental lies in its consciousness. It is, then, nonsense to speak of unconscious mental processes. Footnote 1.
Sehen.
Leitfaden der Psychologie. This limited view is to me as if someone were to describe the life of the amphibia as observed on land, whilst ignoring their life in water. End footnote 1. But these professors forget, strange as it may sound, that observation is unable to draw any borderline between conscious and unconscious. Exactly the same functional formations and mechanisms which we find in the conscious are demonstrable outside it, and these are just as capable of determining our psyche as the analogous conscious processes. In this sense, there are, then, unconscious sensations, perceptions, deductions, feelings, fears, and hopes, simply and solely distinguishable from similarly named conscious phenomena by the absence of the conscious quality. Their separation is, therefore, entirely artificial, and can never be justified by observation. Whoever denies the existence of these functions renders the explanation of conscious processes impossible, for unconscious mechanisms are ever modifying or even determining the course of conscious processes. It seems to me that Wundt's psychology is at present the chief hindrance to any impartial investigation of the facts. I do not wish to be misunderstood. Wundt has done more, very much more, for scientific psychology than any other psychologist, but his attitude towards the questions with which we are immediately concerned is not justified by the facts, although from many expressions one might conclude that he is aware of these facts and even subscribes to our theory. Wundt says in his Physiologische Psychologie, 5th edition, Volume 3, page 521, on the mental side, an association of immediate events is that condition by which consciousness invariably appears in experience. This sentence is, of course, quite correct, but if nothing more is said, many readers may forget, as perhaps the writer did himself, that it cannot become reversed. As we hope to show, there are numerous associations of presentations, following the same laws, where consciousness is absent. The ordered association of presentations is therefore only a condition of consciousness, in the sense that without this, probably no consciousness can exist, but not in the sense that whenever the association is present, then there is consciousness. On page 320, consciousness is said to be the condition of every experience. That may be in harmony with the theory of apperception, but it is a somewhat bold statement. A spider clearly gathers experience, a bee gathers manifold experiences, but is it so certain that these creatures have consciousness? One may believe this, or accept it, but not prove it. In the Psychologie, 1st edition, page 238, consciousness itself is said to be the association of psychical images, but it is difficult to say what is to be made out of this idea. In other places, the concept of consciousness is approximated to that of apperception, the latter being presented as a kind of personification at the back of the rest of the psyche. According to Wundt, this feeling is the subjective reaction of consciousness, or of apperception, to an impression. Our consciousness criticizes the word and its course. Physiologische Psychologie, 3rd edition, volume 2, page 3. With such lack of clearness, it is not surprising that Wundt confuses things with one another which have nothing to do with one another, as, e.g., a latent memory picture, an unconscious psychical function. Is the latent memory picture, the memory trace, constantly reproduced in a feeble way, or is it only revivified at times by a new stimulus? This question passes on to the related one, whether the acquired presentations have a permanent existence, somewhat in Herbart's sense, or whether they arise afresh every time by some kind of functional act when they emerge into consciousness or become otherwise active. This sets out from the view that there can be memory traces, physical and psychical, which only become active at times. A memory trace, a predisposition, would then be generally of no importance at all, something like the predisposition of a stationary pendulum to swing, or of a canal in which for the time being there was no water running. The trace would only take on function when the memory picture played any kind of part in a new mental process. Whether it then became conscious or not does not come into the question, although most people, implicitly or explicitly, generally consider conscious memory pictures only. Despite the similarity of names, unconscious actions, reflections, and presentations in our sense differ from these toto caelo. We are here dealing with actual functions which are not conscious to the individual. Wundt amalgamates both latent memory pictures and unconscious mental happenings, and even mixes up with these the question of inborn presentations. In his Physiologische Psychologie, Volume 3, page 748, the conception of a mental occurrence, resulting from the analogy of conscious motives, but which is at the same time not conscious, coincides completely with the concept of the life forces of vitalism. Such obscure concepts are useless in the practical psychology of the asylum, or in the investigation of normals. They have, moreover, the great disadvantage that they stand in the way of impartial observation, and must be first of all pushed aside by those who wish to arrive at any kind of useful view. There is no better testimony to the value of a psychological theory than its applicability in psychopathology. The philosophic psychology of the study must seem to be pure fantasy in the eyes of every physician, because its theories are valueless in practical life. Psychiatry, one could almost say each individual psychiatrist, has to create for itself a psychology for home use. However fruitful other sides of Wundt's physiological psychology have been in pathology, his theories have failed completely, where we tried to unravel all that is denoted by conscious, unconscious, dissociated personality, etc. His theories have not even helped their originator to appreciate the significance of such relatively simple phenomena as occur in hypnotism. It becomes our task to show briefly that there are unconscious mental phenomena, and to point out the diverse means by which these find expression. Experience tells us, however, that this will not be enough. Even scientists, as a rule, only assimilate new ideas which harmonize with their previous content of presentations. I shall, therefore, in conclusion, indicate briefly a theory of these unconscious phenomena which has enabled me for 26 years to explain all these observations. The whole psychology of the unconscious, all the phenomena of hypnotism, of dissociation of the personality, of hysterical conscious conditions, are brought into harmony with the rest of our knowledge, while the theory helps to remove the odium of the weird and inconceivable which so many people still attach to these phenomena. Much of this I shall only suggest here. A psychology of the unconscious, with any pretension to completeness, would fill volumes. The facts. Most people agree that there is no conscious quality in the actions of the works of a watch, or of physical events in general. But the expression unconscious is not properly used in this connection, but only of processes in our brains where consciousness is absent, although in all other respects equivalent to, or obviously like conscious processes. We deduce these processes from their effects, or are able to learn about them in individual instances from their memory pictures becoming subsequently conscious. I am walking in the street, occupied with some problem, make way for other people, go the right way. Of all the sense impressions, not 100th part becomes conscious to me, yet they guide my steps. That these are not simple reflex processes may be deduced from the following facts, among others. Embarking on and maintaining the direction in walking, making way, and so on, is originally a mental act which has only become unconscious, automatic, in many cases, and that quite gradually, without one being able to state exactly at what moment or during what action consciousness completely disappeared. The activity which has become automatic cannot be something different in principle from the action originally conscious. At any moment, it can become again more or less conscious. Our whole pathology shows that in man, at least, such activities are governed by the cerebral cortex and become disordered in agreement with the corresponding conscious functions. The purpose and choice of the road set out upon is generally consciously determined by the mind beforehand. A reflex process cannot thus be voluntarily managed. A reflex is distinguished from psychical functions by being non-plastic. Now and again, the unconscious psyche, the unconscious, commits the same kind of mistakes as the conscious psyche. For instance, instead of taking the pre-selected but unusual path, another is taken to which one is more accustomed, or a side street which one intended to take is passed by if the buildings have undergone any alteration. In such cases, purposeful, unconscious changes are made in the original plan. If a street for any cause is impassable, I can choose another without reference to my consciousness. Such unconscious choice of action has analogies with conscious mental activity, but not with reflex activities. Later on, everything that my senses have perceived can emerge as memory pictures identical with the memory traces consciously grasped. It is relatively frequent for a spoken sentence, a word read in passing, the stroke of a clock, and the like to pass into consciousness after an interval, sometimes only after several minutes. Thus, after a considerable time, some passing incident, some dream or hypnotic suggestion, a memory picture received unconsciously, may emerge into consciousness. Here we have to do with the analogies to sensation and perception in the region of the unconscious. Again, it is unconscious sensation when, my attention being strongly fixed, a boot nail sticks into my foot. I get up, feel worried. I notice this fact without recognizing the cause of my change of mood, until for some reason or other, my attention is turned towards the slight pain. All unconscious sensations and perceptions can suddenly pass into consciousness. Among the passers-by, for whom I make room without taking notice of them, is a friend or a Negro. There is some very strong smell. Danger of some kind threatens me. I see fruit for sale when I am thirsty. Some clumsy person pushes me aside. In all such cases, consciousness is suddenly added to the unconscious process without our being able to notice any other change. I am awaiting my fiancée, and see her coming through the garden shrubbery. I am amazed at not feeling the usual pleasurable excitement. A minute later she comes out of the shrubbery, and it is not my fiancée at all. I have mistaken her for another girl, who wears dresses of the same color. The same thing happens to me again. Recalling the previous occurrence, I meant to be cautious, and nevertheless arrived at the same false conclusion, that the girl approaching must be my fiancée. A third time, in a mist, I get joyfully excited at the approach of a person whom I consciously did not recognize as my fiancée. The unconscious was right there also. When reading, I am accustomed to adopt various postures, which are more comfortable than elegant. Should someone knock at the door, before whom I do not feel quite at my ease, I sit up automatically. I have an old housekeeper from whom I do not hide my inelegant postures. Now it has happened to me to feel quite sure that the step and the knock belonged to another person, to my younger servant, and yet I could hardly make up my mind to sit up. Once, indeed, just before the expected servant entered, I had time to reflect a little. I decided, in a way quite foreign to my usual thoughts and feelings, that I must accustom the girl also to see me on the sofa, with my legs on the table. In all these cases, as in all similar incidents, my unconscious was right. It was the old housekeeper who was at the door. These are cases of unconscious recognition, in contrast with the conscious malcognition. Add to this that the unconscious phenomena dominated the conscious feeling, the motor reaction, and even reflection. When I was working in the physiological laboratory, I frequently had to carry a lot of rabbits in a net an hour's walk. Naturally, my hand got tired, and I often had to change hands. I wanted to study the phenomenon of fatigue, and find out how long under conscious strain I could stop from changing hands. I did not once succeed in determining the moment of fatigue. When I turned my attention to the rabbits, either I was not as yet tired, or I had already changed hands. The sensations of fatigue had already, without appearing in consciousness, informed my brain, and set an activity in motion which cannot possibly be apprehended as a mere reflex. Just as every unconscious sense image, or its memory picture may, from any kind of accident, become conscious, so conscious doings may become unconscious. You have only to think of the well-known instances of piano playing, reading aloud whilst thinking of something else, or of any similarly complicated functions which have become automatic through practice. At any moment they may become, in part or wholly, conscious and again unconscious. But there are also unconscious analogies to reflections, to logical thinking. Carpenter in his mental physiology cites a number of instances which have become known to all since then, which prove that long series of reflections can be made in the unconscious, the result only appearing in consciousness. Unconscious poetical productions have been made, as well as discoveries. Long sought-after mathematical problems have suddenly emerged into consciousness ready solved. Lord Mansfield certainly spoke from a ripe experience when he advised a young and newly appointed judge, "Never give reasons for your decisions. Your judgments will very probably be right, but your reasons will almost certainly be wrong." Footnote 1. Carpenter, Mental Physiology, page 482. End footnote 1. By inferences which scarcely ever become conscious to us, perceptions are formed from sensations. The size of an object we infer from the size of the retinal picture. The convergence of the eyes and other sensations, again, enable us by unconscious inference to determine the distance. In the analysis of peripheral illusions of sense, it is quite common to speak of such unconscious inferences, Helmholtz. From impressions which we cannot analyze, we often make far-reaching conclusions which we know only from the results. People who have no knowledge of graphology diagnose a rascal from the handwriting without knowing why. A young and inexperienced girl gives an acute and poignant character of a new friend after a brief acquaintance. A physician makes a correct diagnosis in difficult cases, the grounds of which he cannot properly give. A little girl from the outset distrusted a swindler who had introduced himself into a respectable family as one in great need, and who was liked by everyone else. Compare also the explanation of the cases published in the literature of so-called clairvoyance. In unconscious reflections, unconscious motives very frequently play their share. One cannot adequately explain, on conscious grounds, many of one's own decisions. He who often conscientiously analyzes himself will often find the decisive factor in a motive which was quite unconscious at the time of deliberation and decision. Try and find out the reasons for the doings of those dearest to you. You get at nothing without the acceptance of unconscious motives. For beautiful examples as to how opinions arise, see Forel, Die Zukunft, 1902 to 1903, page 1. Footnote 1. Those who know something about the alcohol question, or wish to know something about it, should study the arguments of the moderate drinkers for wonderful examples of the ignorance of motives. Teetotalism is opposed, e.g., by pointing out that people drank as much or even more in former days, in direct contradiction to the fact that the development of breweries and distilleries belongs to the last century, almost to the last decades. In Switzerland, the brewery was practically non-existent 50 years ago. It is said that moderation strengthens the character, although millionfold observation has shown that alcohol weakens the character on the psychical side. In every other field, care is taken to protect youth against corruption. Who, for example, would send his daughter into bad company so as to strengthen her character? It is said in all seriousness that God has made wine so that man may drink of it, but we have long lost the habit of swallowing everything which God permits to grow. Moreover, God has at most let the grapes grow. Without man's additional effort, there would be no wine. Such halting statements, such as otherwise one is only accustomed to get from imbeciles, one can hear on the drink question by the hundreds from the most intelligent people. They are easily shown to be false by the simplest person who here thinks objectively. The true motives can easily be discovered from any moderate drinker, whom you know at all well. Most persons cannot be among wolves without joining in the howling. They cannot bear being regarded as peculiar. Others cannot give up their habits, their usual pleasures. Others feel embarrassed before their wives, or neighbors, or some relative who is a brewkeeper, or innkeeper, and so on. End footnote 1. In this respect, self-observation is very interesting when a quick action or response is demanded. The conscious self is quite unable in such cases to exercise exact reflection. The feelings are often derided. This word comprises, as a rule, two quite distinct things: real affects, fear, anger, etc., then ill-considered intellectual motives and reflections. The latter must be thought out more thoroughly somewhere, in the unconscious. Otherwise our actions would only be correct by accident. They would become in every way equivalent to the doings of those weak-minded persons who never get beyond such obscure concepts. But it is quite the contrary. The individual is often astonished, on working out the matter, how correctly his feelings have guided him. Just as unconscious motives condition conscious activity, the reverse is also true. At every moment, we decide on actions which are afterwards carried out quite unconsciously. So whilst without previous practice, the adjustment of any kind can be final or persistent. In my school days, and up to my 15th year, I had warts on my left hand with which I was always fidgeting. I used to get blood out of them for writing, and such like things. I was then told that warts were kept up by bestowing attention upon them, whereupon I resolved to ignore mine. 6 months later, my warts were accidentally brought back to my mind. They had disappeared. In the interval, I had not thought once about them, nor of my decision. From my youth upwards, I used, when I was alone, to spin a fairy tale of adventures many years ahead. I then read in a grammar book the sentence, "It is a disease of the soul to think the impossible." My fairy tale became suspect, and from that time disappeared from my involuntary fantasies without any effort of will, without any conscious prohibition. Some 10 years ago, I had some new shirts made. The buttonholes of the cuffs were in unwanted places, so that in putting on my coat, I always used to pull out the studs. I finally succeeded in putting on the coat without dragging out the studs. It was not till a year later that I had the old difficulty again. It was on a walk when, under difficult conditions, I wanted to put on the coat and the studs slipped out. Up till then, the adjustment made on a single occasion had sufficed. In all these cases, we are dealing with the unconscious influencing of processes usually counted as mental, which, in any case, belong not to the reflex, but to the plastic functions. The transformed motive worked on permanently, although it became quite unconscious for a long time after the new adjustment. There are similar adjustments towards centripetal processes. One is looking for a certain plant on a walk. After a while, one ceases to think about it, but as soon as the plant comes into view, the attention is at once directed to it, with an inhibition of all other processes present at the moment in consciousness. You are running through the pages of a book to find a name, get interested in the book, are not thinking, perhaps, for the next hour why you took up the book, but as soon as you come across the name, it is noted and brought into connection with the original purpose. In such cases, the adaptation is directed to what we call, in the conscious, the attention. There is an unconscious adjustment of attention. But there is also a continuous unconscious attention, as when in the street traffic I push by or step aside, feeling for the most convenient way, or when I unconsciously search the hedges for some flower. The equivalency of unconscious presentations is best shown in the course of series of associations, which jump from presentation to presentation, quite unconcerned as to whether the individual associations are conscious or not. Many instances are found in this book. I mention only 3 types. Stimulus word, mild. The reaction bed slurs over the words child, child bed, conditioned by a constellation which remained unconscious. To high, a subject was about to answer deep. She corrected it before she had quite uttered the word, and said low. She did not know why. Analysis shows that deep, read backwards, is the name of a former adorer, a fact about the word of which she was previously not aware. To despise, there came the reaction mépriser, the only reaction in French. The word is given by the stimulus, but the French form is conditioned in the unconscious by the reading of a French novel, which had reminded the subject that she might be herself despised under certain conditions. Hypnosis gives us the means of experimenting with unconscious processes. Sense images can be made completely unconscious by suggestion of anesthesia, of negative hallucination, and they can be nevertheless employed to direct movements, whilst after any desired interval, their existence can be established as memory pictures. In conditions of experimental hyperesthesia, sense images can be turned to other unconscious uses, and even to better uses than the conscious ones. In mirror reading, by letters reflected by ordinary writing paper, and the recognition, by the sense of smell, of movements taking place in any object, all the factors are scarcely conscious. The literature of hypnotism contains numerous other examples of unsuspected finer qualities of sensations which would be quite impossible to supraconsciousness. If during hypnosis I give a command for a visit to be paid 1 hour after waking, the subject performs the action, in most cases, in his normal consciousness, but the real motive of his visit remains quite unconscious. He believes he has other grounds for it. If I require the post-hypnotic visit to be made 16 days later, the days are counted unconsciously, or the mental mechanism is so attuned that the action is carried out on the appointed day. If I say, when I have clapped hands 27 times, you will go to sleep again, sleep takes place even if the subject on awaking has quite forgotten the command, and I take several days over the 27 hand clappings. The clapping must have been counted unconsciously. If I say, if a mouse rustles in the wall, you will feel an itching in the nose. The unconscious attention is attuned to the rustling of a mouse. Many inferences made by hypnotized persons are unconscious. The best known is the clever guessing of the hypnotist's aims, which has so frequently simulated thought transference. The subjects do not always know that they have made a deduction, and scarcely ever know out of what elements they have formed it. If we use the experiments, stupidly forbidden, of thought reading, of the planchette, unconscious writing, and of table rapping, we find among hypnotized and unhypnotized, among healthy and unhealthy persons, remarkable unconscious activities. Memory pictures quite inaccessible to consciousness emerge with wonderful distinctness, and are combined in logical ways as well as in fantasies. A girl writes, from left to right, an Arabic dedication, which she must have seen at some time without understanding it. She displays knowledge which she certainly never consciously possessed. In trance, with automatic writing, she composes stories, the incidents in which she must have stored in her childhood, but which have not left a trace in her consciousness. Cryptomnesia. Footnote 1. Fleur noir. Des Indes à la planète Mars. And footnote 1. Automatic writing, in particular, deserves more attention from psychologists than it has received. In so-called mediums, it is a very common function. In Mulhouse, there is a nature doctor, without professional qualifications, who successfully trains most of his patients in this automatic activity and gets them to write the diagnosis. Automatic speaking is found in dementia praecox. The patient hears himself talking, mostly cursing, as if he were a third, quite disinterested spectator. In the visionaries of Cévennes, about whom we possess fairly accurate reports, this phenomenon was so developed that they delivered whole sermons without their consciousness taking the slightest part. The study of all forms of possession furnishes other examples of this. In thought reading, the guide makes unconscious movements of the extremities and muscles, which the thought reader interprets, in many cases, quite unconsciously, as I have been able to convince myself from many instances. Here again, unconscious sensation and interpretation extend far beyond anything we can accomplish consciously. By a mere touch, direction can be much more accurately determined than might be expected, and the guess is often so extraordinary that at present we can offer no explanation. For instance, whole words or concepts are transferred in this way. Jung placed his hand on the back of the medium and thought of Caesar, whereupon the medium automatically wrote Brutus. According to Jung's unpublished experiments, numbers can be correctly given if the medium only joins in the first movements of the answering table and then interrupts all contact with the table and the medium. These unconscious thoughts have often a tendency to express themselves in quite uncommon ways, e.g., they prefer a symbol which is foreign to the consciousness. If an innocent young girl, much taken up with some strapping youth just introduced to her, makes the table say, "I am hungry and thirsty for human flesh," we easily recognize a disguise. Freud, in his work on dreams, which has not met with the recognition it merits, has shown that somewhat similar ideas exist in dreams, and Jung and Ricklin have found similar ideas to be the conscious or unconscious core of the bizarreries of dementia praecox. I came across another instance of this today in the sphere of dreams. A girl about whose dreams I inquired on medical grounds, who would be very unhappy if I explained to her the meaning of her dream, told me the following. She was with her former teacher in the garden. He showed her an outline of the map of Switzerland. She showed him the Berenyi range. He then wanted her to point out to him something else, the Popocatépetl. She wished to look for the mountain, when he bade her show him the Pacific Ocean. She had only to go up a step when she would see it. She did so, and remarked that it was a beautiful kind of Pacific Ocean. It was most stormy. The foam spurted up to the sky and up to her herself. The sky was quite dark, this repeated with emphasis. Those unpracticed in dream interpretation may take as key the clang to Popocatépetl. With this key, the rest, up to and including the black sky, is easily made out, with the exception of the Berenyi range. We notice again in unconscious cerebration a tendency to witticisms foreign to our waking state. Footnote 1. Fundamentally, these are not so much witticisms as unexpected associations of ideas, which give the impression of wit. End footnote 1. One of our assistant physicians, named Verlin, was selected for a better post, and had to leave at once, which put us into great difficulty. In reporting the case to the authorities, I left out the R in the name Vo-Lin. Consciously, I had never thought of such a pun. Observation has convinced us that Freud is right in claiming that most of these slips have a deeper meaning. Unconscious feelings often express themselves in snatches of tunes, which seem to spring up from nowhere, and their significance is undiscoverable to the subject himself without analysis. Quotations serve the same end. In association experiments, they very frequently conceal emotional complexes. See Chapter 5. Automatic writing and the related expressions of unconscious activity, designation of letters with the planchette, tables, movements, etc., often conceal a mood of the unconscious, which so far remains unexplained. Words, syllables, and even sentences are misplaced in various ways, or even written backwards. An acquaintance experimenting with the planchette, which, it should be noted, succeeds with most people, received words which were quite incomprehensible. To the question, what language might this be? His own unconscious replied to him by the planchette, but with the letters now correctly in place. Idiot, turn it round. This gave him the key. Jung, footnote 1, Jung, Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology, Chapter 1, page 54, end footnote 1, quotes a case from Myers where the automatic writing furnished complete anagrams. Such complications are not only foreign to conscious thinking, but they require work of a kind that very few persons could carry out consciously in their heads. In this connection, we must again recall the hypersensitiveness of unconscious sense perceptions and the hyperintelligence of many unconscious deductions. And, nevertheless, in all these experimental expressions of the unconscious, there is scarcely ever produced any really original piece of work. Whatever similarity such play of ideas may have with the creations of genius, some day we shall certainly succeed in interpreting all these things in the manner of Freud's explanation of dreams, and of the instance given above of hunger and thirst for human flesh. The same tendency to witticisms and tomfoolery is found, as is well known, among the mediums of the spiritualists and among hysterics, whose symptoms arise to a great extent in the unconscious. Unconscious feelings are somewhat more difficult to understand. We find their effects in association, and we see their influence most markedly in changes of consciousness, in the dissociation of the different personalities, and similar phenomena, see below. The way in which they first arise in the unconscious, by an unconscious elaboration of the content of experience, and can then be transferred to conscious personality, the following example will show. I once received some unpleasant news when I was very busy. The full extent of the matter had not become quite clear to me whilst listening to the messenger. For an hour or more, I gave various instructions and orders. During this time, the news had quite vanished from my mind. I had forgotten it, and was quite as usual. I then went to the wards, when it seemed to me suddenly as if I felt a heavy weight on my chest, as if I had had some accident. It was only after long reflection that I discovered the cause to be the unpleasant news which was unconsciously at work. It had linked itself to further associations, and had succeeded in obtaining notice by the conscious self through a movement of the feelings. Every novelist knows that, besides the feelings, the instincts play a large part in the unconscious. 2 examples from real life will suffice. A young man went to a ball, fully determined to get engaged to a girl who was, on rational grounds, a good match for him. He there got engaged, it is true, but to another lady, who did not correspond so well to his conscious wishes, but, as the sequel showed, was the right woman for him, communicated by Jung. A rather elderly bachelor discovered that he was in love with a girl who did not come up to his former conscious ideal of a housewife. He first noticed this when stopping at an hotel. He found himself always asking for letters, even when he knew that none could possibly have arrived. Here again the unconscious instinct had chosen, as against all the fine theories of the conscious. In the region of psychopathology, we also find the unconscious in constant activity. Hallucinatory paranoiacs complain daily about voices which seem strange to them, but which must undoubtedly have arisen from the unconscious working of the mind. The Maid of Orleans had hallucinations in which the Mother of God told her exactly what to do. These proved the right things to do until the maid's mission was accomplished. They must have arisen from a highly intelligent unconscious mechanism. The writer has studied the documentary evidence and is convinced that no other explanation is possible. Here likewise belong the common teleological hallucinations. For instance, a hebephreniac wanted to throw himself out of the window. On coming to the window, he saw that it was filled up by a flood of light, and he felt at the same time that he was knocking against an irresistible obstacle, hallucination of sight and of perception of resistance. In hysteria, there are a number of other teleological symptoms which have hitherto been insufficiently observed. For some time past, a young lady has always had an attack of aphonia when she goes into a shop to buy something. Previously, she had never been able to resist the importunities of the salesman, but had often taken things home which she did not want, and which, moreover, far exceeded her means. The aphonia was a defense of the unconscious which, as a rule, sufficed, but it was a means really unworthy of the lady's highly developed intelligence. One of my college friends suffers from paranoid dementia precox, which set in late and is a very slow course. He tries to prove to me that the injunctions, voices, etc. have not arisen in his brain. He therefore keeps a very exact account of all events which refer to these things. On one occasion he thought of the word retour. Then he heard a voice calling out, recherches. He assured me, quite truly, with the greatest conviction, that neither, immediately nor long before, had he thought of this word. It must have come from another person. He hears on many occasions things of which he would never think. Surely he would not insult or threaten himself. He had been accustomed for a long time to observe himself with hypochondriacal exactitude, and his intelligence is still so good that on this occasion he allowed they were not outside influences, but hallucinations. This is one case among hundreds. Independently of the conscious personality, wishes and fears regulate ideas to their liking, and combine them in a compact complex, whose expressions emerge as hallucinations. These appear to be so consequential and deliberate that they simulate a third person. This third person sometimes criticizes the subject, his thoughts and actions, voice of conscience, but it is merely a piece of the split-off personality. It represents aspirations of this personality, which would otherwise be suppressed. We thus find in the unconscious all those activities which we usually ascribe to the conscious mind: sensation, perception, logical thinking, imagination, attention, aspiration, action. But that is not the end. We have yet to add the chapter of multiple personality, although in these cases both complexes possess a conscious quality. But we shall see that dissociation of personality is fundamentally nothing else than the splitting off of the unconscious. Unconscious complexes can transform themselves into these secondary personalities by taking over so large a part of the original personality that they represent an entirely new personality. In the dream of the normal individual, personality is already changed. The dream shows traits and memories foreign to one when awake. Such dream personalities are rarely complete. They sway hither and thither and have but an ephemeral duration. A permanent grouping of experiences in two or more personalities we see in cases of doubled or multiple consciousness. The most famous of these is Azam's Philida, who is well known to every psychologist. A young girl suddenly forgot most of her former circumstances, and from being a serious person became witty, jolly, almost boisterous. After a time, her normal state returned, and then both states interchanged at irregular intervals throughout life. In her normal state, she had no recollection of her experiences in the second state. In the latter, however, she remembered in later years the events of her normal state. Thus, several distinct personalities, up to a dozen have been observed, can interchange in the same individual. In these cases, memory behaves in various ways. As a rule, the abnormal and its experiences are quite unknown to the normal consciousness, whilst the abnormal state can often make use of the memories of the normal, but not invariably. Sometimes, the subjects live like two personalities, completely separated in time and content. Jung, footnote 1. Jung, Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology, Chapter 1, on the psychology and pathology of so-called occult phenomena, end footnote 1, has carefully described the case of a girl at puberty who in trance exhibited an idealized personality, together with two groups of persons of another sort. In the former, he suspected that he saw the later character of the girl breaking through, whilst the two others personified traits of character which were to be cast off. The patient's subsequent development has shown that he was right. Such personalities can, however, exist permanently side by side, and not merely in succession. It seems probably true that in every one, groups of psychical elements lead a more or less independent life. Max Dessoir has brought together in his Doppel-Ich, footnote 2, Leipzig, 1890, end footnote 2, double self, a number of points in favor of the view that by the side of the conscious ego, there is also present a subconscious. This work, otherwise of great merit, suffers from the mistake of speaking always of one subconscious only. In truth, a practically endless number of different unconscious groupings is possible, and these all occur, although only the one or other complex, as a rule, besides the superconscious, seems to reach expression. Naturally, the different complexes representing different types of personalities have much in common. The ordinary acquired capacities such as gait, eating, speech, etc. are generally the same. More than this, the universal concepts, etc., acquired by experience, are generally the same in the different complexes. They do not, therefore, lead an absolutely separate life, and activities of the subconscious often interact on the supraconscious. and conversely, in just the same way that we have indicated when speaking of unconscious activity alone. In many cases, the different personalities are only distinguishable by the absence or presence of a few memory complexes. Rieklin has related a pretty instance of this. Psychologie, Neurologie, Wochenschrift, 1904 to 1905, number 22. A prisoner under observation got into a state of hysterical delirium at certain questions. At one moment he was the father of a family, and a driver, as in fact he was. Then he became an unmarried servant, who did not know his name. Both personalities were, for the rest, very much alike in this, that neither knew anything about the crime. The selection and grouping of elementary constituents of the memory in the different personalities always arise under the powerful influence of affects, just as in delirium and dreams. In the instance just quoted, one could, by arousing the complex during examination, produce at will the greater part of the patient's past, and by arousing emotional reminiscences about his family, reproduce his whole position in life as the father and the mainstay of the family. End of section 32.
Section 33 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies in Word Association by Carl Gustav Jung. Translated by M.D. Eder. Section 33. The Theory. The foregoing observations show us indisputably that all conscious psychical functions can occur also in the unconscious, without any change in their character on that account. Sensation, perception, deduction, desire, action can all take place in us without becoming conscious. In this sense, we are obliged to speak of unconscious sensation, thinking, and doing, if we do not wish to make new words for these concepts. The conscious quality, the becoming aware of a psychical process, is therefore something of quite secondary importance in the consideration of our psyche, although the centripetal side of our psyche is only of importance to our ego insofar as it is conscious. We only suffer from conscious pains, we only rejoice at conscious pleasures. We must now ascertain under what conditions psychical processes are conscious. I believe they become so by association with our ego, that is, with the presentations, sensations, desires, which at any given moment compose our personality. Hence it follows that all those processes which are at the moment not in associative connection with the ego complex are unconscious. The difference between conscious and unconscious is often presented as essentially a dynamic one. Strong sense impressions will certainly, cateris paribus, receive attention sooner than weak ones. Probably strong psychical processes correspond to these. I say probably because we have no test of the strength of our psychical processes. But if we start with the presumption of such a test, the dynamic theory becomes at once impossible. But, assuming that strong stimuli correspond to strong sensations, we see that the strength of a sensation is of very slight importance as regards attaining consciousness. It is by no means the most striking feature. Amid the loud roar of the railway train, we notice only the interesting conversation, even if it is much softer than the noise around. I have been exactly 1 year in Rheingau when I first consciously heard the clock strike 11, and yet the church tower, which contains a very clear-sounding bell, is next to the superintendent's house. I used to wake at any hour of the night at the slightest sigh of a sick member of the family, when the fire alarm cannon, which was quite near my open bedroom window, never awakened me. The brightest flashes of lightning are often unobserved, while scarcely perceptible changes in the lighting or the tint, for instance in picking out unhealthy plants, may strike us at once. During an attack, an officer was shot in the right arm, but he did not notice this until he wanted to use his saber. It is a commonplace fact that strong stimuli of one sense organ do not prevent the weak stimuli of other sense organs from becoming conscious, unless the question of pain enters, which then, properly, dominates everything. I do not hear a soft sound in bright light any worse than in the dark. It is not possible to exhaust this theme here, but it can be strongly maintained that in all the differences which we know, adjustment alone plays any substantial part. What this is, upon what it rests, we do not yet know, although many scientists write about attention, which about corresponds to this kind of adjustment, as if it were something known. What at present can be stated with certainty about adjustment, or attention, is simply that it facilitates certain definite associations and inhibits others. If we may be allowed to employ again the illustration of the railroad used in Chapter 1, adjustment is a definite point station, or, to use the popular comparison of an electric storehouse, a definite place of contacts, which only allows connections to and from definite directions. Let us test our hypothesis by a few examples. I go along the street making way for people without being conscious of the fact. At the time I am occupied with some question which entirely absorbs my conscious thinking. This complex of ideas inhibits, according to known laws, other psychical activities which do not pertain to it, including, therefore, this making way. This inhibition is certainly not to be understood as meaning that the making way will not occur at all, or only with more difficulty when I am entirely lost in thought than at other times. On the contrary, such automatic movements generally are made better unconsciously than consciously. The inhibition does not, therefore, in this case, concern the function itself, but only the connection with the ego complex, or in other words, with the becoming conscious. The automatic process of maintaining your direction is, as we have shown, an act solely distinguished from other psychical functions by the absence of the quality of consciousness. The function has insofar made itself independent that once begun, it can carry on with or without connection with the ego complex. Nonetheless, the whole content of memory is at the individual's disposal. The dangers from bicycles, motors, electric cars, and as recent investigations have shown, the rate of traveling and the direction are better appreciated by this independent complex of ideas than by conscious deliberation. Probably Stein's remark, Psychologie der Ursache, applies here, that time is better appreciated when the attention is otherwise occupied, e.g. in reading, than when the interval of time is to be estimated is not filled up. If we observe ourselves whilst learning to ride a bicycle, the whole process of our detachment from the complex of propulsion is very distinctly conscious. At first we set out with conscious effort, sometimes aided by deliberation. We must now turn the left handlebar to the left and bend the body to the same side. By and by everything goes smoothly, and we begin to look at other things on the road. Finally, we learn to think of things quite unconnected with riding, at first timidly, superficially, and at short intervals, and then more boldly and connectedly. The thought complex inhibits the development, not the function, of the motor complex more and more. This complex becomes more hazy to consciousness as the links with the ego decrease, for the ego is now engaged elsewhere and is hence shut off on this side. At the same time, the motor complex becomes more habitual. Through a habit, there is not merely an easier and safer disposal of nervous activity, but also binding of the psychime, sit venia verbo, to the absolutely essential paths. This we see in the infant's every habit as well as in ourselves. An increasing tendency must exist within the motor complex to limit or to inhibit associations with other complexes. Finally, this tendency of both sides to close leads to both activities, thinking and riding, working independently of each other. We can then ride for hours together without thinking of the machine or of the road. The complex, which has here become unconscious, behaves as a dissociated piece of the mind, gathering experiences and making use of them. Some years ago, I had frequently to traverse a much broken-up road. The getting out of the way disturbed me exceedingly. Even if the street was only slightly crowded, I was obliged to walk much more slowly than I was accustomed to. It was only after some time and after much resolution that I found courage to jostle along somewhat faster. The consequence was that I kept to the tramway lines, the dangers of which my conscious self did not know at all, while something within me had carefully calculated how quickly and quietly I could get along the lines without danger. Such instances could be freely multiplied by the dozen. I will just call attention to the fact that only the unconscious of an asylum officer is perfectly at home with the different locks of his asylum. If for some particular reason he has to open a lock consciously, he gets worried because he does not know how far he should insert the key. upon which side to turn it, how much force is required. All things which his Locke complex knows and carries out accurately. Unconscious perceptions exist by the myriad, but they would not afford us anything new. Special mention need only be made of those which later arrive at consciousness, or of those which influence our conscious feeling or doing. If I am busy with some mental work, I do not, as a rule, hear the clock strike. If a few minutes later I am recalled to the time by some association or other, the memory picture of the clock striking is frequently revived, sometimes so accurately that I am able to count the beats up to 5. The mind has unconsciously perceived the clock striking. Without association with the momentary ego complex, this association is only restored later by the revived memory picture. The clock striking has simply become conscious because the thought which had occupied me has now been disposed of. The inhibition which it was exercising upon all other mental processes thus ceases. It should be noted that the memory picture of the unconscious perception can subsequently become conscious without any conscious association causing a search for the memory picture. The amnestic after-image of the clock striking can now unite associatively with the personality and is thus consciously perceived. If I have a nail in my shoe, which I have not noticed, but which is obviously spoiling my temper, the same mechanism comes into play. Every civilized person has become practiced in not paying attention to such small inflictions whilst otherwise engaged. Mental occupation also prevents the conscious perception of pain. The associative union of this pain with the self is busied with other matters. But the pain is nonetheless present in the mind. It influences the behavior, the temper, the affect, as if it were conscious. For the total separation of emotional impulses from the conscious part of our mind is much more difficult than that of the purely intellectual processes. Theologically expressed, it is the purpose of the affects to govern the whole mind. In the earlier cited cases, where my unconscious correctly recognized the servant or her knocking, whilst my conscious thinking was in error, the explanation is likewise easy. Sitting up is automatic as soon as I can decide, from the kind of knocking, perhaps also from the unconsciously perceived steps and the like, that the person approaching is someone with whom I am not quite at home. Lying still when the opposite decision is arrived at is likewise automatic, if this expression may be allowed for the non-carrying out of an action. In ordinary cases, I feel that the reaction to the knocking of a stranger consists in a movement of the corresponding muscles, or at least an intention of these muscles. Beyond this, no correct knowledge of anything else passes through consciousness, which recognizes at most the knocking and the sitting up. Whether in the unconscious there has really been a recognition of the person, or whether the reaction here is merely sit up or lie quiet, I am unable quite to settle. From the daily occurrence of much more complicated processes in the unconscious, it does not seem very likely that the only suggestion from the perception is a knocking, leading one to sit up or lie quiet, and not a knocking of a definite person. But it is certain that an unconscious part of my mind correctly recognized the kind of knocking requiring me to sit up, while the conscious mind was at fault. My unconscious reaction through my feelings to a false perception of my fiancé cannot be the result of rapid deduction. We can exclude the view that a sense impression, e.g., the look of a bit of a dress, had aroused the reaction of feeling without the assistance of the unconscious concept of the fiancée herself. The reaction corresponded so exactly to the perception of a person, and not to that of a fetishism, towards which I am, moreover, more or less sensitive than most people. The change of mind on seeing my fiancé approaching was so specific that it is not easy to separate it from the concept of the fiancé under normal conditions. If we have once proved the absence of associative links between the slighter complexes and the ego, the occurrence of more complicated chains of thought and reflections in the unconscious can occasion no surprise. They do not show anything new in principle. When carrying my rabbits to the laboratory, I did not notice that I had got fatigued, although the fatigue occasioned the unconscious changing of hands. Complicated unconscious associations have here nothing surprising. A part of the mind works out a task under the guidance of some instinct without union with the ego. Then some mental product, such as the solution of a problem or a poem, emerges suddenly into consciousness as a finished result, or it may be written without full participation of the ego, semi or entirely automatically. We stand in need of a critique of those cases where but part of an apparently unitary process is unconscious. Indirect associations come in here. The concept childbed, which served as a bridge between mild and bed, was associatively linked on one side with the conscious stimulus word, and on the other with the reaction word about to be conscious. Why did it not become conscious also? First of all, it must be said that for anything to become conscious at a certain time, a certain direction of the presentation is necessary. The concept which served as a bridge had a very short life, as the time measurement of the whole association showed. No wonder, then, that it was unnoticed. Add to this that it only possessed two links with the conscious processes, with the stimulus word and the reaction word, and no direct one with the ego complex. The latter was obviously the essential. Only the presentations directly connected with the ego become conscious, not the indirect ones. If otherwise, when I consciously turn down a certain street, all the requisite movements of the muscles would have to become conscious also. Such a bridge concept can be both quite obscure and transiently conscious, so that one is afterwards not quite clear whether it should be ascribed to conscious or unconscious presentations. For a time it was just on the borderline, or it contained only one link, or at most few links, with the ego. In observing oneself, it will be seen that on arriving at consciousness, the time element and the number of links play a great part. A decline of both these factors lowers also the degree of consciousness, which finally sinks to zero. We thus understand that the conscious must be regarded as relative, that there are no clear boundaries between the conscious and the unconscious. Like the bridge concept or indirect associations, the unconscious motive of a decision or of a reflection has a kind of link with the conscious self, otherwise it could not work towards a decision. Here the brevity of the time plays no part, whilst the boundary of the association connections becomes more obvious. For the elucidation of these latter, we must remember that in reality, whole functional complexes are never fully conscious to us. When I write, I have no suspicion of the innervation of the muscles, not even of the formation of the letters, and frequently I am so occupied with the content of the writing that probably for relatively long intervals of time, I do not know that I am writing. When bicycling, even after many years' practice, certain individual maneuvers, which I make in passing others, become conscious, but not in all of their components. In short, we can prove 1,000 times over that individual components of complexes which are proceeding unconsciously can become immediately conscious. That is, can become associated to the conscious thought complex. A peculiarity of the psyche must here be considered which obviously possesses great importance, but unfortunately has not been sufficiently studied. One rightly lays stress upon this, that the psychical complexes do not merely represent the sum of their parts. Every complex has, as a whole, definite qualities which belong only to the whole. An apparently simple concept, like that of water, is composed of a number of sense presentations. We operate with it as if it were a unit. Under other circumstances, it is decomposed or partially or wholly blended with other concepts to a new unity. If I speak of water in chemistry, a number of associations are excluded, which under different circumstances apparently belong to the concept water. Nobody then thinks of its importance in navigation, in the landscape, in nourishment, etc. In other words, in ordinary life, we never operate with one concept, water, but with a number of concepts. Water in one direction, narrower in another. Water in the chemical sense. Water in the connection with the land. The associations to be linked onto this are not formed in normal persons from the partial concept water, but from the concept water with a definite connotation. Every concept, in the usual sense of psychological abstraction, has also a very different value according to the momentary connections with which, for the time being, it forms a whole. This whole, as a unity, has also its special connections, just as the associations which are linked to the concept rose are quite other than those of its individual components: form, color, smell, growth on stalk, etc. All the complexes, from the simplest presentations of a sensation to the most complicated and elaborate presentation of a scientific theory, behave thus, and the ego complex behaves in like manner. A presentation can be as readily associated to the whole ego complex as to one of its components, but in the former case it is conscious, if our view is correct, while if it is united with some individual partial presentation, it remains unconscious. When I go into town, I often make it consciously clear to myself whether I'm going to walk or bicycle or take the tram. But not always. Occasionally I am only thinking of my business there. Then somehow, on the way, I find that the street is really too muddy for bicycling when I am bicycling, or inversely, that I should have done better to have cycled than to have walked. In the cases which arrive at consciousness, when I have made a mistake, that complex of mind which is occupied with the means of transit is associated only with the thought of going to town, but not with my whole ego, to which the setting of the proper way should belong. In those cases where I consciously decide how I shall go to town, the preparations for departure, different according as I walk or cycle, are separated by an unconscious adjustment from the concept of the mode selected. It is unconnected with the aims and thoughts of the ego. It remains unconscious. In the case of a logical idea controlled by an unconscious motive, the activity will usually encounter some effect, wish, fear, instinct, which is more or less conscious, but was liberated by the unconscious motive. From other experiences, we are well acquainted with the power the effects possess of inhibiting opposing associations, of expediting others, and controlling logical thought even when all the motives are conscious. It is unpleasant to the drinker to be disturbed in his habits. He therefore adduces silly reasons to justify drinking, gives them an importance which they do not possess, and suppresses any critical thoughts he may have. For centuries, great thinkers believed in sophisms about the proofs for the existence of God. Kant, who demonstrated their complete futility, shrank before the consequences. So without noticing the weakness of his logic, he reintroduced by another route into his philosophy the idea of the Lord, the freedom of the will, and the other pretty things which he had first rejected. When we thus learn to recognize the power of the affects, their influence upon the dissociation of personality is more readily understood. These manifestations are not really so peculiar. In the healthy mind they have far-reaching prototypes, of which they are only pathological exaggerations. If you test a child's knowledge by questions in a pedagogic manner, he is a very different being from what he is when you are able to test his knowledge accidentally in a tactful conversation. He is shy and inhibited, or he displays the whole school psyche in the deplorable manner and accentuation of the child repeating its lesson. Great effort is often required to make a natural being again out of the child. We have here a complete analogy to the hysterical delirium of the carter previously described. What a difference there is between the associations, ideas, aspirations, and character of a young man who has just said goodbye to his parents when setting forth into the world, and these mental processes in the same youth when a few days later he is at some jolly party. He is another person, just as the hysteric in delirium, though the change is a slighter one. A whole mass of presentations and motives, which were then in the forefront, are now inaccessible. His good resolutions have been blown to the winds, to reappear next day when he is down in the dumps. In the joyous mood in this case, in depression in another case, a wish or a fear selects those associations which can be immediately formed. The criminal under medical observation thinks, more or less consciously, that if he could only pretend to be mad, he would get off better. Without any effort on his part, it would be quite impossible for him to interfere voluntarily to the same degree with his psychical mechanisms. His associative inhibitions and paths become set, following his desire in accordance with his notion of madness. He says and does everything upside down. He gets the Ganser syndrome. A woman receives, just after childbirth, a letter from her husband, full of reproaches and threatening to leave her. If only the letter had not come. A few moments later, and it hasn't come. She knows nothing about it, and everything has vanished from her mind that was connected with the letter and the bad news. What does not fit in is altered. The woman has an attack of hysterical delirium. A young woman who had once gone through an attack of dementia precox falls in love with a young man who one day makes her clearly understand that she is nothing to him. Her wishes now take control of her associations. She sees only the possibilities of their fulfillment and soon has hallucinations in this direction. During the next few months, she is convinced that she is married to him and that she is pregnant. An imbecile feels injured by his brothers and generally badly treated by them. He would like to get into a furious temper and do something to the wretches. And then he gets into a rage. His blind impulse of destruction is directed against everything in his reach, without regard even to himself or to the things that belong to him. And when the anniversary of the day returns on which he was injured, he recalls it all, and a repetition of the attack is the consequence. A great number of outbursts among imbeciles are due to such a mechanism. In these cases, the mechanisms which have led up to the disease symptom are alone unknown. The dissociated complex of ideas is united with the ego like other real events. The normal experiences have sunk into the subconscious, that is, their associative links with the ego complex are quite inhibited. In hysterics, portions of the normal personality can at any time be rejoined different ways, but it is not so in heberopheniacs, whose chain of thought we are quite unable to direct. Sometimes a double personality of this kind is formed entirely in the unconscious. Some wish, some fear, groups of the corresponding presentations, as in the instances cited of hysterical delirium, but no direct union with the ego is formed. In addition to the permanent presentations, the complex makes use of indifferent elements of a general nature, such as speech, writing, muscular coordinations, etc. These personalities, which can be perhaps formed in great numbers, can be manifested through automatic writing and similar procedures without ever arriving at consciousness. In Flournoy's Helene, there was a person of this kind who signed herself Marie Antoinette, in whom Helene's desire for a great position thus became embodied. Such partial personalities can sometimes become more complete by assimilating some of the most important elements of the ego. They then arrive at consciousness. They have thus passed from hysterical delirium, from trance conditions, into the second person in Ozum's sense. There is therefore no difference in principle between unconscious complexes and these several personalities endowed with consciousness. When an unconscious complex associates to itself an increasing number of the elements of the ordinary ego, without linking itself with the ego as a whole, it becomes finally a second personality. The influence of unconscious emotional presentations on experimental associations, as proved in this work, finds ready explanation on our theory. We know that an effect has the tendency to influence the entire psyche. If I have experienced anything sad, I am not only sad when I think of it, the sadness is also shown in all my actions which are not in associative connection with the cause of it. Even in the more automatic actions such as carriage, gait, writing, etc. Should a stimulus word arouse an emotional presentation in the unconscious, the affect corresponding to it must exercise its influence upon the associative activity. According to well-known laws, every affect has a tendency to inhibit all psychical processes which are foreign to it. The affect thus disturbs the experimental associative activity, makes it longer or superficial. That the affect itself does not usually reach the conscious is understandable. It is too weak, lasts only a brief time, is inhibited by the attention paid to the experiment and by the unpleasant feeling of being disturbed, which on its part may likewise inhibit secondarily the associative activity. The phenomena of hypnosis are too complicated for us to review here. It must suffice to remind the reader who has followed us so far that, bearing our exposition in mind, they can be all explained quite easily as inhibitions and mental paths. inhibitions which only permit definite complexes of ideas to arrive at function, and which also separate complexes at will, e.g., a pain from the conscious ego, whilst the ready-formed mental paths act in just the reverse way. But nothing new enters the mind. Individual functions in daily use are simply aroused in a one-sided way and exaggerated as regards the relationships of ordinary life. I hope soon to find time to show that suggestion only uses the known mechanisms which hourly set our affects in motion, so that I may corroborate the view which has often been expressed, but which is, strangely enough, still often contested, that suggestibility is but a normal and necessary quality of the mind. In accordance with these views, the phenomena of dreams receive an explanation which suffices to make them lose the odium of obscurity and mystery. In dreams we see that the rudder which controls the direction of thought whilst awake is absent entirely, or in great part. The associations thus penetrate in directions which they avoid in the waking state. One of the first consequences of this is that the ego becomes composed of other partial presentations and partial complexes. Hence the personality becomes different. That is why we forget dreams so easily. There are but few associations formed by the events of the dream which proceed from the other ego, the waking ego. Few associations which the dream could link consciously as vivified memory pictures to the ego. If one awakes slowly, the dream complex has time to join some links with the ego during the act of returning to the normal self, and recollections become easier than on sudden awaking. We see the same thing in the transition from the self, changed by conditions of illness, twilight states, periodic attacks, intoxications, to the normal state. In sudden changes, amnesia occurs, ceteris paribus, more easily and to a higher degree than in gradual transitions. The altered self must have other desires, a changed aim for the direction of thought, and this increases still more the abnormality of the associations. As a rule, we can say that in dreams, a correct idea of purpose, according to the self when awake, is absent, or is at least weak and vacillating. The associations are directed by other motives than in the waking state, when one or two dominant impulses guide conscious reflection in the required direction, using as far as possible the laws of thought. In the dream, logic goes to the wall, and the dominant places are taken here, as in children, by the feelings accidentally present and by the effects of the moment. In Freud's sense, the dream associations are governed chiefly by the emotional life. We still have a few remarks to offer on the relationship which transition into the conscious bears to memory and will, although this is not the place to go into the matter thoroughly. The revival of memory traces has been hitherto attributed to the associative past. Those traces whose function forms the concept of the rose are in close union with those which represented the concept of thorns. The psychokind goes from one to the other and thus makes the association real. As we have seen, this process also takes place in the unconscious. The fact that a memory picture passes again into function thus does not, in itself, condition the memory picture's becoming conscious. The aroused memory picture only becomes conscious when it passes at the same time into associative union with the ego. The study of conscious psychical phenomena has long since shown that, together with the concepts and other memory pictures, their associative connections become fixed at the same time. Psychical elements thus stimulate common associations if at their first occurrence they were associatively united. That is why things we have experienced in the unconscious can only exceptionally be brought to conscious memory. The objects against which I have unconsciously jostled in the street, I can only in rare cases remember again. But these traces remain united with their contemporary unconscious functions. Otherwise, habit would be impossible to the unconscious. The great number of pictures of movement which make bicycling possible for me have become unconscious. Unconsciously, they again become active and control my actions on the bicycle, without my having a suspicion of them. The conscious mental thoughts and the body's balancing go on separately, although side by side. In order to bring the coordination of movement into consciousness, I must direct my attention to them just as if they were something outside me. They then become united associatively to the conscious ego and can remain so if I do not prefer to render them automatic again. Should the self change naturally, many of the memory pictures, which are not firmly fixed by practice, become inaccessible. What has been experienced in a dream, in a twilight state, in intoxication, is united to an abnormal self. Hence, a mass of associative links with these occurrences are absent from the normal self. Consequently, one does not remember at all, or but vaguely, the twilight state, whilst during a reoccurrence of the same condition, there may be a very clear recollection of it. It is perhaps in place here to note that conscious and willed are by no means synonymous concepts in all cases. In the morning I wish to get up, dress myself, wash myself. Consciously, I only introduce the automatism, whilst my consciousness seems quite separated from these proceedings. The action has become automatic and goes on without connection with my ego, which meantime is occupied with other things. The dressing is desired, but it is not conscious. Obsessions are not desired, but they are certainly conscious, because they remain in union with the self. In another way, many actions are conscious which are not desired, e.g. the automatic actions of the insane, of catatoniacs. In these cases, the purely motor act is carried on without any connection with a conscious ego. The patients see themselves, hear themselves doing something, and thus come to consciousness of an action as if they were perceiving the action of a third person. The mechanism of attention is too little known to us in the conscious for us to be able to explain it in the unconscious. But it is easy for us to imagine that those same dispositions which form conscious attention can exist also without associative connection with the self. I resolve to pay attention to a certain plant and then think no more about it. If I come across the plant, its identity at once occurs to me. I must take it that not only was the latent disposition prepared to form further associations at the sight of the plant, say to gather it, but to establish union with the ego at the same time. That the latter process is no necessary partial manifestation of the adjustment is proved by the daily occurrence of adjustments which do not become conscious to us. While still at home, I propose to go to such and such a place. On the way thither, I no longer think about it, but at every crossing I take the correct turning. This is not an unconscious adjustment of the attention, but an unconscious attention, or to follow the convenient usage of many psychologists in personifying the unconscious, an attention of the unconscious. The mental complex which unconsciously governs my direction notices all the crossings and chooses the correct ones without uniting itself with the otherwise occupied self. Association is a process dominating our entire psyche, and one we already find in reflexes which are not psychical. Our conception introduces no new element into psychology. That processes can run their course outside the ego complex as well as within, the instances quoted in the first part of this chapter will prove. That they are not associated with the remaining content of our thought is obvious. It is equally obvious that everything which proceeds in our conscious is associated with the presentations which for the moment form our personality, our ego. What is new in our conception is this, that the presence or absence of consciousness depends upon whether connection with the ego is present or absent. This factor can be always made out. I am not in a position to give a strict proof of the correctness of this hypothesis. It seems to me highly probable because it fully explains all the facts which I have noticed during 26 years' observation both in healthy and in sick people. Nor is anything postulated which is not already known. Its simplicity is a further recommendation. Whether it is right or not, it seems to me anyway, to fulfill a weighty task. It links the unconscious psychical phenomena to the rest of our knowledge and removes it from the realm of the mysterious. I hope, therefore, that it will serve to destroy the current prejudices against an objective investigation of the facts in this sphere, and will thus pave the way for further fruitful studies. Many have already said something similar, but so far as I know, either they have not worked out the idea, or, like Wundt, they have turned aside from the consequences. Of the former, I will only mention Genet, Exner, Loeb, who set out from very different points of view. It must indeed astonish every observer that the consciousness which we observe in ourselves is so closely united with those functions which we term association and connected recollection, associative memory, Loeb. It is more difficult to understand the position of those who absolutely deny the unconscious. So far as I know, the consequential carrying out of the supposition is never made by them, and they are unable to reconcile themselves with many facts. Just 2 recent instances. Raymond says clearly and definitely, quote, "There is no unconscious knowledge," unquote. 10 pages further we find, quote, "Experience forces us to assume that hysterics do not distinguish between conscious and unconscious," unquote. Hellpack, in his denial of the unconscious, first of all brings to his aid a petitio principii, quote, "But the unconscious which lies between B and A seems to have changed the first presentation within these, and can naturally not be the object of psychology, for the psyche has only to do with the conscious," unquote, page 222. And on pages 403 to 406, he begins a really beautiful deduction, which is to show that the mechanisms which can condition false connections do not require any unconscious for their explanation. At one moment, it is said that the hysteric is naturally not conscious of the associations which have developed in him. But this unconscious is only a subjective essence, for objectively all these phenomena are causally connected quite as well as they are in the normal way. The last sentence is the coping stone of the whole edifice, and suddenly introduces the concept of causality, which has as much to do with the deduction as a straw hat with the arch of a bridge. This quite apart from the fact that there is so far no objective consciousness, and thus in what preceded the unconscious psychical mechanism was already granted. On page 35 again, the obscurity of Wundt's concept take revenge on their adept. That the unconscious mental functions do not fit into most of the theory is certainly not their fault. They are facts to which theories must accommodate themselves, however often the reverse process be tried. The difficulties attending the recognition of the unconscious are truly significant of the power of preconceived opinions in academic speculation. If we mean not only to prove the existence of the unconscious, but to apprehend it and its connection with other mental happenings, with the reserve which science everywhere enjoins on us, we must accommodate ourselves to the idea that there are a number of functions of the brain of which only a portion becomes conscious, and this becoming conscious is sometimes only a secondary matter and occurs, according to our hypothesis, by association with the ego. The independence of the mind from the function of the brain is about as demonstrable as the dependence of water considered in its aggregate state on warmth and pressure. So far as I know, the heinousness of pressure has not been a reason for denying this dependence. We are therefore not in bad company if we ignore this psychophysical parallel, which helps us to no understanding, but only conceals the renunciation of any understanding by a positive expression. Nor are we in bad company when we do not allow preconceived opinion to brush aside the facts of daily observation. Summary. There are effective and numerous processes in us which comport themselves in all respects like conscious processes, with the one exception that consciousness is absent. Psychology cannot ignore them because the processes influence the conscious mind just as well as conscious sensations, thoughts, and wishes. The study of these unconscious mental functions are quite indispensable in psychopathology, for they often control its symptoms. We can best represent such processes to ourselves by imagining that physical processes in the brain, which form the foundation of all psychical happenings, only become conscious when they become functionally linked, associated with the ego complex. End of section 33. Read by Rochelle Costello.
Section 34 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Studies in Word Association by Carl Gustav Jung, translated by M.D. Eder. Chapter 7. Psychoanalysis and Association Experiments, Part 1. It is not easy to give in a few words the basis of Freud's theory of hysteria and his psychoanalytic method. The nomenclature and Freud's conceptions are still in flux. Fortunately, I would add. For despite the extraordinary progress which our knowledge of hysteria has made in the last few years, thanks to Freud's works, neither Freud nor we who follow him have reached finality. No one must be astounded, therefore, if Freud, in his most recent work on hysteria, has again, to a large extent, abandoned the nomenclature of his studies in hysteria, and has substituted a series of other and more fitting expressions. Freud's terms should not always be regarded as strictly limited scientific concepts, but rather as occasional expressions of a language rich in new forms. Those who write about Freud should avoid logomachy, but should keep in mind the essence of the thing. Freud traces every hysteria back to a series of psychical traumata, which finally reach their apex in a sexual trauma of prepuberty. Naturally, the so-called psychogenic character of hysteria was known before Freud. For a precise demarcation of the psychogenic, we are particularly indebted to Mobius. It was known that hysteria arises from presentations which are distinguished by their strength of emotion. But Freud was the first to show us the path traversed by the psychological process. He found that the hysterical symptom is essentially a symbol for presentations, sexual in the ultimate analysis, which are not present in the conscious, but are repressed from the conscious by strong inhibitions. Repression arises from the critical presentations being so charged with pain, unpleasure, as to be insupportable to the conscious self. Inseparably bound up with this conception is the psychoanalytic method. It provides us with the knowledge of the repressed material of presentation that has become unconscious. If we ask patients directly as to the cause of their illness, we always receive incorrect, or at least imperfect, information. If we did receive correct information, as in other physical illnesses, we should have known long ago about the psychogenic nature of hysteria. But it is just the point of hysteria that it represses the real cause, the psychic trauma, forgets it, and replaces it by superficial cover causes. That is why hysterics ceaselessly tell us that their illness arose from a cold, from overwork, from real organic disorders, and many physicians thus allow themselves again and again to be deceived. Others go to the opposite extreme and maintain that all hysterics lie. But that is because they are completely misconceiving the psychological conditionings of hysteria, which really consist in this, that presentations insupportable to the conscious ego are repressed, and cannot be, therefore, reproduced. Freud's psychoanalytic methods circumvent the inhibitions which the conscious ego sets up towards the repressed presentations. The essence of the method consists in the patient simply relating everything, without selection, that comes into his mind. Freud called this free association. The method is completely presented in Freud's work, The Interpretation of Dreams, 1900. Although it is theoretically a priori certain that law will control all the thoughts that occur to a person, it is readily understandable that a person without great experience would go astray in this labyrinth of ideas, and would get hopelessly stuck. It is and will remain one of the chief reasons against the general application of Freud's method that delicate psychological intuition in the doctor is as much a requisite as technique for a psychoanalysis. The physician must possess individual characteristics which cannot be presupposed to exist in every doctor or psychologist. Then for psychoanalysis, one's thoughts must have a particular bent, having in view the understanding of symbols. But this adjustment is only to be gained with industrious practice. It is a tendency of the mind, inborn in a poet, but carefully avoided in scientific thought, the constellation here being towards sharply cut images. Thinking in symbols requires a new adjustment from us, just as if we had to begin to think in flight ideas. It would seem that these are some of the reasons why Freud's methods have only been understood by a few, and practiced by even fewer. There are indeed but a few workers who value Freud's work theoretically or practically. Despite the many valuable experiences which Freud has expounded for us, psychoanalysis is a very difficult art, for every beginner rapidly loses courage and orientation in face of the innumerable obstacles. Safe foundations are wanting from whence to start. When you have to begin with a patient at haphazard, so to say, you are often at a loss as to where to begin the attack. Association experiments have helped us to get over these first and chief difficulties. I have shown in the chapter on time measurements, chapter 5, that the emotionally charged presentation complexes give rise to characteristic disturbances in the experiment. Their presence and probable nature can be recognized from the disturbances themselves. This fact forms the foundation of the psychological diagnosis of facts founded by Wertheimer and Klein, Hans Gross, and Alfred Gross. It seems fairly possible by this method to diagnose by the associations the complex of a crime. Everyone has naturally one or more complexes which make themselves manifest in some way in the associations. The background of our consciousness, or the unconscious, consists of complexes of this kind. The whole material of memory is grouped around them. They form higher physical unities, analogous to the ego complex. Bueller, Chapter 6. They constellate the whole of our thinking and doing, hence the associations also. We sometimes join a second experiment to that of the association one, reproduction. The experiment consists in making the subject repeat his reactions to the stimulus words in the first experiment. Where memory fails, we have generally to do with a constellation due to a complex. Reproduction, therefore, assists in the closer circumscribing of the complex disturbances. All psychogenic neuroses contain a complex which is differentiated from normal complexes by being endowed with extremely strong emotional tones, possessing such constellating power that it brings the whole individual under its influence. The complex is hence the causa morbi, given, of course, the predisposition. The associations often enable us to recognize the nature of the complex, thus obtaining valuable clues for causal therapy. A byproduct, not to be underestimated, is the scientific knowledge which we thus gain of the origin and inner construction of the psychogenic neuroses. Freud has assuredly long since given us the substance of this knowledge, but he has anticipated by a long way the understanding of his time. It will not, therefore, be superfluous if I offer some new approach on the experimental plane to the Freudian store of knowledge. In previous chapters, Freud's principles have several times been drawn on in explanation. Here I would present the connection between psychoanalysis and association experiments by some practical examples. I choose an ordinary case of obsessional neurosis which I treated in June 1905. Miss E came to me for hypnotic treatment for sleeplessness of 4 months' duration. Between the sleeplessness, she complained of inner unrest and excitement, irritability towards her family, impatience, and quarrelsomeness. She is 37, a teacher, cultured and intelligent, has always been nervous, has a younger sister, feeble-minded. Her father was an alcoholic. Condition? Well-nourished, physically nothing of moment was found. Her agitated and convulsive movements are remarkable. Whilst talking, she seldom looks at the doctor, as a rule not addressing him but speaking out of the window. From time to time she turns away still more, is often obliged to laugh involuntarily, frequently shrugs her shoulders as if shaking off something disagreeable, protruding the lower part of her abdomen in a peculiar manner. The anamnesis which she gives is very incomplete and indefinite. She had formerly been a governess abroad, but had not then been ill. The illness only occurred in recent years, and has gradually developed to its present pitch. She says she has been unsuccessfully treated by many doctors. She would now like to try hypnosis, but immediately adds that she is firmly convinced that hypnotism will not succeed. Her disease is incurable, and she is sure she will go mad. She has indeed often thought that she cannot be normal now, and that she is already insane. It here occurred to me that the patient was obviously talking round something that she would not or could not say. On being urged, she finally explained, with many gestures of resistance and constant blushing, that she could not sleep, because whenever she disposed herself to sleeping, the idea came to her that she would not, of course, be able to sleep, that she would never sleep again until she were dead. She would then wake right up and be unable to sleep again the whole night. Whenever she felt worn out and desired to sleep, a terrible fear would rouse her up again. She would never sleep again until she were dead or mad. She had to wrench this explanation out of herself in such a way, and with such gestures of aversion, as almost to arouse the impression that she was telling something sexually improper which caused her to be ashamed. Again there were the movements of the abdomen. She frequently laughed as if abashed, which made a peculiar impression of inadequacy. This peculiar state caused me to ask if there were other ideas present which troubled her during the sleeplessness. No, I can't remember anything. Things just pass through me. Oh, it's thousands of things that keep running through my head. She was unable to recall anything, made gestures of aversion, and said suddenly, "She has really such stupid thoughts. These force themselves upon her, and she cannot possibly shake herself free from them. She is sorry she cannot communicate these ideas to me, for she is afraid I would then get these obsessions." She had once told the doctor and a clergyman about her thoughts, and now she is always thinking that she had infected those people, and that they also had obsessional ideas. She was sure she had already infected me. I reassured her. I had already heard many ideas of that kind, and they had not injured me in the least. Upon this she admitted with the same gestures that, besides the ideas mentioned with which she had infected the doctor and the clergyman, she was chiefly bothered by the thought that a neighbor, a woman who had recently died, had on her account died unhappy and had had to suffer all the torments of hell. She had only had that idea since her death. Previously, she had had for many years the idea that a boy whom she had formerly educated had subsequently died from the punishment she had occasionally imposed upon him. Her anxiety was so great that she had been obliged to write twice to the family for news about his health. She had done it each time in a way that would not arouse suspicion. The good news, which she received each time, had momentarily quieted her, but a few days later the anxiety was as great as ever. That idea had now ceased, but she had now to reproach herself with the unhappy death of her neighbor. Reason told her that these ideas were nonsense. She said this in a very uncertain voice. Or was it perhaps the truth? She quickly added. Thus she did not entirely correct herself, but was obviously completely mastered by the obsessional ideas. The anamnesis did not succeed in discovering any sexual abnormalities, that is to say, anything which could in any way refer to sexual matters was denied as a matter of course. Any attempt at hypnotism was useless because she could not fix her attention in any way. Not to spoil this method at the beginning by useless attempts, I decided first to obtain some certainty about the psychical material which was at the root of the illness. I therefore arranged an association experiment with her. I note that I am not in a position to give an exhaustive analysis of the associations. The subject met all questions by assuring me that nothing special occurred to her mind at the so-called critical places. In this way it was impossible to discover the determinants of the individual reactions by subjective analysis. But after all, the objective result of the experiment suffices for a diagnosis, at least in its outlines, apart from the statements of the subject. I should like to give in as much detail as possible how I arrived at my diagnosis. The probable mean, Kraepelin, of all reaction times of the experiment amounts to 2.4 seconds. This mean is far too high for an intelligent and cultured person. The mean figures I obtained in 12 educated persons are 1.5 seconds. As the effects of emotion are chiefly responsible for the prolongation of the reaction time, a marked emotivity of the subject may be concluded from this rather high figure. I beg the reader to keep hold of this figure, 2.4 seconds, during the following consideration of the reactions. Reaction 1. Head, thoughts, reproduced incorrectly. The complex of the illness may have been at work here. Reaction 3. Water, drinker, drink, is verbally disturbed. Drinker has been improved to drink. Her father was a heavy drinker. The subsequent 3 reaction times are all prolonged to over 2.4 seconds. There are besides 2 repetitions of the stimulus word. One may therefore accept a perseveration due to emotion after drinker. Reaction 5, angel heaven, may have aroused the obsessional idea of the unhappy death of her neighbor. What disturbance caused the prolongation at wool, I cannot say. Experience has shown that with reaction 10, friendly, erotic reminiscences readily occur. The striking reaction 11, table, woman, which patient cannot explain, seems to refer to an erotic significance of reaction 10. In sensitive persons, as all neurotics are, stimulus words are always taken personally. One can easily suppose that the patient would like to be the lovable good woman. That the word friendly has a certain tendency to reproduction in the patient is seen in its recurrence in reaction 14. Naturally, emotional presentations have a stronger tendency to reproduction than indifferent ones. Reaction 16, dance, is prone to arouse erotic reminiscences. This supposition is not unjustified here, for the reaction following is disturbed. Reactions 18 and 19, ill and proud, may have easily had personal references. With proud there are distinct complex signs. Likewise, wicked and threaten have obviously aroused feelings. The reaction to threaten, naughty, sounds like the association to the presentation of a child. Perhaps the reminiscence of her pupil has been aroused? Threaten is capable of arousing many emotional relationships. People with vivid complexes generally have some anxiety about the future. We often see that they refer threaten to the threatened uncertainty of their future. Naturally, concrete references frequently underlie this emotion. It should not be forgotten that a word like threaten is not quite usual, and by its difficulty alone has a somewhat exciting effect, without there being necessarily a definite complex beneath. All the same, it seems more prudent to put it down to the influence of a complex than to difficulty. I would remind the reader of Freud's analyses. In this series, dance, which was the stimulus word of reaction 16, recurs twice, betraying a distinct tendency to reproduction, corresponding to the not inconsiderable emotional tone which obviously clings to it. Frequent repetition can betray a person in this way, as the following case indicates. A gentleman whom I asked to take part in an experiment was convinced that he would disclose no complexes. On his way to me, he thought over what words he would answer to my stimulus words. It at once occurred to him to say Paris, a word that seemed to him void of all personal significance. In the experiment he repeated Paris several times, explaining that the word was absolutely accidental. 6 months later he admitted to me that, at the time of the experiment, he was entirely absorbed by an affair which greatly upset him, which was taking place in Paris. But at the time, it seemed to him that Paris had no significance at all for him. I have no reason to doubt the truthfulness of this person. Reaction 34, yellow, certainly had a personal reference, to judge from the surrounding complex disturbances. Patient has a rather yellowish complexion, giving her an elderly appearance. Women are very sensitive to these things, especially when an erotic complex is present. That children, reaction 36, is not reproduced but is replaced by another of erotic nature is worth mentioning. In this series, we meet various severe complex disturbances. At reaction 39, habit, and reaction 44, despise, the patient made gestures of aversion and stamped her foot. An ugly or bad habit can easily be understood in a sexual sense. Onanism, for instance, is a bad habit. People are despised who have such bad habits. Reaction 42, stupid, can be personal or can be a perseverating emotional tone extending over from habit. The movements accompanying the expressions are certainly not against a sexual complex. Habit might also be drinking habit, and thus would have aroused the complex of her drunken father. If, as we presume, the subject takes the stimulus word personally and has a sexual complex in the direction suggested, it will be readily understood that in reaction 46, right, she always feels like saying the opposite, for that agrees with her actions. It is more suitable also in regard to her father's drunkenness. Double or manifold determinations should not be excluded. According to Freud, they are indeed the rule. It is noticeable that reaction 47 runs people, father. She seems still to be within the region of the emotional tone of right. We might conclude that there is some obscure connection between her self-reproaches and father. This connection will become clear later. What was the nature of the disturbance in book, pen, is not easy to say. Book equals German Buch, and thus pronounced means in the Swiss dialect Bauch, belly. An assimilation of this kind could easily occur with a sexual complex. I have often come across it in other persons. The constant decrease of the reaction times from right, 7.6 seconds, speaks, however, rather in favor of a severe complex disturbance, which began at this stimulus word and gradually decreased in the 7 reactions that followed. Reaction 50, unjust, seems to be taken personally, which bears out the idea of self-reproach. I cannot explain the disturbance at reaction 55, cattle. Reaction 56, disobedient, recalls the previous naughty, which one should probably refer to the pupil. The disturbance in the succeeding reaction speaks for perseveration of the emotion. Reaction 59, plum, tree, judging from the length of the reaction time, does not seem to have gone quite smoothly. Plum is not an everyday word, but it is not likely that an educated person would require so much time for the reaction. In Verlin's Idiots, the average times varied from 3 to 3.7 seconds. In an educated person, 3.8 seconds thus seems far too long. Plum, like an egg-shaped plum, Swiss, Zwetschge, is a favorite sexual symbol in Swiss colloquial speech. Reaction 62, deer, can be readily claimed as an erotic complex. In reaction 63, glass, the complex of the alcoholic father came again to the surface, with the strong emotion bound up with it, hence the disturbance of the 2 subsequent reactions. Reaction 66, big, is usually taken personally. The patient is of very small stature. In an erotic complex there will be, as we have already seen, many references to the body. That must be the explanation of the disturbances in the subsequent reactions. Reaction 69, part, has a greatly prolonged reaction time. Parts, taken as sexual parts, is very common. The strong emotional tone of this is characteristic. That among these constellations, reaction 70, old, is apprehended in the personal erotic sense is not to be wondered at. How strongly marked the question of personal beauty is in the patient is seen from the perseveration beautiful, reaction 71. Reaction 72, hit, Cain, may have been especially constellated by the obsession that she was responsible for the death of her former pupil. The slight disturbance at reaction 76, wash, is explicable by the previous erotic associations, child, family. Reaction 78, strange, has obviously awakened a personal reference of which we shall get the explanation later. The clang association, standing, understanding, is very striking. We recall the disturbance evoked by habit. We have suspected the bad habit of onanism. This complex may have been aroused here too. The popular belief is that onanism destroys the understanding, mind. Remember also the subject's complaint that she feared she would go mad. Reaction 82, narrow, small, is under the influence of the previous reaction. Small probably belongs by analogy with its former occurrence to the bodily complex. Narrow can be referred, under the constellation of the previous association, to the introitus vaginae, and thus linked with the small, which hints at her stature. The suspicious parts are small. This supposition will be confirmed. Reaction 84, injure, is probably taken personally. Neighbor agrees well with this. She caused immeasurable injury to her neighbor by being the cause of her unhappy death. But injure can also be taken personally under the sexual constellation. One causes oneself physical and mental injuries by onanism, as above. The neighbor is thus only a cover person, cp. Freud's similar demonstrations. Her neighbor is an easy means of concealing herself. Subsequent disturbances indicate that an emotional tone set in here. In reaction 86, false, faithless, a definite erotic reminiscence may easily have emerged in an elderly single woman. Reaction 92, choose, women are prone to link on to thoughts of marriage. The subject's father was a teacher, she is a teacher. It is a likely supposition that she thinks of marriage with a teacher. Again, the father complex comes up for consideration. See later about this. Reaction 94, still, stool, is a striking clang association. The explanation is given by the eroticism child. A child can be still, but the dead are also still. Obsessional idea, she caused the death of her pupil through ill treatment. But erotic relationships can also be present, for stillen means in German to suckle, nurse, hush an infant. One can still a child, still the sexual impulses. Reaction 96, sleep, has many sexual references. Patient is unable to sleep. Sleeplessness in younger people is frequently the expression of want of sexual satisfaction. Freud. Those without experience in the sphere of pathological association psychology will probably shake their heads at the above suppositions. Perhaps they will not only see herein hypothesis, but also fantasies. Very likely the same criticism will be made here as at Freud's dream interpretation. We will first recapitulate the result of the association and reproduction experiment. As already mentioned, the patient gave no explanations. I am thus thrown entirely upon the objective data of the experiment and on my experience. The probable mean of the reaction times amounts to 2.4 seconds. 44% of the reaction times exceed 2.4 seconds. Among these are figures up to 15.2 seconds, from which we may deduce a considerable emotion, or in other words, a considerable want of command over the psychical material. We have pointed to the existence of various complexes during the analysis. The erotic complex seems to play a chief part. It will not be superfluous if I again summarize the individual complex reactions so as to obtain a better perspective. These reactions, all showing characteristic disturbances which are ex-hypothesi of a sexual nature, can be linked together into the following story. The subject feels that she is old, ugly. She finds her yellowish complexion very disagreeable, and her physique, upon which she bestows anxious attention, displeases her as being too small. She has a great longing for marriage. She would be a loving wife to her husband and would like to have children. Beneath these erotic yet quite innocent symptoms, there seems to be a sexual complex which the patient has every reason to suppress more strongly. There are hints from it which may be inferred that she bestows unusual attention upon her genitalia. In a respectable and educated single lady, that can only signify onanism, of course, in the wider sense of perverse sexual self-satisfaction. Onanism is one of the most frequent sources of self-reproach and self-criticism. We find suggestions of this complex, or rather this side of the sexual complex, in the associations. It is obvious from this summary that the sexual complex is very prominent, although, as has been said, no direct confirmation of this interpretation could be obtained from the subject. I regard the complex diagnosis as certain upon the basis of the considerations I have advanced. I therefore said to her, I am certain that your obsessional ideas are merely excuses and screens. In reality, you are tormented by sexual ideas. The subject contested this explanation with effect and sincere conviction. If I had not been persuaded by the association experiment of the existence of a strongly marked sexual complex, my conviction would probably have wavered. I made an appeal to her intelligence and her love of truth. She assured me that if she knew of anything of the kind in herself, she would say it, for she knew it would be stupid to conceal such thoughts from the doctor. She had thought of marriage, like everyone else, but not more. I then ended the interview and made an appointment for 2 days later. End of section 34. Section 35 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Studies in Word Association by Gustav Jung. Translated by M.D. Eder. Chapter 7. Psychoanalysis and Association Experiments, Part 2. In psychoanalysis, the mental condition of the patient is important, but still more important is the mental condition of the doctor. This must assuredly be the reason why Freud's psychoanalysis is treated by science with silence. The analyst who goes into a case without assured conviction is soon lost in the pits and snares which the hysterical complex constructs at every turn. He must know beforehand that everything in the hysteric resists the bringing forth of the complex. When convenient, not only do interest and sympathy for the doctor disappear, but the subject loses the power of thought, the possibility of recollection, and finally, even speech. But it is exactly these peculiar measures of defense that serve to betray the complex. Just as in the association experiment hesitation, prolongation of time, absence of reproduction occur when the complex is aroused. In analysis, likewise difficulties occur where the complex is being approached. To circumvent these difficulties, Freud insists upon free association. It is a very simple method which has only to be used a few times to be understood to a certain degree. In this case, I undertook the psychoanalysis following exactly Freud's method. I made the subject sit in a comfortable chair and seated myself behind her so as not to confuse her. I asked her to tell me quietly everything that came into her mind, to be quite indifferent as to what it was. The subject laughed. One can't tell every bit of nonsense that occurs to one. I stood my demand. A couple of times she tried to say something, but broke off each time with the excuse that it was silly, that I should be obliged to laugh, and would think that she was a stupid or ungrateful person. I confined myself again to urging her to speak out, and finally she brought out these sentences. I think that I never shall be well. Now you'll laugh, but I'm convinced that I shall never be well. You can't hypnotize me, for I'm convinced that nobody can hypnotize me. You'll not be able to cure me any more than any other doctor. It will only be worse for me, for I shall reproach myself for having taken up your time unnecessarily with my rubbish. This idea was not quite unjustifiable, for the patient only threw the sentences out after long pauses, so that we had required almost half an hour to produce this meager result. She went on, I am now thinking of the people at home, how they are working and require me whilst I am here for nothing but my own silly thoughts. Of course, you'll be infected by them. Now I am thinking that I cannot sleep, that last night, despite your order, I took a gram of veronal. Of course I shall never be able to sleep again. How will you cure me then? What am I to say to you? There was here noticeable a certain restlessness. I can't tell you all the silly thoughts that come into my head. Restlessness increases, shrugs her shoulders, stamps up and down, shakes herself as if in great depression. Now this is rubbish. I don't know anything more. Nothing else occurs to me. Let me go home now. Nothing else comes to me. Very restless. Turns about on the chair, gestures of disgust, shaking the upper part of the body to and fro, and her elbows moving as if thrusting aside. At last she jumps up to leave. Nothing else comes to her. With gentle force I persuade her to sit down again, and point out to her that she has really come to get better, so she must carry out my prescription. After much discussion as to the purpose and meaning of my method, she finally agrees to remain and continue. But the same depression and gestures of disgust soon recommence. She twists about on the chair, from time to time sitting upright with a forced movement, as if after a great victory she has come to a determination, and finally says despondingly, Something silly comes to me. You will certainly laugh. But you must not tell it to anybody else. No, I really can't tell you, never. It is something very simple. It has nothing to do with my illness. I am robbing you of your time. It is nothing important. Am I really obliged to tell you? It is not easy to say it. Here goes. Well, once I was in France. It won't come, not if I sit for a month in this chair. Then with sudden determination. Well, once I was a governess in France. No, I really can't tell it. There was a servant there. No, there was a gardener there. My God, what will you think of me? This is martyrdom. I have never thought of anything like this. Amid such interjections of distress, there came out in the end, with innumerable stoppages and interruptions, in which she swore that this would be her last consultations, that tomorrow she would go away, the following story. There was among the servants a gardener, who once said to her that he would like to sleep with her. While saying this, he tried to kiss her, but she pushed him away. At night, on going to bed, she listened at the door, and imagined what it would be like if he were to come and sleep with her. She got fearfully excited lest he might come. In bed, her thoughts again turned to what it would be like if he were to come, and then she drove these ideas away. But she could not get rid of thinking what it would be like, although she again and again shuddered at the idea that she could be thinking of anything of the sort. In this turmoil of thought, she could not get to sleep until the morning. The first sitting had lasted no less than an hour and a half. The result was a sexual history. Especially interesting was the fact of the disclosure being accompanied by the same mimetic manifestations, which I had noticed at the first consultation. These tic-like phenomena were thus in very close and easily explicable connection with the repressed sexual incidents. I made an appointment for the day after next, which she at once agreed to, seeming much relieved, and saying no more about going away. At the time of her appointment I was engaged with some urgent work, and therefore requested her to come in the evening. But she sent me a message that it was impossible for her to wait. It was absolutely essential for her to talk to me. I supposed that something special had happened and went to her. I found her greatly excited. She had not slept at all, not a minute. She had been obliged to take sleeping medicines. I asked her if she had been again worried about her obsessions. No, something much worse. My head is now full of that nonsense about which I spoke to you last time. Now I can only think of these stories and of nothing else. All night I have been tossing and turning about and cannot banish the thoughts for a minute. I must have a talk with you at once. It gives me no peace." She stated that on the last occasion she had felt much relieved and calmer, and gone home in good spirits, hoping that now she would be able to sleep, but then she recalled an affair which she ought really to have mentioned last time, but which she thought wasn't worth while. She was now firmly resolved not to act so stupidly as last time, but to speak out freely whatever came into her mind. In this way the confessions would soon be ended. I began the analysis again, hoping that it would now go smoothly without the endless preliminaries of the last time. But I was hopelessly mistaken. The patient went through almost exactly the same interjections as in the first sitting. After an hour and a half of real spiritual torment, I had brought out the following history. In the same house where my patient was a governess, there was a servant girl who had a lover. The girl had also had sexual intercourse with the gardener. The patient had frequent talks with her about sexual matters, especially about the sexual intercourse of the master and mistress. She and the servant had from time to time even examined the bedding of their master and mistress for spots of semen and other signs of coitus. After these conversations, the patient used every time to reproach herself bitterly with her immorality, and pass sleepless nights in which she would be tossed about by painful reproaches and voluptuous fantasies. When the story was brought to an end after wearisome struggles, the patient said that was the last, there was nothing more in her mind. If only she could sleep, repeating these events was no help at all. 2 days later, she came in for the third sitting and stated, after the last interview she felt fairly calmed, but hardly had she gotten to bed when another event at once occurred to her which had tormented her ever since, together with the self-reproach of not having told me everything the last time. She was now certain that today she would tell me about it quickly, without the constant resistance of the previous occasions. But the third sitting was exactly the same, continuous interjections, excuses, etc. Most remarkable was a tendency to present the affair as a matter of course, as if there were nothing in it. It concerned a second servant girl in the same house. The master had a page boy who pursued the girl but did not succeed in seducing her. Finally, one evening when there was a party going on, he managed to seduce the girl in the garden, but the couple were taken unawares by the mistress at the critical moment. The lad is said to have exclaimed, "What a pity, I was just ready." The governess had been told this story by the servant girl first mentioned. At first she pretended that the story had no interest at all for her, as if it were disagreeable, but she was lying, for in reality she had the greatest interest in it. She had tried a couple of times to bring the girl back to the story so as to learn all the details. That night she could scarcely sleep on account of her curiosity, and was ceaselessly asking herself what the couple were doing in the garden, in what position were they when the mistress discovered them, for what was he ready if his mistress had not arrived? Although she knew the answers to these questions quite well, she could not rest without putting the questions to herself over and over again. Then she was constantly considering what she would have done in such a position. This excitement lasted several days. In telling the story, her attitude was, as mentioned, that it was a matter of course. For instance, under great resistance, she told how the boy had pursued the servant. From the resistances, one supposed that something unpleasant was to come, but then she went on in a tone of indifference. True, the page lad was in love with the girl. There's nothing wonderful in that. That frequently happens, doesn't it? Ah, now something else comes. Oh well, that's nothing. During the recital, she tried again and again to minimize the importance of the event to herself by throwing in general rhetorical questions of this kind. From that time on, the former obsessional ideas were absent during the whole time of the analysis, 3 weeks, but the sexual ideas took their place. As soon as one story was finished, another took its place, worrying the patient with a real obsession. She found no peace again until it had been told. She expressed herself as much astonished at the change. The stories would come up like clockwork, just as if they had been experienced yesterday. Things came back to her of which she had lost all remembrance, but which she now recognized again, Freud's hypermnesia. These excuses must naturally be accepted with the same reserve as were the common "I don't know." The subject may easily have nourished and jealously cherished all the sexual ideas up to the present moment without, on that account, being able to recall them when she has to speak of them objectively. Her mimetic expressions during the talks are often in themselves sufficient to let me know what is coming, while she assures me a dozen times that she really can remember nothing more. Her ordinary self and her sexual self are really two distinct complexes, two different consciousnesses, which neither desire nor dare to know anything of each other. There is here but a suggestion of the dissociation of personality, as, moreover, in every vivid complex whose peculiarity is striving after autonomy. But it is only a step to the classical cases of dissociation of personality, which are naturally all conditioned by Freud's mechanisms. A certain termination had been reached in these 3 sittings, so far as concerned the obsession that she was responsible for the death of her former pupil and the self-reproaches connected with her sexual stories. The patient felt this obviously, for she stated herself that many years had passed since these affairs, and the idea that she was responsible for her pupil's death had not troubled her for a long time. Probably to circumvent the unbearable sexual ideas, she had transferred the reproaches from this sphere and fastened them onto her educational methods in the well-known way. If one has constantly to reproach oneself about one set of ideas, compensation is sought elsewhere, as if a similar defect were present there. This is especially noticeable in onanists, hypercriticism, obsessions of cleanliness and tidiness. It does not seem to be a mere accident that those incidents were first related which lay at the root of a past obsessional idea. As in her actual consciousness, no obsessional ideas were present which could directly support these incidents. No special inhibitions were present. These incidents were therefore relatively indifferent material. I do not want to describe the succeeding sittings in detail. They all follow the type described. No exhortation, no allusion to the ridiculous nature of her stereotyped resistances, could induce the subject to a quicker and less embarrassed narrative. Each fresh sitting was a fresh torture, and in nearly every one the subject assured me that it was the last. Usually the night following, new material came up which afforded her no rest. To the governess reminiscences there were appended a series of indecent stories, which had served as the themes of talks with her neighbor, for whose unhappy death the patient reproached herself. The dubious past of her neighbor was whispered on every hand. The subject, who is a highly respectable person and comes of an honorable family, has in her sense a dubious past also. She indeed reproached herself about it. It was therefore not psychologically wonderful that she had been immediately attracted by her interesting neighbor. The chronique scandaleuse was discussed there, and the patient was obliged to narrate a whole series of highly obscene stories and jokes, which I need not repeat here. To this she had again linked a number of self-reproaches. When the neighbor rapidly succumbed to an illness, the subject transferred the reproaches, really due to her own sexual curiosity, onto the death of her neighbor, who must have died unblessed since the patient's visits had induced her to sinful talk. The nature of the reminiscences and of the chain of thought seemed to be in favor of the view that these obsessional ideas were simply a new edition of her earlier ideas about her pupil's death. She had brought the religious obsessional ideas first to the clergyman and then to the doctor. To both she linked the presentation that she had infected them with her obsessions, to a certain extent in the same way as she had infected her neighbor, and originally her pupil. At the root of all this there is the general idea that she is a terrible creature who infects everyone with her own corruption. In the following sittings, the patient chiefly disclosed a number of incidents which she had talked over in earlier years with a friend. This friend had a position in the office of a large business. There she heard all kinds of piquant things from gentlemen, which she brought post-haste from time to time with the patient. One day, her friend said she would like to have relations with a man to see what it was like. This idea excited the patient powerfully. She was obliged to keep saying to herself she would like to do the same. That was reason enough for renewed reproaches. From this narrative onwards, the sexual incidents become more distinctly fastened onto her own person, although at nearly every sitting obscene jokes and the like had to be reproduced. Of the stories referring to her own person, there were, first of all, reminiscences of earlier love affairs and expectations. The reproduction of these events, innocent enough on the whole, went pretty smoothly. Only one story had a more marked emotional tone. She had been in love with a young foreigner and believed he wished to marry her, but afterwards he left without a goodbye and she heard no more of him. She waited a long time, always hoping that he would write again to her. Reaction 78, foreign, homesick, 14.8 seconds, refers to this affair. As already mentioned, the subject could not at the time explain the meaning of this reaction. Whilst the old love affairs were related without too great difficulties, there recurred at the end of this phase considerable resistances. The subject wished absolutely to leave. She had nothing more to tell. I suggested to her that I had heard nothing about her earlier youth. She thought that would be soon got over, for she had not much to say about her youth. Hardly had she spoken this sentence when she was obliged to repeat a couple of times her tick-like gestures of disgust, an infallible sign that some important material was to be expected. Amid inconceivable stoppages and painful twistings, she told me, by fits and starts, about a book that at the age of 10 she had found at home, called The Way of a Happy Marriage. She assured me that she had no longer any idea of what was in the book. But as I remained inexorable, memory after a time returned, and it was seen that the patient remembered all the details, frequently indeed the very words. She described the first coitus and its complications. This academic description seemed to me peculiar and unusual. I suspected that at back of this general description much must lay concealed. There was not long to wait before the patient related how, at the age of 14, she had found in the pocket of her elder brother a small book in which a letter was pressed. The letter was addressed by a young woman to a bosom friend, and treated the secrets of the wedding night in a very obscene and lascivious way. As this showed, I was obviously on the right path. The next thing that came to the patient referred to erotic dreams which she had had in earlier days. The dreams were distinct pollution dreams, and represented coitus without disguise. She then confessed to having sometimes tried to retain the dream picture and to masturbate. Bound up with the onanism was a constant thinking about her own genitalia. She was concerned as to whether she was properly formed, if her introitus was not somewhat too narrow, and she felt compelled to investigate this problem with her finger. She was frequently obliged to look at her naked body in the looking-glass, and so on. She felt compelled to make a whole series of imaginary pictures about coitus, how she would behave at the first coitus, etc. Finally, she acknowledged feeling violent sexual libido, which she had at first vehemently denied, admitting that she would very much like to marry, and had sexual images about most of the men with whom she had associated. She could not resist putting herself in the leading part in all the sexual events which she had piled up. For instance, she told about a young, naively frank acquaintance, who, in an excursion in an overfilled railway carriage, had sat her teacher on her lap. The girl said afterwards, laughingly, that the teacher had never failed to play his part. He had even taken a ruler with him in his trousers pocket. The patient was always thinking how pleasant it would be for her, also, if a teacher sat upon her knees, and she would know then what the ruler in the trousers pocket signified. The earlier reaction, choose, teacher, must have been constellated by this incident. Amid great resistance, she related how, at the age of 14, she had once lain upon a younger sister as if she were a man. In one of the last sittings, she succeeded in recalling an event which agrees in every way with the importance attributed by Freud to early psychical trauma. At the age of 7 or 8, she had on several occasions overheard the coitus of her parents. Once she heard her mother preventing it and refusing to give in to her father at all. After that, it was a long time before she could look at her parents. Her mother became pregnant and gave birth to the patient's younger sister. She hated her sister from the first moment and was only able, much later, to overcome a deep antipathy to the child. It is not at all improbable that the subject had imagined herself as the second person in this affair, and she has indeed taken over the role of mother. The strong emotional tone which occurred in all the associations to father is readily comprehensible from this intimate link. The psychological trauma of a perception of this kind is naturally preserved in the child's mind as an extremely emotional complex, which constellates thinking and doing for years. This was classically the case in this patient. Her sexual frustration was thus given a very definite direction. The analysis of her repressed presentations shows this. It is chiefly concerned with the grubbing out and picturing of coitus situations. It is remarkable that, despite her extraordinarily vivid fantasy, she had never got deeply entangled with men and had rejected all attempts at seduction. On the other hand, she has been attracted by women of dubious character and equivocal conversation with an almost magical compulsion, an unexpected tendency in a woman of her education and intelligence. The 2 last sittings were peculiarly instructive in this respect. She reproduced a cunning accumulation of the most disgusting indecencies which she had occasionally heard in the streets. What was common to all these indecencies, the repetition of which we may be spared, was the different abnormalities of the coitus, too wide or too narrow an introitus, coitus of a young man with a big, fat woman, etc. The amount and deep vulgarity of these jokes seemed to me almost incomprehensible in so cultured and respectable a lady. The phenomenon is, however, explained by the early perverse direction of the sexual function, which was chiefly concerned with the hunting out of sexual filth, that is, the symbolical repetition of the overheard coitus. This complex has therefore affected the whole of her previous life, and determined a mass of sexual doings and associations in its particular form. That is, for instance, why the patient carried out a kind of coitus action with her little sister, why her listening at the door to find out whether the gardener is coming is still so impressed upon her, why she engaged in the disgusting business of snuffling in the bed of her master and mistress, why she sought the company of sexually despicable people. Her defensive gestures and the peculiar projection of her abdomen show the effect of the complex at work everywhere. It is also very noticeable that at every sitting she appeared in another dress. Such a use of the sexual function is bound to be unbearable to an otherwise finely planned character. A repugnance to and repression of the tendency, as absurd as it is detestable, must arise. It is impossible that an educated and finely sensitive woman could bring these obscenities into union with the rest of her mental content. These things can therefore only exist in repression. But they do exist. They carry on a separate existence. They form a state within a state. They constitute a personality within a personality. Or, otherwise expressed, 2 consciouses are present, which are kept apart by violent emotional inhibitions. One mind can and does know nothing of the other mind. That is the explanation of the remarkable disturbances in reproduction which work against analysis. The ethically higher mind does not deal with the associations of the other mind. That is why it seems to her that she has forgotten these ideas, as if she had never known about such things. I am inclined to agree with her conviction that she really knew nothing more, that it was not a lie when she assured me with the greatest obstinacy that she had nothing more to say. But although a complex be repressed ever so much from normal consciousness, it must still influence and constellate the content of normal consciousness. For the deepest dissociation of the conscious does not extend to the unitary basis of personality. Repression must therefore leave behind a certain residue in the functions of the conscious. Normal consciousness must in some way direct the state of feeling which a repressed complex leaves behind. What is simpler than for any one of the ideas compatible with normal consciousness to be projected and accepted as the explanation of the constant self-reproaches and discontented mood? To find a motive for the pangs of conscience attributable to her sins at the time she was a governess, the patient projects her reproaches onto her methods of education. These must have been bad as the view taken by her conscious self, for she would not otherwise have a constant feeling of reproach when she recalls memories of that time. As we have already seen, the origin of this obsession becomes the model of the obsession about her guilt for the unhappy death of her neighbor. The accumulation of obsessional ideas around the doctor and clergyman were well grounded, for, as the subject confessed to me, these persons were not sexually indifferent to her. Inasmuch as they affect her sexually, they are quasi-accessories in her depravity, hence they must also be reproaching themselves. After this analysis, we can understand the part her father played in her erotic complex, a part that was not clear in the associations. The analysis confirms, in the fullest way, the suppositions aroused by the associations. The association served me as a safe signpost in the maze of moving fantasies which sought to put the analysis at each step on a wrong road. The analysis was undertaken during 3 weeks every second day, and lasted each time from an hour and a half to 2 hours. Although at the end of the 3 weeks there were neither proper sleep nor real quiet, I dismissed the patient from further treatment and did not hear from her till the end of November. In the last days of November 1905, she came to me unexpectedly and announced that she was cured. After breaking off the analysis, she said that she was in the most violent, agitated mood, and remained thus for some 4 weeks. At night she was either tormented by her sexual images or by the reemergence of her obsessional ideas. The obsessions about her neighbor were particularly frequent and gave her no rest, until she had again visited the daughter of the deceased, to be told for the Xth time about the death scene. When the daughter again assured her that her mother had died quietly, the subject became suddenly convinced that the woman had died at peace. Then at one blow all her obsessions disappeared. Sleep returned, and she was only on rare occasions troubled by sexual images. To what is this fortunate end of the treatment to be attributed? Obviously, the daughter's version, which the patient had repeatedly heard without result, was only the occasion of the removal of the obsessions. A real turn for the better took place at the beginning of the treatment, when the sexual images replaced the obsessional ideas. The confession of her sinful thoughts must have enormously lightened the patient. But it seems improbable that it was to this speaking out, or to the abreaction alone, that the cure was attributable. To keep down such fancies permanently, great energy is required. People with obsessions are weak. They are incapable of holding in their images with a tight rein. Treatment therefore always works best with them. The best treatment is to compel them, with a certain ruthlessness, to reproduce and display all presentations incompatible with their consciousness. The energy is thus not only put to a severe test, but the conscious gets accustomed to the existence of images formerly repressed. The mental separate existences become crushed, since they are dragged by an effort of will from repression into daylight. In the process they lose considerably in nimbus, and hence in danger. The subjects receive at the same time the feeling of being masters of their images. I therefore lay stress upon the strengthening of the will, and not upon the mere abreaction, as Freud did formerly. It seems from some recent works that Freud's theory of obsessional phenomena is still systematically ignored. It is hence a great satisfaction to me to be able to recall attention to Freud's theories, even at the risk of falling into the sphere of this systematic amnesia. Summary. 1. The complex appearing in the associations of a psychogenic neurosis exhibits the causa morbi, excluding the predisposition. 2. Associations can be a valuable aid for the discovery of the pathogenic complex, as well as serving for the shortening and lightening of Freud's psychoanalysis. 3. Associations give us experimentally an insight into the psychological structure of the neurotic symptoms. Hysteria and obsession phenomena arise from one complex. The physical and psychical symptoms are but the symbolical pictures of the psychogenic complex. End of section 35.
Section 36 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kristen Hand. Studies in Word Association by Carl Gustav Jung. Translated by M.D. Eder. Chapter 8. Cases Illustrating the Phenomena of Association in Hysteria, Part 1. By Dr. Franz Ricklin. The following investigations deal with association experiments in 8 cases of hysteria. First case. Katerina H. showed signs of hysteria whilst still at school. She studied at a Russian high school and took an active part in the tumults of the last few years. She had a friendship, probably platonic on her side, with a student. The patient has a peculiar sexuality which gives evidence of her hysteria. She is able so to repress all sexual experiences and that knowledge which everyone necessarily acquires in the course of growth, that she was over 20 without having any correct ideas on the subject, although she was a student. She even took part in a discussion on prostitution without really knowing what prostitution was, and she praised an acquaintance who afterwards admitted that he had once taken up with a prostitute. She believed it was a question of a girl despised by society and considered he had acted meritoriously. Later, when a catastrophe had opened her eyes, she could only think shamefacedly of that silly conversation. It was, moreover, obvious how little she recognized her sexuality even later. Her friend R. loved her, but not merely platonically. He wrote to her from abroad, confessed his love, and wished to marry her. Annoyed by these bourgeois and conventional outbursts, she wrote him an indignant letter, whereupon he committed suicide. Going one day in high spirits to some compatriots, she saw the news in a Russian paper. She wanted to make herself believe that it must be somebody else with the same name and did not change her light-hearted mood. Nevertheless, the news drove her to the house of a friend who would be likely to know more about it. After a prolonged search, she saw her friend in the distance, and when with one word she was told everything, the patient collapsed and had her first hysterical attack. She is said to have once had a slight twilight condition as a schoolchild, also from some psychical cause. It was not possible to obtain any more exact account of the fit. Soon afterwards, she went to another university. The attacks repeated themselves, especially on certain anniversaries, the day of the week, month, year of R's death, and on other occasions connected with this event. I cannot here discuss in more detail the analysis of the attacks and twilight states. Her condition was made worse by another circumstance. The patient was informed by a woman acquaintance, a midwifery student, about male sexuality and the sexual act, upon which the knowledge on the subject, hitherto repressed, entered completely into consciousness. She felt herself unhappy. Mankind, hitherto idealized, became a beast. The idea that R loved her sensually, perhaps also repentance that her ignorance was responsible for his death, troubled her terribly. In slight twilight states, she would often say, "I must go to his grave and ask him if he knew it." She hated mankind on account of its sexual function, hated also her doctor, whom she imagined was also like the rest. She could only esteem him when she saw him in attendance upon his patients, and was then able to exclude the sexual image. About 2 years after R's death, the patient entered the asylum after having been treated at different places. I must mention some of the individual phenomena of the numerous minor twilight states and symptomatic actions, Freud, because they illuminate the fundamental phenomena of hysterical associations and of hysteria in general, the pathological dissociation and the disposal of repressed complexes in the acts and thoughts of the hysteric, elements which we also find among normals. The patient often wanted to learn the violin and inquired earnestly about a teacher, especially on days when she was in a minor twilight state. Her sweetheart had played the violin. She cannot look at closed or half-open eyes because she then thinks that a dead person is there. She does not see the flowers on the table because she would then have to see the doctor who is in the room. She dares not look at him because she thinks blood is flowing from his temples. Apparently, as an innocent joke, she placed some crushed rose leaves on a little pimple on her forehead, gunshot wound. She liked to sing music hall songs where the name R occurs, false, inadequate affect. She is frightened at any meeting, first attack. She represents her illness as if she had two souls, a big and a small one. The small one has been poisoned and has been exchanged with the big one. When the small one acts upon the big one, she is ill. This is a very pretty image of a repressed complex which becomes noticeable in the reactions. The 500 associations employed were made in 4 tests. The first and last were carried out with German test words and with time measurements. In the second and third experiments, Russian words were used without any time measurements. The first 3 experiments took place in the early part of her stay in the asylum on the 1st, 5th, and 8th day. The last one was made 10 weeks later. Her 2 complexes, the relationship to R and her sexuality, both intimately connected, run like a thread through all the reactions, those carried out the first 2 days as well as those carried out later, i.e., at a time when we had a fairly complete analysis of the case. Working out the 200 associations of the first experiment, we find that 15% refer to the R complex, about 7% to the complex sexual knowledge, and about 12% to a third, a political complex, Russia, Socialism, Revolution. This also stands in the closest connection with the others, as we shall learn in detail. On the whole, therefore, 35% of definite complex reactions. The number of egocentric reactions exceeds that found among normals. In our patient, it is 8 to 9%. In normal educated women, it is, on the average, 2.1%. Examples of egocentric reaction: needle, cruel, needle, fright, lake, fear, mountain, cruel, dream, fearful, school, fearful, school, hateful, hair, unpleasant, attendant, good, frog, burr, water, fearful, dance, stupid, cat, pfui, bird, darling, now, bad, bad, me, time, weary. Most of these highly subjective reactions are explained by particular events. Examples of complex reactions. R equals repressed complex, S equals sexuality, P equals political complex, DT equals delayed reaction time. Roman numeral 1, test. Table, books, 7.2 seconds R. Roman numeral 2, test. Table, letter, R. Roman numeral 3, test, table, dissection table, 1.4 seconds, R. Patient thought of the table in R's room on which lay his revolver, then of a letter of farewell. Dissection table signifies the reminiscence of a psychological experiment on a frog, which made a very unpleasant impression upon the patient. All reminiscences of blood are closely connected with R's bloody death and may play a role similar to the symptomatic action as the representative of the repressed complex. Roman numeral 1, test, bread, nourishment, 5 seconds S. Roman numeral 2, test, bread, daily. The latter is an abbreviated quotation, give us this day our daily bread, and therefore suspect of being a complex indicator. In the patient's view, eating belongs to what is animal in man, like sex, cross-reference Freud. This idea is also expressed by the fact that she invariably eats very little and will not eat in company. Roman numeral 1, test, hit, cruel, 3.4 seconds R. Roman numeral 2, test, hit, whip, knout, R. She first saw R bleeding at a Russian demonstration. He had been gashed by Cossacks. Roman numeral 1, test, dark red. I can think of nothing, R. A so-called fault, a complex indicator. Nothing comes up to the patient. Dark red is associated with blood, as is seen from many of her expressions. It is a color which occupies her a good deal. Roman numeral 1, test, sweet. Fruit, melon, 2.2 seconds, R. Roman numeral 2, test, sweet. Mankind, R. In the second experiment, patient immediately adds a quotation, I cannot enter into its accuracy. Bitter is also the sweet fruit of the sweetest woman. The warrior may not have it, and so he would have the woman. Surely a symbolism of the conception of her relationship to R. In the third test, she reacts raspberry, bitter, 4.6 seconds, founded upon the same ideas. Roman numeral 4, test, idle. Show me the fruit which rots ere it is broken, 0.8 seconds. It is a quotation, therefore probably a complex indicator, which the patient refers to herself. In this test, she explained when she was less repressed, i.e. less hysterical, after the long treatment, that she referred this association to herself. When you understand nothing of sexual matters, you are not spoilt. Now you will be spoilt in time. According to her view, she is the early rotting fruit. Roman numeral 1, test, divorce, woman, 6 seconds. Roman numeral 2, test, divorce, dead, forever, 4 seconds are. The first reaction, woman, is clearly a cover reaction for the idea which emerges clearly in the second experiment. Roman numeral 1, test, game, children, 2.2 seconds. Roman numeral 2, test, game, woman, a woman is a toy, quotation. Roman numeral 4, test, game, I am too old to enjoy games, too young to be without desires, 1.6 second, quotation. The references to the sexual complex seem to me obvious. Here are 2 quotations, and at the suspect first reaction, a prolonged reaction time. Roman numeral 1, test, babble, author, 3.6 seconds. Roman numeral 2, test, babble, go on talking, gossip. Roman numeral 3, test, babble, impossible, I will not narrate it, 2.2 seconds. Roman numeral 4, test, speak, I would rather not, 3.6 seconds, and they speak like our deeds, S. All the reactions refer, even on the patient's own declaration, to her secret, i.e., to the sexual complex. At the first, apparently unequivocal reaction, there is suspiciously delayed reaction time. At the last, an apparently mutilated quotation. In the third reaction, a sentence which the patient uses in stereotyped fashion in her twilight states, when she speaks of her secret, the sexual complex. Roman numeral 1, test, love. Father, occurs to me, 2 seconds. The patient laughs loudly hereat and cannot make out how she arrived at this answer. Mimetic reaction. Roman numeral 3, test, love, in order to forget again. The next moment, the patient knew nothing about this reaction. She did not even understand what it could be. She had said it quite unconsciously. The connection is obvious to us. Roman numeral 1, test, love, I do not know what to say. No reaction, a fault. Patient contorts her face, mimetic reaction. Roman numeral 4, test, love, child, 1 second. Patient uttered this reaction imitating the voice and tone of a patient in the asylum who constantly used the expression. A kind of quotation, therefore. Roman numeral 1, test, tears, uneasy, 2.6 seconds. Roman numeral 3, test, tears, death, tears are shed at death. The 2 reactions complete one another, the first by its delayed reaction, the second by its transparency. Reference to death which occupied her more than anything. Roman numeral 4, test, month. When budded every shrub and tree in the wondrous month of May, love into my heart did steal to make me like them fay. This quotation, again a complex reaction, glosses harmlessly over the memory of R's death who shot himself in May. Roman numeral 1, test, right. Shrugs her shoulders, no reaction. The word doesn't come. At last over 11 seconds, universal. Patient frequently reacted with universal vote, but that is only a cover reaction apparently belonging to the political complex. In reality, this hysterical inhibition was caused by the sexual complex, the idea being that nothing was right, that mankind ought not to have sexual feelings. The patient later gave this explanation herself in a series of cases, especially on the later tests. This holds good of the following reaction. Roman numeral 4, test, law, fault, with a gesture of warding off, mimetic reaction. Patient thinks of the natural laws of sexuality. Roman numeral 2, test, right, none, it doesn't exist. Roman numeral 1, test, false, women, 5 seconds. Roman numeral 2, test, false, man, S, in the sense of man is falsely organized. Roman numeral 2, test, false, corruption of man, S, in sexual sense. Roman numeral 3, test, correct, not everything, S. Roman numeral 1, test, unjust, Russia, 2.8 seconds. Apparently a political complex. In reality, the idea was again present that man was created wrongly. The sexual complex is here masked by the political one. Unjust, wrong, unrighteous are terms more allied in the Russian than in the German language. Roman numeral 1, test, revenge, friend, a particular one, 7.6 seconds, R's brother. Roman numeral 2, test, despise, N, name of the brother. That doesn't tell you anything. She laughed, and whilst laughing, took the portrait of N from the table. We have here an inadequate feeling reaction in consequence of repression. The inadequacy is very clear when it is known that revenge, hatred, and scorn of the brother of the dead man, and her fear of him, play an important part in her twilight states. Thus we get the following reaction. Roman numeral 2, test, threaten. No, he will not do it to me. This is a stereotyped sentence in the attacks. No, he will not kill me, i.e. N. But suddenly she cannot recall her reaction. She must have been absent-minded. We have here a kind of twilight state, which is dissociated by amnesia from consciousness. This fear of N's revenge, which possessed the patient after R's death, is quite unfounded. In reality, her relationship to him was quite good. She thinks she must worship him as a kind of martyr, as he must have suffered immensely from the same cause. Roman numeral 1, test, pure, the Germans, 6 seconds, Dr. Roman numeral 2, test, pure, life, my ideal, it is no longer so, 2 seconds, S. The Germans are obviously a cover reaction. The effect of the sexual complex is obvious. Here belong the following reactions. Roman numeral 4, test, dirty, thoughts, 2 seconds. Roman numeral 1, test, murderer, minister, 3 seconds. Laughed aloud. I wanted to say Kaiser. Political complex, R occurring again. Inadequate emotional reaction. Roman numeral 2, test, murderer, myself. It is only an accident that this word came out. Inadequate, apparently indifferent. Roman numeral 4, test, intention. No, without, 14 seconds. I had no intention to kill him is one of her constant sayings in the twilight states. Roman numeral 1, test, suppose, fault, patient sighs. Roman numeral 4, test, suppose, never, nobody would ever have supposed it, 1 second, S. Roman numeral 1, test, soft, quiet, 2.4 seconds. Roman numeral 2, test, soft, in the churchyard. Roman numeral 4, test, quiet, grave, 1 second. Weeping, I was at the cemetery with him. Here we have, as frequently in the repetition of the same reaction word, an increase of the cover reaction from test 1 to a distinct expansion of the association pertaining to it in test 4. Roman numeral 1, test, to wipe, galoshes, 7.2 seconds, cover reaction. Patient laughed, making a grimace. R, inadequate emotional reaction, mimetic reaction. To wipe signifies for the patient to wipe the blood away from his face. She remembers a childhood's game with a refrain, to wipe, wipe, wipe. Sings it over and over again, laughing at the same time. Complex song with inadequate emotional tone. Roman numeral number 1, test, natural, fault. Nothing comes up to the patient. She turns aside. The natural law of sexuality is again meant. Roman numeral 1, test, remember. Carry on a revolution, 3 seconds. Roman numeral 3, test, remember. R. That tells you nothing. That is a dead person. I could have answered anything else. The first reaction seems to belong to the political complex. The second reaction, with its apparently superficial, indifferent tone, inadequate effect, explains itself. This collection of examples of complex constellations, which could be easily increased, demonstrates its extremely frequent and intense occurrence in hysteria. By means of comparison with other reaction times in the same patient, apparently indifferent reactions with a delayed reaction time are discovered to be complex constellations. The so-called faults, the mimetic reactions, quotations, etc., prove to be nearly always complex representatives. We have seen phenomena occur in response to definite stimulus words behaving as cheats of consciousness. We see, moreover, how a complex, the political one, in reality stands for and conceals the sexual complex. We see that forgetting, both in Freud's investigations and in Ganser's symptom complex, is a function of repression. It is not the kind of mechanism, but the frequency and intensity of the complex indicators which distinguish hysteria from the normal. Second case. Anna L., 20 years, a seamstress. The patient is a poor, simple girl. Her stepfather treats her badly, although she works diligently and contributes toward the household. Her mother is good. There is thus a mental conflict. She would like to marry in order to avoid this conflict and to assuage her desire for peace, quietness at home, and love. Her first sweetheart was faithless, for he never wrote again after going abroad. She has another now, but is worried as to whether her wish is to be fulfilled. Together with some other hysterical symptoms, she is suffering from enuresis nocturna. 200 associations were carried out. I give some of the results, omitting, for the sake of concentration, a small number of indifferent reactions. Patient had, especially during the first half of the test, a frequent embarrassed laugh. The predominance of subjective values will be noticed. Prick, needle, 1.2 seconds. State, beautiful, 6.2 seconds. Latter in the sense of stately. Angel, beautiful, 1.6 seconds. Long, street. Later, at nighttime with my sweetheart in the street. Insolent, hateful, 3.4 seconds, at home. Stalk, flower, 1.6 seconds. Ship, big, 2 seconds. A trip on a gondola when they got acquainted with one another. Plow, field, 1.6 seconds. Wool, sheep, 1.2 seconds. Friendly, good, 2.6 seconds. Carry, child, 5.8 seconds. Dance, jolly, 3 seconds. Lake, nice, 3.8 seconds, the gondola trip. Angry, fault. After 10 seconds, nothing occurs to me. Laughs, father is angry, very. She then tells the experimenter, who was not previously aware of her circumstances, my stepfather does not like me. He can't bear me. He doesn't even like my mother to be good to me. There is meaningless laughter at this memory. Needle, prick, 1.4 seconds. Bread, hard, 1.8 seconds. Swim, not, 2.6 seconds. Threaten, father, 3 seconds. Travel, far, 3 seconds. Rich, money, 1.6 seconds. Blue, sky, 1 second. Tree, green, 1.6 seconds. Sing, nice, 1 second. Play, children, 2 seconds. Mountain, high, 1.2 seconds. Salt, bitter, 1.2 seconds. New, clothes, 3 seconds. Ride, horse, 2 seconds. Habits, country, 4.4 seconds. Wall, white, 2.2 seconds. Stupid, fault. Nothing occurs to me, then that one should not get the person one likes, and the other one doesn't want it either. Copybook, right, 1.4 seconds. To despise, not nice, 2.2 seconds. Tooth, painful. Right, fault, nothing occurs to me. Then she says, weeping, it is not right that I was happy with mother and then father is so cross. Prudent, fault. Later, I am that in choosing. Forget, fault. The unhappy affair with her first sweetheart. Love, patient laughs for 5 seconds. After 19.6 seconds, she says, those belonging to you and those you like, these are questions. Understand, to understand one another well, 2.8 seconds, laughing. Third case, Matilda R., hospital nurse, about 25 years. She is full of enthusiasms. Her father, a drunkard, was a riding master. The patient first worked in a country house and was better treated than a servant girl. In a gynecological clinic where she wanted to train as nurse, she was seduced, as alleged, through being made drunk. Afterwards, she brought an action against the seducer. She wanted to conceal the pregnancy from her people, and by night duty earned a miserable pittance, giving out that all was well with her. She gave birth quite alone, without help, and then took the premature stillborn child, 8 to 9 months, and ran with it to the river, where she placed it in the water. The affair was found out. There was an inquest, but the patient was not arrested, as it was proved that it was not a case of infanticide. The privation and the court proceedings had strongly affected the girl and brought about a series of hysterical symptoms, shriekings, tremors as if in a rigor. Afterward, she became a hospital nurse and found a refuge in an altruistic aim in life which was of therapeutic value. Besides many other hysterical features and physical symptoms, she is a noctambulist and has remarkable somnambulistic dreams. The reactions of this patient are distinguished by the preference for the sentence form, but they are quite different from the sentence reaction of imbeciles. Verlin has shown, Chapter 3, that among imbeciles the tendency to definition in its various forms is the chief characteristic. In hysteria, on the other hand, the occurrence of strong emotional tones seems to be crowded into sentence formation. The sentences often have the character of cover reactions, the form of school answers that apparently tell you nothing. Roman numeral 1. Examples of sentence reactions which express emotion. Tree. The leaves are now falling, 4 seconds. Flowers are now all shed, 2.4 seconds. Bird are already all away, 3.6 seconds. Mountain. I should like to climb one, 3.2 seconds. Book. Something delicious for me, 1.8 seconds. Dance. I like it, 1 second. Swim. I can't, 1.6 seconds. Proud. I am very, 4.2 seconds. Flatter. I don't like it, 2 seconds. Child. I'm no longer one, 1.4 seconds. Friendly. That I'm not, 2 seconds. Soldier. Oh, how I'd like to be, 1.6 seconds. Rich. Unfortunately, I am not, 2 seconds. It will be noticed that the subject soon leaves the objective sentence type and then produces only I sentences. Roman numeral 2. Examples of cover reactions. Lake. The Lake of Zurich is very beautiful, 7.7 seconds. Patience once thought of jumping into the water when she was in a very unhappy situation among relatives and was suffering from homesickness. She went to the lake but had a fit and was brought back to the house. Water is a very useful 2.2 seconds. Sudden stoppage, betraying much. We think of the foregoing and the event at the river previously mentioned. This stoppage can also stand for the word drink, which would complete the sentence. The following reactions favor this view. Thirsts, drunkards have, 10.4 seconds. The subject has never touched alcohol since that one excess with its fatal results. It makes her sick to think of it. This is behind the effect. Public house is something disgusting, 4.4 seconds. Other examples, evil, one must avoid, 18.6 seconds. The subject at first wanted to quote the words deliver us from evil. It is thus a cover reaction coupled with a most significant delay in the reaction time. The reaction refers to the fatal occurrences. Decorum, one must have, 2.2 seconds. Again refers to her complex. Suffer, yes, our patients do, much, 5.6 seconds. Thought, I must suffer much. Despise, everybody sometimes, 2.6 seconds. Spoken with feeling, thought of her seducer who left her in misery. Remember, one sometimes thinks of something and forgets it again, 7 seconds. Refers again to the events of her life. Faithfulness is something beautiful, 7.4 seconds, with a deep sigh, mimetic reaction. Unjust are many men, 3.8 seconds, with the same reference, prosecution. False, snakes are, 2.6 seconds, same reference. Sin, every man sins, 6 seconds, thinks of the same affair. Love, I don't know, is a feeling, 15 seconds. Says afterwards, that is stupid, there is no real love. Roman numeral 3, examples of sentences which express wishes. Mountain, I should like to climb one. Soldier, I wish I were one. Bicycle, I should like to be able to ride it. Carriage, I should like to drive. Partly reminiscences. Ride, a jolly sport, 4.4 seconds. Her father was a riding master. She had a situation in a country house where she often used to ride. Dance, I like it. Charm, when one's very beautiful, 10.2 seconds. Then adds, I should like to be very charming. Roman numeral 4, examples of sentence demonstrating her educational level. Faust, Goethe wrote that. Arithmetic, I'm pretty fair at it. Potatoes come from America. Powder, Gutenberg discovered powder, didn't he? Roman numeral 5, examples of sentences which express her complex more or less distinctly. White, innocence is, 2.4 seconds, quotation. Prison, preserve me from it, 1.8 seconds, inquest. Marriage, I shall never marry, 1.8 seconds. Appearance is oft deceptive, 1.6 seconds, quotation. Youth has no virtue, 2 seconds, quotation. Sorrow, I have had much already, 2.6 seconds. Kiss is a sign of love, 6.8 seconds. Natural, everything in nature is natural, 5.6 seconds. Bad, many people are, 3.4 seconds. Pool is a town in D, 3.4 seconds. This is explained by there being a prison in Pool. See the stimulus word prison above. Love, I love my patients, 3.8 seconds. Tears, I have shed many, 1.6 seconds, quotation. Terrible, murder, 10.6 seconds. The experimenter repeated the stimulus word with effect. We recall her anamnesis. Hope, if there were no hope, 2.4 seconds, quotation. Love, so long as you can love, 3.2 seconds. Misery, in London there is the greatest misery, 3.8 seconds. The reaction refers to her own misery in the big town of X. Corner, life in the corner, 3.6 seconds, quotation. Hot, love burns hot, 5 seconds. Consciousness, one has not always got it, 3 seconds. Says she means our patience, but it refers to her seduction. Snare, to put a snare for someone, 3.8 seconds. certainly belongs to the same complex. The two following cases also show sentence reactions. The sentences are here chiefly cover reactions for the complex. I have published the histories of these two patients elsewhere in another connection. End of section 36. Section 37 of Studies in Word Association. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kristen Hand. Studies in Word Association by Carl Gustav Jung, translated by M.D. Eder. Chapter 8, Cases Illustrating the Phenomena of Association in Hysteria, Part 2. Fourth case. Mrs. Maria C. The point about this history is that the patient was in the women's clinic on account of a thrombosis following labor when she received a letter from her husband that excited her. The latter, a laborer, Italian, had made the unpleasant discovery that his wife had incautiously lent a sum of 800 francs which he could not recover. Although they loved each other, he considered this an unwarrantable folly, for it made his savings illusory, and he threatened that he would have nothing to do with her. This threw the woman into a hysterical twilight state with the Ganser syndrome complex, and she was taken to the clinic. 150 associations were carried out on the third day of her sojourn in the asylum, when the patient's mind was fairly clear but still troubled as to whether her husband would forgive her. 20 further associations were made on the next day after a reassuring visit from her husband. Most of the reactions are in sentence form and are usually cover reactions. The expression one is frequently repeated. Generally, this means the patient's husband or herself, a confirmation of the view which we expressed in the work on the associations of normals, that one is a cover word for the principal characters in emotionally toned presentation complexes. This view cannot be extended to the associations of imbeciles, when one more often appears in the reactions as a tendency to definition. More than half of the associations are certainly complex reactions, and probably a good part of the rest, about which, however, we have no sufficient evidence. Mimetic reactions are strikingly frequent, e.g., friendly, 1 is, at times, 3.2 seconds. Patient laughs and explains, "My husband is friendly." Cover reaction in sentence form with mimetic reaction. Carry. One carries many things, 3.2 seconds. What? Water to table, then a helpless creature. The last child is very weakly. Stubborn. One is sometimes, 2.8 seconds. Then, I am like that. Obstinate people are stubborn. Lake. That is a great mass. Water. 9 seconds. Note the hesitation. The patient had intended jumping into the lake when she was stopped by her husband. Ill. One is, 3.2 seconds. Laughs, I and my baby. Proud. An unfriendly person, 14.4 seconds. At first thinks, my relative's aunt, refers to the dissatisfaction of her relatives on account of her marriage with the Italian. Angry, I am myself, but adds softly, but I hope to alter. Threaten, and if one is disobedient, one is threatened, 4.2 seconds. Under this generalized form of the sentence is to be understood herself and her husband. Rich, a man is who has plenty of money, 6 seconds. Patient begins to cry and recalls the story of the 800 francs. Sing. One does this when glad, 4.4 seconds. Cross-reference the remark about one. The patient means herself and thinks of the contrast with the happy times when she could be full of joy. Pity. A fine man has that, 3.6 seconds. Then, I do not know who has pity for me, cries. Does not mean her man, husband, but her relatives who were against her marriage and had a malicious joy in her misfortune. Mountain. There's many mountains, snow mountains, 16.8 seconds. Cover sentence for the reminiscence of her joyous youth when she lived in F Mountain. A contrast determined by the complex between now and then. New. New are new buildings, a new building. 7.2 seconds. Laughs. Her man is a mason. Habits. Man has good and bad habits. 4 seconds. Again thinks of her story. Again, man and a cover sentence in the most generalized form. Stupid. That is the insane man, someone who is not quite right in the head. Ego reference. 4.6 seconds. Despise. The proud man does so. 2.4 seconds. Explains. My relatives, perhaps my man. Tooth. That is man's. 3.8 seconds. Help for eating, at least not to control oneself. Patient had the habit of biting something when defending herself in altercation with her husband. Right. The honorable man is. 4 seconds. A very forced, complex reaction. People. There are many kinds. Italians, German, Swiss. Oh, many kinds of people. 4.2 seconds. Patient immediately said, I would like to see how it finishes between Franz and myself. Book. Library book. Novels are also books. Also bookkeeping. 3 seconds. The 800 francs. Separate. Separate that. 4 seconds. A pause of 4.8 seconds. Then, that hurts me. Begins to cry. Hunger. One must often suffer that. 2.2 seconds. Animals sometimes also. The latter sentence in High German, a phrase to complete the cover reaction because the patient always reacts in dialect. Cross-reference the complaint in her husband's letter that he has to work for the family whilst his wife is so careless of the money. White is snow, 2.2 seconds, and white clothes, linen. Laughs and then suddenly cries. I thought of burial clothes. The laughter at the beginning is to be regarded as an expression of affect inadequate to the occasion. Cloudy, that is 2 seconds. Water often is, after a further 5 seconds. Sometimes one is, first occurred to me. Dear, my man is that. 3.2 seconds, spoken very softly. Quarrel, when two persons quarrel. 3.2 seconds. Patient laughs, shrugs her shoulders. Imbeciles can make answers like this, but the explanation here shows it to be a cover reaction. The mimetic play favors this view. The reaction is probably evoked by the idea of the present relations between the patient and her husband. The same holds good of the following reaction. Family. That is where there are a couple together and they have children. 5.2 seconds. Patient thinks of her family. Stranger. The wanderer is a stranger. 3 seconds. Patient thought of herself. She again reacted in High German instead of the usual dialect. To the stimulus word happiness, there was no verbal reaction, fault, but after about 15 seconds, she began to cry. At the stimulus word immediately following, tell, the patient was still unable to control her crying, but after 30 seconds reacted somewhat more quietly with to tell stories. We have here a clear perseveration. The reactions that follow do not, however, seem to be influenced by it. Decency, one should have, 3.2 seconds. Narrow, a small space is narrow, 4.2 seconds. Stork, that is 3.2 seconds. My husband, spoken softly. To the stimulus word kiss, patient reacted after 3.8 seconds. That is a question I cannot answer. She sobbed violently and meant she did not know whether her husband will kiss her again. He will not forgive me, and I have little happiness. We see here the stimulus word apprehended as a question as among the normal uneducated, and as usually among imbeciles. Song. Kind meaning people have songs. 5 seconds. Formed after, where singing is, then all is quiet and still, for wicked people have no songs at will. Patient thought of herself who had lost her joyousness. Idle. Lazy people are idle. 7.6 seconds. Refers to herself. I do nothing. Her husband had written her he alone must keep the family. He could not count upon her. References to her husband now become increasingly frequent. Bear. My man must bear heavy sorrows. 14 seconds. Tired. My man is tired in the evening. He wrote it also in the letter. 3.4 seconds. Intention. My man perhaps means I did it intentionally. 3.6 seconds. Strong. My man is. 2.2 seconds. Modest. My man is. 1.2 seconds. Mix. People often mix. About 50 seconds. Thinks of her husband being an Italian. Blood. That is in man. 2.6. And in animals. Thought of mine and my husband's blood. After her husband's visit the next day, the complex reactions somewhat diminish. Light. Laughs. I am light. Equals light-minded. 11 seconds. Wish. I wish that I may be soon home. 3.6 seconds. Love. I love my husband. 2 seconds. Gentle. My man is that. 7.4 seconds. Seek. All seek. 6.6 seconds. Would most like to seek flowers if I could go home with my man. Good. My husband is that. 3 seconds. A number of reactions refer to another presentation complex which occurred before her marriage when she participated in jolly club meetings and dances, e.g., dance. That is done in the dance with music, 2 seconds. Play. With music, play music, 7.6 seconds. Jolly. I'm no longer that, 3.8 seconds. Drum. The gymnast used that, 2.2 seconds. With whom I used to enjoy myself and act before I got married. Fifth case. Mrs. Verena D. This is a case of hysterical twilight state, which set in when, shortly after her husband's death, her only child, Rosalie, got ill. I have published it together with the previous case. During the twilight state, there was amnesia for the child's illness. When she learnt that her child was going on well, she became clearer in her mind, and after seeing her child again, a cure rapidly set in. 10 years before, she had had her first slight twilight state, when late in the night after the birth of her first child, her husband came home drunk. This is another case of pathological effect. Here likewise, at least 50% of the reactions are complex reactions. 428 associations were taken in all. This person also reacted with a pronounced sentence form, which, however, in the first test, 128 associations, before her child's visit, began only at the 53rd reaction to the stimulus word. Beat. The mother beats. 2.8 seconds. Patient had beaten her child. Console. Children console. 3.4 seconds, etc. The sentence type remains till the end of the test. In the second test, the first sentence form occurred at the 7th reaction, father. The child obeys her father, 3.4 seconds. Then a few reactions in one word came in between, finally after reaction 21, which ran, copy book, school children use copy books, 3 seconds. The reactions are almost all sentences. Many are cover sentences, others extremely subjective, dependent upon the complex. On the whole, however, these sentences are much more school-like and childish than in the last patient. It also seemed as if the imitation of apparently clumsy school sentences was a symptomatic action. The reactions with child and pupil refer to her sick child, Rosalie. The first 52 reactions, not in sentence form, are of a very superficial type, and all belong to the group of the verbal motor form, Chapter 2. The reaction time does not as a rule exceed the probable mean, Chapter 5, 2.4 seconds. Sunday, Monday, 1 second. Father, land, 1.2 seconds. Table, cloth, 1.8 seconds. Hair, hairpin, 2.4 seconds. School, schoolhouse, 2.2 seconds. Window, pane, 0.8 seconds. A few have a prolonged reaction time. Some of these are connected with the idea school or pupil. Copy books, 17.6 seconds. Sing late, 6.4 seconds. Asylum, educational asylum, 3.2 seconds. Play, evening play, 4.4 seconds. The last refers to an arrangement made by the school in which her child took part. A delayed reaction time occurred in begging, go, 6.8 seconds. It clearly arises from an idea which worried the patient very much, the worry and struggle for existence after her husband's death. Reactions in sentence form. Console, children console, 3.4 seconds. Child, children play, 6.4 seconds. Thought, you, my child. Friendly, children are friendly, 3 seconds. My child. Thank, the child thanks her mother, 2.6 seconds. Send, the mother sends her child, 4.6 seconds. Well-behaved, children should be well-behaved, 3.6 seconds. Youth, a child plays in his youth, 5.6 seconds. Take care, children take care at school, 3.2 seconds. Arithmetic, children do arithmetic at school, 2.4 seconds. Indulge, the mother indulges her child, 5.2 seconds. Kiss, the mother kisses her child, 2.6 seconds. Play, the children go to evening play. Walk, the children go for a walk, 3.6 seconds. In the first test of 128 reactions, we find 13, i.e., 10%, of the sentences with the word child. We never find such frequency among normals. Nearly all these reactions have delayed reaction times. From the second test, after her child's visit. Father, the child obeys her father, 3.4 seconds. School, children go to school, 1.6 seconds. Play, the children play, 1.8 seconds. Stubborn, children are stubborn, 1.8 seconds. Child, the child is good, 3.4 seconds. Amiable, children should be amiable, 1.4 seconds. Thank, children should give thanks, 2.2 seconds. Send, the child is sent by mother, 6 seconds. Naughty, the children are rather naughty, 4.8 seconds. Rosalie adds the patient. Threaten, the father threatens the boy, 2 seconds. Laughs. Manners, the children should learn manners, 1.8 seconds. See above. Joke, children like to joke, 3 seconds. Small, the child is small, 1.8 seconds. Love, the mother loves her child, 2.6 seconds. Fruit, children like fruit. Run, the child learns to run. Fruit, children like fruit, 1.4 seconds. Run, the child learns to run, 4.4 seconds. Out of 200 reactions in the second test, there are 20 sentences with the word child, again 10%. In those places in the first test where the sentences contained child, it usually occurred again in the second test, but the reaction times in the second test tended to become shorter. Nowhere is it more clearly seen than here that this kind of complex reaction must be placed among Freud's symptomatic actions. In the third test, 5 days later, we find a similar relationship. Almost all the reactions were sentences, and among them 9% had child. The word schoolboy plays a similar part. It stands for child and Rosalie. In the first test, schoolboy, schoolgirl, 3.2 seconds. Then we find song, school children sing songs, 4 seconds. In the second test, schoolboy, school slate, 4 seconds. Copybook, school children use copybooks, 3 seconds. Book, school children use books, 3.8 seconds. Pay attention, school children pay attention, 2 seconds. Cross-reference above, children pay attention at school. Song, as in the first test, 2.6 seconds. In the third test, praise. The teacher praises the school child, 2.4 seconds. Favor. The schoolboy tries to get the master's favor, 13.4 seconds. Forget. The schoolboy forgets his lessons, 4 seconds. With the same chain of thought we have correct. The lesson must be done correctly, 6.2 seconds. Her husband often helped Rosalie with her preparation. Sentences to schoolboy are not as frequent as those to child, but belong to the same group of symptom reactions. I must refer to what was said in Chapter 2 about repetitions. It is a question of complex action. To the same category belongs a series of sentences in pedagogic form. Manners. Children should have good manners. Thank. Children should give thanks. Justice. We should always bestow justice, 17.4 seconds. Self. We should help our neighbors, 4.4 seconds. Proud. We should not be proud, 5 seconds. Clean. We should be clean, 4.4 seconds. Behave. We should be well behaved, 9.2 seconds. Prudent. We should be prudent, 4.4 seconds. Modest. We should be modest, 2 seconds. Her way of falling into the child's kind of association recalls the phenomena of pathological dreamy states as described by Pick among hysterics. Symptomatic is the frequent emerging of the word rose, conditioned by the image of her child, Rosalie. In the first test, the patient reacts. Some people like to gossip, Klatschkin, 8.4 seconds. This is a cover reaction and refers to a naughty act which she had to forbid her child. Roman numeral 1, test, Klatschkin, gossip, Klatsch rose, corn poppy, 5.2 seconds. Roman numeral 2, test, dark red, a dark red rose, 2 seconds. Roman numeral 3, smell, the rose smells nice, 1.4 seconds. Yellow, a yellow rose, 4.8 seconds. We find a mass of associations which refer to her child, to her husband and his agreeable and especially his disagreeable characteristics, drunkard, his death, the family life, care about the future. Among these we find the best examples of sentences which are actually cover reactions. Perhaps it is proper to distinguish between the common symptom reaction and the peculiar cover reaction. Both are complex phenomena. The reactions with child, schoolboy, and especially the school sentences framed like a child's are partly only simple symptom reactions, e.g., yellow, rose. One gets the impression that instead of a customary reaction, yellow, green, yellow, color, there occurs a reaction dictated by the preference of the complex. In the cover reactions, on the other hand, we get the slurring over of a disagreeable fact, of a reminiscence emotionally toned by an apparently innocent reaction, by some seemingly indifferent sentence, universally valid. As I tried to show before, these cover reactions are by associations of a complex which arises when the stimulus word directly encounters the complex. The complex is then under repression, under the dissociation of what is incompatible with consciousness. Varying with the degree of repression, of the dissociation of the complex, it becomes possible to inquire of the subject as to the motive for the origin of the cover reaction and to bring the repressed complex into consciousness. In the higher grades of repression, hysteria, the significance of the reaction is inexplicable to the subject herself. The dissociation is then too strong. Hypnosis, or Freud's method of free association, then often discovers the explanation. All degrees of normal concealment and hesitation, delayed reaction time, from ejaculation to complete repression, and dissociation of consciousness, amnesia, occur objectively. It makes no difference whether the mechanism occurs in the conscious or the unconscious. When necessary, the explanation is given in the following instances. Roman numeral 1, test. Come, to me, spoken softly, 12.8 seconds. Thought of Rosalie. Year, yes, I'm coming, 15.8 seconds. Thought, I'm going home to my child. These were 2 successive reactions in our schedule. With the first, there was a mimetic reaction, spoken softly. In the second, a perseveration of the emotional tone, in both a marked adaptation of the complex to the stimulus word. Roman numeral 1, test. Heart, thou my heart, 22.4 seconds. Roman numeral 2, test. Bird, the bird, 5.6 seconds. The reactions were successive. The second reaction, a repetition of the stimulus word, is, as mentioned in earlier chapters, a phenomenon of perseveration where the attention is riveted to the previous reaction. Roman numeral 2, test, heart, fault. After 40 seconds, explanation. I thought of Papa. Roman numeral 1, test. The words are successive. Rich, there are many rich people, 3 seconds. Leap, out of my reach. Patient was asked what was the second stimulus word. Answer, reach. We see here an assimilation by the apprehension of the second stimulus word, reach, rich, to the awakened complex, which perseverates so that the patient has not taken in the stimulus word. Economic worry is the complex here since her husband's death, as expressed in numerous other reactions. We find this phenomenon of the assimilation of the stimulus word, of which indications are found among normals, very strongly marked in hysteria. Roman numeral 1, test, Sunday. I like Sunday. 2.4 seconds, is expecting her child's visit on Sunday. Roman numeral 2, test, inn. One gets alcoholic drinks at an inn. 7.4 seconds. A cover reaction. Hates all inns because her husband used to drink. Much delayed reaction time. Roman numerals 1 and 2, test, family. Family happiness, 4.8 seconds. Explains it was so nice whilst Papa was alive. Roman numeral 1, test, sorrow. Cares make sorrow, 5.6 seconds. Roman numeral number 2, test, sorrow. One has some sorrow, 6 seconds. Explains when Papa was away. Cover reaction. Roman numeral 1, test, hunger. The poor are hungry, 10 seconds. Roman numeral 2, test, hunger. Poor people are hungry, 7.4 seconds. Explains superficially. They often came to the house and asked for food. The delayed reaction time refers rather at her own economic troubles. Roman numeral 1, test, bad. The apple is rather bad, 12.6 seconds. Roman numeral 2, test, bad. There are bad people, 15.4 seconds. Explains, or bad things like vegetables, etc. Oh, my husband promised me he would get home earlier and did not keep it. Cover reaction. Roman numeral 1, test, rich. Riches are not everything, 15 seconds. Roman numeral 2, test, rich. There are many rich people, 3.8 seconds. Cover reaction, economic troubles. Roman numeral 1, test, quarrel. Nasty people like to quarrel, 4.2 seconds. Roman numeral 2, test, quarrel. People quarrel at times, 8.2 seconds. Explains, with her husband on account of his drinking. Roman numeral 1, test, beat. The smith hits, 2.8 seconds. Roman numeral 2, test, beat. Naughty children hit one another, 6 seconds. At first I think one beats the tree. Children hit one another. Rosalie is so wild, omitted. I once hit Rosalie when we had visitors. Roman numeral 1, test, 3. The tree is high, 4.6 seconds. Stimulus word misunderstood. Roman numeral 2, test, 3, fault. After 20 seconds, still no reaction. 3 is an odd number. Why so long before reacting? I had first to make sure that it was odd. Then, we were 3, Papa, Rosalie, and myself. Roman numeral 1, test, thirst, water, 7.2 seconds. Roman numeral 2, test, thirst, we are rather thirsty, 7.4 seconds. Explains, one drinks when thirsty. Then, Papa used to be thirsty. thinks of her own illness of 10 years before. We note the successive explanations, which at first are to conceal the explanation and are resistances to the repressed idea. It is the same resistance with which we meet in Freud's psychoanalysis. Roman numerals 1 and 2, tests, separate. Death separates us, 8 seconds, and 8.6 seconds thinks of her husband's death. Roman numerals 1 and 2, tests, ill, I am ill, 5.6 seconds and 4 seconds. Thought of Rosalie, but she's all right. We see here the repression which during and directly after the twilight state had led to a full amnesia emotionally grounded for the illness of her child. Roman numeral 2, test, faithful. Servants should be faithful, 8 seconds. Explains, the wife should be faithful to her husband. Then, I feared when my husband was away so long that he was unfaithful to me. It should be mentioned here that in test 2, after her child's visit, the complex husband occurs much more frequently. Wreath, my husband got many wreaths, 7.4 seconds, at the funeral. Elect, the borough's elect, 18.2 seconds, mayor. At election times, her husband was always in the public house. Law, a vote is taken about a law, 8.4 seconds. Explains, her husband had to vote, he then came home, but he was drunk. Right, we must bestow the right, 17.4 seconds. Explains, I was often in the wrong at home. Annoying, vermin are annoying. Explains, drinking. Unjust, 20 seconds, no reaction. Then at 25.6 seconds, the unjust must suffer. In her endeavor to form a sentence according to pattern, patient was unable to produce anything. Explains, I had to suffer much injustice. He believed that I was unkind to him when I warned him against drinking. Misery, the poor are in misery, 5.8 seconds, her economic position. Suppose, one rather supposes, 6.6 seconds. Explains, when Rosalie had a headache, I thought she was going to die. Much, I go walking a lot, 18.2 seconds. She was in the park yesterday, looked down into the town, and had homesickness. To give an impression of the whole, I append a series of reactions from the first test without further remarks. The beginning of the sentence type is nicely seen at the stimulus word beat. Frog, leg, 1.4 seconds. Flower, flower pot, 1.6 seconds. Cherry, cherry tree, 1.6 seconds. Asylum, educational asylum, 3.2 seconds. Warder, asylum warder, 3.6 seconds. Piano, piano stool, 1.6 seconds. Fern, ferns, 7.2 seconds. Oven, door, 1.6 seconds. Walk, go for a walk, 1.6 seconds. Cook, cookery book, 1.8 seconds. Water, water bottle, 1.4 seconds. Dance, dancing floor, 2 seconds. Cat, cat's paw, 12 seconds. Begging, to go, 6.8 seconds. Dark, darkness, 1.2 seconds. Heart, you, my heart. Heart, you, my heart, 2.8 seconds. Swim, swimming bath, about 3.8 seconds. White, white bread, 1.6 seconds. Play, play evening, 4.4 seconds. 13, number 13, 2.4 seconds. Emperor, empire, 2 seconds. Moon, half moon, 2.4 seconds. Beat, the smith beats, 2.8 seconds. Console, the children console, 3.8 seconds. A fire, the house is on fire, 2.4 seconds. Star, the star is beautiful, 2.4 seconds. Stroke, the cat is stroked, 4 seconds. Wonderful, natural events are wonderful, 4 seconds. Child, children play, 6.4 seconds. Dark red, the mouth, blood is dark red, 4.6 seconds. Ride, The rider rides, 7.4 seconds. Sweet. Sugar tastes sweet, 5.6 seconds. Friendly. Children are friendly, 3 seconds. Bread. The bread is cut, 2.2 seconds. Bronze. In mines there is bronze, 3.6 seconds. Crown. The Crown Hotel, 5.4 seconds. Thirst. Water, 7.2 seconds. Greenish. Leaves are greenish, 2.8 seconds. Thank. The child thanks her mother, 2.6 seconds. Raw. Potatoes are raw, 1 second. Stinks. Rotten meat stinks, 6.2 seconds. Bright. The colors are bright, 3.8 seconds. Sends. The mother sends the child, 4.6 seconds. 7. 7 o'clock, 12.2 seconds. Prison. The thief is in prison, 6.2 seconds. Separate. We are separated from the dead, 8 seconds. Ill. I am ill, 5.6 seconds. Song. Pupils sing songs, 4 seconds. Potatoes. One eats potatoes, 2.2 seconds. Sacrifice. The ancients made sacrifices, 5.6 seconds. Wedding. People enjoy a wedding, 7 seconds. Now. I am going home, 4.8 seconds. Angry. The dog is rather angry, 5.4 seconds. Soldier. The soldier obeys the rules, 3 seconds. Gossip. Many people like to gossip, 8.4 seconds. Come, to me, spoken softly, 12.8 seconds. Year. Yes, I'm coming, 15 seconds. Above. The stars are above, 4.4 seconds. Long. The old woman goes slowly, 10.4 seconds. Mother. Behave. Children should be well behaved, 2.6 seconds. Rich. There are many rich people, 6 seconds. Sour. The apple tastes sour, 2.8 seconds. Suffer. One offers the hand, 6.8 seconds. Stimulus word heard as offer. Suffer. The sick must suffer, 5.2 seconds. Eye. The eye is beautiful, 4.4 seconds. Doctor. The doctor prescribes medicine, 4.6 seconds. Sunday. I enjoy Sunday, 2.4 seconds. Visit. Youth. The child plays in his youth, 5.6 seconds. Indulge. The mother indulges the child, 5.2 seconds. Inn. Alcoholic liquors are drunk in the inn, 7.4 seconds. Stupid. The donkey is stupid, 13.2 seconds. Family. Family fortune, 4.8 seconds. Trouble. Sorrow produces trouble, 5.6 seconds. Pay attention. The children pay attention at school, 3.2 seconds. Fist. The angry man clenches his fist, 10.6 seconds. End. Everything comes to an end, 6.4 seconds. Hunger. The poor are hungry, 10 seconds. End of section 37.